Gentus presents The Killing Boys by Luke Delaney. Performed by Chris Dyer. Prologue. Canada, present time. The man known as Peter Delph walked towards a small grocery store in a snow-hit rural town of Moorcroft, near Montreal, Quebec. He looked like any other local, wrapped in warm clothing and wearing a Russian-style hat with ear flaps, but he was still recognizable. He entered the store, grabbed a basket, and started browsing the aisles, selecting occasional items disinterestedly. Outside, a nondescript pickup truck rolled to a stop on the opposite side of the street, the exhaust fumes turning to clouds in the freezing air. The tinted windows made it impossible to see the driver. Delph headed to the checkout and handed his basket to the middle-aged female attendant, avoiding returning her small talk, but smiling pleasantly. He thanked her and headed off, carrying his loaded brown paper grocery bag. The driver waited inside the truck, wearing sunglasses and baseball cap pulled low, collar turned up. He held the prepared pistol across his lap as he looked across the snowy street at the small grocery store, waiting. After a few seconds, Delph walked from the store and headed along the pavement. The driver climbed from his truck and crossed the street, following him along the pavement, closing all the time. As Delph reached his car and fumbled in his pocket for the keys, the driver closed the distance until he was only a few feet away. "Peter Delph?" he asked, calmly. Delph spun around, surprised to hear his name spoken in the street, a rare occurrence in his new life. Once turned, he saw the man standing with his hands by his side. "Can I do something for you?" he asked in his English accent. The man raised his arm, holding the pistol with silencer in his hand. Delph's mouth opened as two puffs came, one after the other, from the end of the silencer, blowing two holes in the shopping bag as the bullets passed through it before entering his torso. He collapsed to the floor, groceries spilling across the pavement as the man walked purposefully towards him and stood over him, steadily pointing the gun at his face as he struggled to breathe, trying desperately to speak, to plead for his life as the snow under him began to turn red. Two more puffs suddenly escaped from the pistol, one entering Delph's forehead and the other his right eye. He fell rigid into the snow before his body began to twitch as the body registered that his brain had been destroyed. His killer was already driving away in his truck before his body finally lay motionless. Chapter 1. Somewhere in England, 2016. Detective Sergeant Fraser Harvey drove along a bumpy service road, approaching a modest-looking farmhouse in the near distance, scanning the area for signs of life, but he could see none. As he pulled up outside the farmhouse, a casually dressed man in his 40s walked from inside and stood by the front door, watching Harvey closely as he stepped from the car. They eyed each other, but it was clear they weren't strangers. "Everything all right?" Harvey asked as he walked towards the man. "Everything's fine," D.S. Collins replied. Harvey walked past him without speaking into the farmhouse, although, once inside, it was clear it was no ordinary farmhouse. It looked more like a cross between the inside of a police station and an inexpensive house. Two more detectives sat inside, looking bored, the handguns clearly visible on their waist belts. They both nodded towards Harvey, who nodded back before pulling up a chair and sitting down. "What a fucking dump this place is," Harvey complained. "Stuck out in the middle of nowhere. I hate the bloody country. Cow shit and tractors." Suits our purpose? Collins smiled. No prying eyes. This is the best safe house we have, and one of the first. Built back in the days when some of the IRA boys first started turning on their brothers. After that, it was used mainly for gangland types turning on their own. And now, it's back to the terrorists. Homegrown, easily led fools being enticed to the dark side. And there's plenty of them. So, the quicker you can do whatever it is you got to do with your two and free us up, the better. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, I understand, Harvey assured him. You'll have this shithole back as soon as I'm finished. Until then, everything that happens here is strictly confidential, even more so than usual. Under no circumstances are you to talk about the two men in detention to anyone other than me. Equally, neither you or your people are to talk to the detainees other than for giving basic instructions and answering any questions they ask, providing those questions do not relate to why they're here or their historical case. I need to speak to them alone. No one else present. Clear? Fine, Collins agreed, happy not to be too involved. Whatever you say. Good, Harvey told him, nodding his head slowly. And no names either. Not even if they tell you or your men who they are. They're Prisoner 1 and Prisoner 2 until I say otherwise. That's not a problem for people, Collins assured him. So, when do you want to get started? Straight away, he replied, getting back to his feet. I'll make a start with Prisoner 1, then 2. Okay, Collins replied, before changing the subject. You look knackered, Fraser. Everything all right? He sighed before answering. I've been trying to put this case behind me for more than 11 years, he explained. But it keeps dragging me back in, like fucking quicksand. The sooner I get this done, the sooner I can finally try to forget I ever met either of them. If you wanted to just forget about them, why didn't you just get someone else to relocate them? Collins asked. Relocation's not your jurisdiction? I volunteered, he admitted. Volunteered? Collins checked. Why would you do that? I have my reasons, Harvey answered. Maybe it's the only way I can ever really be free of them. You really believe that? Collins asked. Harvey gave a resigned smile and shook his head slightly. No, he admitted. Not really. But I can hope. Hope? Collins asked. Forget it, Harvey told him. Time I moved on. That's all. Now, if you don't mind, I have a lot to get through. Harvey sat at the small table in a sparse interview room next to the double-deck tape recorder, his briefcase next to him on the floor. The door swung open, and after a few silent moments, Prisoner 1 was led in by one of the detectives Harvey had seen when he'd first arrived. Despite the passing of 11 years, the prisoner was still recognizable, as pale and unattractive as ever. Only now his body was decorated with homemade prison tattoos, and his teeth dyed yellow after years of heavy smoking and neglect. They both stared hard at each other for what seemed like a very long time before Harvey turned to the detective. You can leave us now, he told him. The detective turned and left without saying a word. Take a seat, Harvey ordered. The prisoner walked disinterestedly to the table and slouched on a chair. It's been a long time. Last time I saw you, you were little more than a boy. Now, you're a man. The prisoner ignored the pleasantry and instead looked at the interview recorder with suspicion. You here to interview me? No, Harvey explained. The time for interviews has passed. I remember you, he replied, after a few seconds, a smirk spreading across his face. "You look old. You ill or something?" Harvey fixed him with a cold stare. "We're here to talk about you, not me." "Whatever," he shrugged. "Haven't seen you since you came to see me in Feltham, when you tried, one last time, to get me to confess to a murder I never committed." "Well," he sighed, "once you were convicted of the murder, there wasn't really any reason for me to come see you, was there?" "Until now," he said, the smirk falling from his face. "Until now," Harvey nodded. "I take it you know why you're here?" "For my own protection," he shrugged. "Apparently." "That's right." "But I'm free, right?" he asked. "I've served my time." "Technically," Harvey answered. "But you're on a lifetime license. You breach your license, you go back to prison." "Fine," he replied impatiently. "Then I promise not to breach my license. Now, give me my things and let me go. Can't stand being locked up in this shithole. Had enough of being locked up for a fucking lifetime." "Not that easy," Harvey told him. "One of the conditions of the license is that you cooperate with the authorities, that you let us protect you." "I don't need anyone's protection," the prisoner snarled. "I just need to get out of here." "And how long do you think it'll be before someone recognizes you and sticks a knife in your belly? Or you're dragged out of your bed in the middle of the night by masked men, never to be seen again?" Harvey snapped at him, his voice raised for emphasis. "There's still a lot of hate out there for you, especially since your release. Whole thing's blown up all over again. A lot of people out there would like to see you dead." He sat silent and stony-faced. "Good," Harvey told him, as he reached down next to him and lifted his briefcase. He opened it and tossed him a packet of cigarettes and lighter. "File says you took up smoking in prison." The prisoner immediately opened the packet and took out a cigarette before lighting it, his eyes never leaving Harvey's, who pulled out a file marked "Confidential" and opened it. "What's that?" he asked. Harvey flicked through the pages with his thumb. "Your new life," he explained. "Your appearance has changed as you've aged, but not significantly enough to eliminate the risk of you being recognized. Or at least, that would be the case if you were to remain in the country." "You're sending me abroad?" he asked, sounding alarmed. "Yes," Harvey told him, as if it was nothing. "Canada, to be exact. Rural Canada. You'll be watched and monitored, albeit not 24 hours a day. Your email and computer use eavesdropped on, your hard drive seized and examined from time to time, but you'll effectively be a free man." "Free?" the prisoner laughed. "And what if I don't want to live in fucking Canada?" "Then go back to the estate where you killed Abigail and see how long you last," Harvey suggested. "I didn't kill her," he told him, just like he had years before, although there was no fight left in his eyes. Harvey took a few seconds before replying. "You need to understand, the life you had before the murder doesn't exist anymore," he explained. "You can't just go back to it and pick up where you left off. You need to start again." The prisoner just sat silent and brooding while Harvey looked down on the pages of the open file. "As you chose to waste your time in prison and didn't acquire any qualifications or skills, we found you a job working as a dog's body in a wood mill close to where you'll be living." "We were lucky to even find that. Fortunately, the local probation officer knew one of the bosses and swung the job." Story is, you're a petty criminal looking for a new start in life. He slid the file across the desk to the prisoner. Everything you need to know is in this file. Your new life. Name, history, criminal records, family, everything. Study it like you've never studied anything before. You will be tested on it and will not be leaving this safe house until I'm satisfied you know it inside out. Understand? He pulled the file towards him and looked down at it. My new life. Your new life, Harvey repeated, getting to his feet. It's that, or back to prison. Study it, and study it well. Your life depends on it. I'll be back in a few days to see how you're doing. He tapped his index finger on the file. Don't waste my time. I'm giving you a chance few believe you deserve. The prisoner rested his hand on the file while looking up at Harvey without speaking. Until next time, Harvey told him, and headed for the door. Harvey stood outside the safe house alone, looking out over the view of the countryside, when Collins came from the house just as he popped a couple of pills from their packaging and tossed them into his mouth. He swallowed them with a drink from the mug he was holding, grimacing as he forced them down. "Lunch?" Collins asked, having seen him take the pills. "No," he replied dryly. "Breakfast." Collins smiled briefly before getting back to business. "What do you want to do now?" "Want's got nothing to do with it," he answered. "Have prisoner 2 brought to the interview room. The sooner I get this over with, the better." Harvey entered the same interview room and found the man now known only as prisoner 2 already sitting straight-backed at the table, looking calm and composed. The same detective as before stood in the corner watching the prisoner intensely. He looked fit and lean, a half-drunk bottle of water resting on the table in front of him. He watched Harvey's every move. "You can leave us now," Harvey told the guard. The detective nodded and headed for the door. "You need anything? Just let me know," he offered. "Thanks," Harvey told him, waiting for him to leave before taking a seat opposite the prisoner. The two men looked at each other in silence for a few seconds before the prisoner broke the peace. "Detective Sergeant Harvey," he smiled slightly. "It's been a long time." "You remember me then?" "You expected me to forget?" "Maybe," he shrugged. "You were young, under a lot of stress. Sometimes that makes the person interviewing you little more than a faceless interrogator." "You were never just an interrogator, though, were you?" he recalled. "You were always very purposeful." There was another silence while Harvey tried to get a feel for the man sitting in front of him. "How'd you get on in prison? I know it can be tough." "Feltham was difficult," he admitted. "Too many gangbangers trying to make a name for themselves. Once we were old enough to be moved to Belmarsh, things calmed down." "Rule 43, Harvey reminded him. "Kept away from the main prison population." "It was probably for the best," he replied. "I got used to the isolation." Harvey nodded slowly in agreement. "Did you see much of your friend in prison?" "We saw each other, but rarely spoke," he answered, knowing Harvey was referring to the man he was convicted with. "He wanted to. I didn't." "How come?" "He destroyed my life," he said, without anger or emotion. If I thought I could have got away with it, I would probably have killed him." There was a long pause before he continued. "Is he here? In this place?" "No," Harvey lied. "Only you. He's being held somewhere else, for his own protection." "I see," the prisoner played along. "Only this place appears so large for just one prisoner, and I'm only ever allowed outside at specific times, as if I'm sharing with someone they don't want me to see." "You're not," Harvey told him. "Not what?" he asked, sounding slightly confused. "A prisoner," he answered. "You're not a prisoner anymore. This place is just a safe house, a secure facility, somewhere you can be protected while we prepare you for your new life." "I see," he said, his voice thick with suspicion. "And, vile creature, he's also no longer a prisoner?" "That's correct," Harvey confirmed. "He's elsewhere, being prepared for his new life." "Strange that we should be released at the same time," he changed tack, "given I was a model prisoner and he was not. He was a lazy troublemaker, while I kept my head down and did whatever they wanted me to do." "I admit it's unusual as well as unfair," Harvey explained. "But after a lot of thought and talking, it was decided if we were going to give you both new lives, it would be best to do it simultaneously. Given the unique nature of the crime and the media interest there still is in the case." "I understand," the prisoner assured him. "And, to be honest, when and how you chose to release him has no interest to me. He's your problem now, not mine." Harvey nodded silently before moving on. "You did well in prison, used your time constructively, got yourself some useful qualifications and even a vocation, although I never took you for a farmer." The prisoner just stared at him in silence. "I hear your behaviour was as good as it could have been. Never a moment's trouble." "I accepted my time in prison," he told him. "I deserved my punishment. You know why I feel that way. But it didn't mean that once I was caged with those animals, I wanted to become like them, trading in drugs and tobacco, always trying to fuck the system, demeaning themselves with other men just because there were no women. I needed to stay me." Harvey watched him for a long time before pulling a file from his briefcase and sliding it across the table to the prisoner. "What's this?" he asked. "Your new life," Harvey explained. "A new name. A new place to live." "Where?" "Rural New Zealand," Harvey told him. "The further you're away from here, the better. For you." "And if I refuse to go?" "Your license will be revoked and you'll be returned to prison to serve out the remainder of your sentence before being released into a community that wants you dead." He leaned back in his chair but said nothing. "It could be worse. In light of your agricultural qualifications, we were able to acquire a small farm for you. You'll soon be self-sufficient and even able to sell any extra produce you have and keep the profits." He looked into his face for a reaction, but could see none. "It's a good deal. Almost like starting over again. You'll be largely left alone, although there'll be discreet visits from the local police, as well as from officers from the Met, and your movements around New Zealand will be restricted. A few other things too, but it'll be a life. On my own, he replied. On a farm. In the middle of nowhere. More isolation. I thought you said you'd gotten used to isolation, Harvey reminded him. He didn't answer. Besides, your options don't look very appealing. He tapped the file on the desk with his index finger. Study it well. Everything you need to know is in here. You need to memorize every detail. Once you're back in the world, the slightest mistake could prove fatal. I'll be back in 2 days to see how you're getting on. He stood to leave. Why should I trust you? The prisoner suddenly asked. I know almost nothing about you, yet you know everything about me. Because you have no choice, he starkly reminded him. Tell me one thing about yourself, and I'll do exactly what you say, he promised. Just one thing. Harvey stared at him for a while, but said nothing. Are you married? He asked. Children? Yes, he found himself answering. I'm married. I assumed so, he told him, before quickly reminding him of his other question. And children? The file. Harvey ignored it, turning towards the door. Read it. Why New Zealand? He stopped him. Why not South America or the US? Somewhere the case wouldn't be so well known. We needed it to be a Commonwealth country, Harvey explained, where we could still apply a degree of legal jurisdiction. Then, I assume the same applies to him, Dolby said more than asked. Where's he being hidden away? Australia? No, too close. You'd want us as far apart as possible. His eyes narrowed as he tried to work it out. Canada, he suddenly declared. Yes, you're sending him to Canada, aren't you? Harvey didn't reply as he picked up his briefcase and headed for the door. Like you said, he's not your problem anymore. He's mine, he reminded him. 2 days. You don't leave here until I'm satisfied you won't compromise yourself, no matter how long it takes. I'll study it, the prisoner smiled. You have my word. Chapter 2. 11 years earlier. Abigail Riley hurriedly packed her school bag in the small family kitchen in their house in Kilburn, North London, as her mother, Sarah, prepared breakfast for her and her younger brother. Come and eat now, she told Abigail in her soft Irish accent as she placed a plate of food on the table. You'll be late for school. I'm never late for school, Abigail reminded her with a smile as she abandoned her packing and sat at the table. Remember, you have to pick what GCSEs you want to do this week, Sarah reminded her. Yes, Mum. Abigail rolled her eyes like any other 14-year-old would have before disinterestedly nibbling on a piece of toast. And come straight home after school, Sarah insisted. I might need you to look after Jimmy while I go out. Shouldn't I get paid for babysitting or something? She asked, cheekily. No, you should not, Sarah answered. Board and lodgings are free. That's as good as it's going to get, and no forgetting and going off with that boyfriend of yours. Mum, Abigail complained, blushing slightly. He's hardly even my boyfriend. We haven't even kissed yet. Good, Sarah said. Keep it that way, and don't let your dad find out. He's not as understanding as me. Yes, Mum. She rolled her eyes again. Come on, Jimmy. Sarah nudged the boy. Hurry up and finish your breakfast so I can get you to school. Jimmy just shrugged. Abigail quickly made a scruffy-looking bacon sandwich from some of the items on her plate and jumped to her feet. I'll eat this on my way to school, she explained. That's not a proper way to eat your breakfast, Sarah told her. Teenagers today, always doing everything on the run. I don't know how you're doing so well at school, the way you carry on. Grades don't lie, Mum, she said, with a satisfied smile. Well, just don't get too smug, Sarah warned her. Good grades take hard work. I know, Mum, she assured her as she got to her feet and took her school blazer from the back of the chair and started pulling it on. You make your dad and me very proud, Sarah suddenly told her. And remember, I can be anything I want to be, she finished for her. You tell me the same thing every day, Mum. Because it's true, Sarah told her. You're a special girl, Abigail. Don't ever forget it. I won't, she promised, warmed by the love of her mother, just the same way she was every day before she headed off to school alone. Sarah kissed her on the forehead before issuing her final orders and advice. And be careful. And don't be late. Yes, Mum, she agreed as she headed towards the door, nurtured and loved, her whole life ahead of her. She opened the front door and stepped out into the cold morning. Just another ordinary day in the life of a bright, beautiful 14-year-old girl. Chapter 3. London, 2016. Harvey knocked on the door of the Rileys' small terraced house in North London, taking a step back while he waited for it to be answered. He heard footsteps approaching from inside before the door was opened by a young man in his early 20s, who, despite the passing of time, he recognised as Jimmy Riley. He could tell by the burning look in his eyes that Jimmy knew who he was. You, was all Jimmy said. Hello, Jimmy, Harvey greeted him. Is your mother in? I need to speak with you both. Jimmy stepped aside and allowed him to enter before leading him into the kitchen where Sarah was busily cooking. She looked afraid and suspicious when she saw Harvey. Hello, Sarah, he told her. It's been a while. How have you been? We've been keeping fine, she told him cautiously. What is it that you want? Harvey took a seat without being asked. I have some information for you, he answered. Not something you're going to want to hear, but you need to know. So, the day has finally come, she guessed, stiffening as she prepared for confirmation. I'm afraid so, he told her straight. They're due for release. We can't hold them any longer. I'm sorry. She staggered to a seat and sat, giving herself time to regain her composure. How long? Days, he broke it to her. A few weeks at most. Good, Jimmy jumped in, agitated and excited. Now we can finally get the justice Abigail deserves. Once they're out of prison, you can't protect them anymore. The bastards can get what they deserve. That's dangerous talk, Jimmy, Harvey warned him. I wouldn't be going around saying stuff like that if I was you. Yeah, but you're not me, Jimmy snapped. And Abigail wasn't your sister. Enough, Sarah stopped him. But Ma, Jimmy complained. What are we going to do? Just let them walk away after what they did? I said that's enough, she insisted. Mind what you say, son. She took a breath before turning to Harvey.
Can you stop it? Is there anything you can do to stop it?
I'm sorry, he apologised. No, there's nothing I can do.
So, that's it, then? She said, staring at the ceiling. They rape and murder my 14-year-old daughter, get locked up for 11 years, then walk away free men? I lose my daughter, and they lose little more than 10 years of their worthless lives?
I'm sorry, Harvey said again. It's because of their ages, at the time of the crime. So long as they behaved in prison, we were never going to be able to hold them for much longer.
It's not right, she pleaded. How can it be right? I didn't just lose my daughter. I lost my husband, too.
I heard of his passing, he told her. I'm sorry.
You didn't come to the funeral? She reminded him. I thought you'd come. Somehow expected it.
I didn't think you'd want to see police hanging around, he explained. I knew what your husband thought of us.
Can you blame him? She asked.
Harvey sighed before replying, We did everything we could. There was nothing I could do about the sentences. It's not a part of the criminal justice system we control. It hurts me, too.
This is all fucking bullshit, Jimmy interrupted. This isn't over. I'll find them. I swear I'll find them. They destroyed our family. They destroyed our lives.
There's no point, Jimmy, Harvey warned him. You'll never find them. They'll be hidden away where no one will ever find them, given new identities and all the paperwork and background history they'll need. Even cosmetic surgery, if we think they need it. Trust me, we're good at this. You'll never find them. Jimmy looked back and forth from Harvey and his mother.
You're fucking helping them. Treating murderers like victims while you talk to us as if we were the criminals. How do you sleep at night, eh? You should be fucking ashamed of yourself.
I'm sorry, Jimmy, Harvey told him. There's nothing I can do.
Fuck you and your excuses, he cursed. I need some air. I can't breathe in this place.
He stormed past his mother and Harvey and out of the kitchen, heading for the front door.
Jimmy! Jimmy!
Sarah called after him. But all they heard was the sound of the front door slamming shut. She turned to Harvey.
Try not to think too badly of him, she told him. He's been through a lot, and still so young. Jesus, losing his sister when he was only 10, and then his father. It hit him hard, you know. He still thinks of nothing but revenge. Can't knuckle down to anything worth a damn. Always just drifting, and the papers and TV never far away. Always reminding him what happened. Sometimes asking if Abigail had somehow encouraged those animals. Saying that at least one of them could be innocent. Innocent. Jesus.
I know, he assured her. I see the same rubbish you do. Wish I could promise you it'll go away. But once they find out they've been released, and they will, it's only going to get worse. They sat in silence for a while before Sarah spoke.
Well then, Sergeant Harvey? What now?
He took a deep breath. As soon as they're released to start their new lives, I'll let you know. It won't be long. Once you hear from me, I recommend you go away for a while. There'll be a lot of media looking for you, trying to get your reaction, Jimmy's. Stay away as long as you can.
And then? She asked.
I don't know, he admitted. Get a good lawyer and sue the shit out of anyone trying to exploit what happened to Abigail. Should put off all but the most determined. Other than that,
try to move on with your lives. Somehow put it behind you? Put it behind me? She repeated his words, pressing her hands together as if she was about to pray. Move on? And what would you have me do with the memories of a murdered daughter and a husband who chose to take his own life rather than suffer the pain of remembering? I can't answer that, he sighed. Memories aren't something I can help you with. No, she said solemnly. I don't suppose they are. I'd better go, he told her. As soon as they're released, I'll let you know. Don't bother, she replied, a bitterness in her voice. I never want to hear about them again, unless it's to tell me they're both dead. All the same, he shrugged. Take care, Sarah. One thing, she stopped him. Before you go. Yes? He asked. Are you helping to hide them? She demanded. Do you know where they'll be? Not this again. He shook his head before lying. No, I won't know where they're relocated, and even if I did, I've told you before, I wouldn't tell you. Then there's no chance of justice for Abigail, she insisted. Things happen to people like them, he told her. People like that don't live long, happy lives. Maybe, she said, without belief. I think you should leave now. I understand, he replied. Take care of yourself, Sarah. You too, she said, without looking at him. I'll see myself out, he told her, and headed slowly for the front door, wondering if he'd ever see her again. When he reached it, he could hear her beginning to sob. For a moment, he almost went back to her, but instead, he opened the door and headed for his car. Harvey stood outside the front of the safe house, looking pensive, as Anderson was led from the building by Collins and one of the other detectives he'd seen before. Prisoner 1 stopped dead when he saw Harvey, despite his escort trying to move him on. Come to wave me off? He asked aggressively. Something like that, Harvey replied, looking him up and down. Just remember, you're Peter Delph now. The person you used to be is dead. The prisoner just grunted and smiled unpleasantly before the detectives ushered him forward and into the rear of a waiting, unmarked car. Harvey stood, silently watching as the car drove off towards the distance along the deserted country road. Piece of shit, that one, Collins told him. Glad to see the back of him. Gave me the fucking creeps. Harvey ignored him, continuing to watch the car until it was almost out of sight. Collins shouted back over his shoulder into the house as another unmarked car pulled up where the first had been. We're clear. Bring him out. Another detective, Harvey recognised, led prisoner 2 from the house, who, just like his one-time friend, stopped in front of him when he saw him waiting. The prisoner smiled pleasantly and spoke softly. Well, I suppose this is goodbye. Probably, Harvey answered, still struggling to get a sense of who the man really was, even after all these years as man and boy. The local police in New Zealand will be keeping tabs on you, but you'll also receive the occasional unannounced visit by detectives from the Met to update your risk threat. Risk of what? He asked. The public to me, or me to the public? Harvey didn't answer. You still don't believe me, do you? You still think I killed her? Just remember, you're Alexander Knight now, Harvey told him, not prepared to be drawn one last time. The person you were doesn't exist anymore. He nodded slowly. That person hasn't existed for a very long time, Sergeant, he replied. He died in that cellar with Abigail Riley. He looked at the waiting car, then back to Harvey. I assume that's for me? It is, Harvey confirmed. The prisoner took a step forward before pausing and turning to Harvey. They asked me to do a blood test while I was in prison, he stated. Long after I was convicted. They said you'd asked for it. I agreed to it. Perhaps now you can tell me what it was for? Harvey paused before answering, ever wary of the man he'd first met when he was little more than a boy. It was to test for a double Y chromosome, he eventually answered. Ah. He smiled and nodded as if he knew exactly what Harvey was talking about. You're familiar with it? Harvey asked. Enough, he replied, giving little away. And did you find it? In me? No, he told him. No, we didn't. And him? Dolby pried, refusing to use his old co-defendant's name. That's confidential, he answered, knowing that he'd already worked it out. I see. He smiled slightly. Goodbye, Sergeant, he added, sounding slightly sad. Take care. Harvey said nothing as he watched the prisoner walk casually to the waiting car and climb into the back. The doors slammed shut as it immediately pulled away and sped along the country road, watched all the way by Harvey as he thought about his own future and a life, or at least what was left of it, without the shadow of Abigail Riley's killers in it. Doesn't come across as your normal sexually motivated killer, does he? Collins broke his thoughts. Whatever a normal killer is, Harvey replied. You think he killed her? Collins asked. Jury found him guilty, didn't they? Harvey reminded him. Juries? He gave a short laugh. Since when were they infallible? Maybe, he partially agreed. But he was there. He got no more than he deserved. Whatever you say, Collins said, before walking back inside, leaving Harvey to stare at the car carrying Alexander Knight as it disappeared into the distance. Night time, and Sarah was sitting in her dimly lit kitchen, sipping a small whiskey and poring over old photographs of Abigail and her dead husband. She looked up when she heard the front door open, then slam shut. A few seconds later, Jimmy walked into the kitchen, looking a little drunk. He said nothing to his mother as he searched in the fridge for something to eat. Where have you been? She demanded. Out, he replied, dismissively. I know how you feel about your sister and Dad, she told him. Her killers. But you need to let it go, Jimmy, before it destroys you, too. He slammed the fridge shut and spun to face her. I can't, he told her through gritted teeth. Look at you, staring at those bloody pictures again. Let it go yourself, have you? She self-consciously gathered up the photographs. That's different, she insisted. They help. They help me remember them, how they were. I remember how they were, he told her, and I remember how they ended up. I'll never let it go. I can't. Not until they pay for what they did. You're wasting your time, she argued, raising her voice slightly. It's pointless. You'll never find them. No one will. I'll find them, he promised. I don't care how long it takes. I'll find them. Jesus, you sound just like your dad. But what's the point, Jimmy? She shouted at him. They've been gone for years. It's in the past. Leave it there. The past, he laughed cynically. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Isn't that what the Italians say? Aye, they do, she agreed. But you're Irish, and we have a different saying. Yeah, he asked, sipping on a beer he'd taken from the fridge. Which is? Before setting out for revenge, she told him, first, dig 2 graves. He gave a short, quiet laugh, but the smile slipped from his face as he stood in silence for a few seconds, before walking slowly from the kitchen without speaking, watched all the way by his mother. Once he was gone, she went back to her whiskey and photographs, back to the life she once had, before hell visited Sarah Riley and her family. Chapter 4. London, 2005. D.S. Harvey and D.C. Connie Matthews drove towards a small piece of waste ground in a built-up area of North London. The flashing blue light attached to the roof of their unmarked car swirled, warning of their approach, although the siren was silent. The area ahead of them was taped off and guarded by a few uniformed officers. A few locals were milling around, trying to find out what's going on, while hooded youths shouted the occasional insult, making it clear the police were not welcome in the area. It was growing dark and beginning to rain. Through the windscreen, they saw a stocky man in a raincoat hurriedly walking away from the small crowd towards them, waving them down. He looked serious and concerned. They guessed he was from the local CID. Someone's in a hurry, Matthews said, nodding towards him. Harvey sighed. In a hurry to make his problem ours. They pulled over and climbed out the car just as the man in the coat reached them. D.S. John McCoy, he hurriedly introduced himself. You MIT? He asked, sounding a little flustered. We are, Harvey confirmed as they shook hands and kept walking towards the taped-off cordon. D.S. Fraser Harvey, D.C. Connie Matthews. You call us? Yeah, I called you in, he replied, sounding concerned. We were told a young female? Harvey checked. Are you sure it's suspicious? McCoy looked back and forth between them, struggling to know what to say as they kept walking towards the tape. It's probably easier if you just take a look for yourselves, he explained. Harvey and Matthews looked at each other, both sharing the same expression of concern. McCoy noticed it. But you should know, it's bad. Like nothing I've ever seen before. There was a moment's silence before Matthews spoke. Anyone else been in the scene, apart from you? No, McCoy shook his head. Only the constable who went in there with me. He's back at the station now, not feeling too good. Anything in the scene been disturbed? Harvey asked as they continued to walk. Has the body been moved? No, McCoy assured him. I checked for a pulse, for what it's worth. Other than that, there was no point disturbing anything. This was no accident, and you can rule out suicide, he added. She didn't do this to herself. We need to take a look, Harvey told him, trying to keep his mind clear and not be affected by McCoy's words. Be my guest, McCoy agreed as they reached the tape. He lifted it for them as Harvey and Matthews ducked underneath while he remained behind. We were told the body was on waste ground, Harvey said, pointing with his head across the land in front of them. I don't see anything that looks like a scene. Not on waste ground. Under it, McCoy explained. In an old bomb shelter or something. The local kids mess around in there when it's not being used by the resident crackheads looking for a bit of privacy. This isn't Chelsea, detectives. "Who found her?" Harvey asked, ignoring McCoy's remark. "Some local kids," McCoy answered. "Sneaked into the shelter looking for somewhere to have a smoke. They'll all need counselling." Harvey and Matthews glanced at each other once more. "Where are they now?" Harvey asked, remaining stoic, on the outside at least. "At the hospital with their parents," McCoy told him. "I don't suppose they'll ever forget what they saw down there. I know I won't." "We'll need their clothes," Harvey instructed, still not reacting to McCoy's foreboding words. "No problem," McCoy assured him. "I'll have it taken care of." Harvey looked over his shoulder with some concern at the growing number of people behind the cordon. "Crowd's getting bigger." "Word spreads fast around here," McCoy warned them. "You'd better get some more uniforms down here," Harvey told him, "and say nothing to anybody until we get back. I need to see what we're dealing with." "We already know what we're dealing with," McCoy replied. Harvey looked at him, waiting for an explanation. "A monster? What other explanation can there be?" The two detectives locked eyes for a second before Harvey spoke. "Do we know who she is yet?" "No," McCoy shook his head. "We couldn't find any ID. Maybe the full forensic examination will find something." "Maybe," Harvey shrugged. "No one passes this point until I've okayed it. Clear?" "Whatever you say." McCoy didn't argue. "It's your show now." "Yes," Harvey told him. "Yes, it is." He nodded at Matthews before both turned and headed towards the scene. "He seems more than a little spooked," Matthews said in little more than a whisper. "Yeah," Harvey sighed. "That's what's worrying me." They gave each other a knowing look as they picked their way across the rubbish-strewn wasteland. Harvey descended the metal step-ladder that was attached to the wall of the old bomb shelter, his small mag-light torch gripped between his teeth, his shoes already protected with forensic covers that looked a lot like shower caps. A little light penetrated the interior and gave some visibility, but he needed his torch. After stepping off the ladder, he turned and took a couple of steps forward as Matthews followed him down, also with a torch between her teeth. The smell of damp was overpowering as he scanned the floor with the beam of light from his torch, passing over a carpet of rubbish that bore the evidence of hard drugs being used by the shelter's frequenters. He followed the stream of light until suddenly it fell on the naked, mutilated body of the victim. A white girl, aged about 14 years, lying on her back, her limbs twisted and her long brown hair a tangle of matted blood. He turned away in shock and put his hand up to stop Matthews. "Stop," he ordered. "Just wait." He took a couple of deep breaths to combat his rising nausea. "Jesus Christ," he pleaded. "Jesus Christ." "What is it?" Matthews asked, her voice thick with anxiety. Harvey recovered and shined his torch towards the body. "Over there," he told her. Matthews looked to where the light was pointing. It took her a few seconds to process the scene of horror she was looking at before turning away and gagging dryly, the sound of her retching filling the underground shelter. Eventually, she recovered enough to speak. "Dear God, McCoy was right." "Don't assume anything," Harvey warned her, before walking slowly closer to the body, checking the area around it for anything obvious or dangerous, before crouching next to it, sweeping his torch slowly back and forth across the length of the dead girl. The victim had suffered dozens of deep stab wounds all over her body, and her throat had been cut so deeply she was partially decapitated. Her breasts had been removed.
There was a heavy pool of blood around where she lay.
"My God," he whispered, to himself more than Matthews. "Who could do this?"
Matthews didn't answer as she began to walk around the perimeter of the shelter, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand as she swept the floor with her torch beam, highlighting items of bloodied, discarded clothes.
"Looks like our victim's clothing," she said quietly. "Whoever we're looking for wasn't smart enough to take them with him. Place is a forensic treasure chest."
"It'll help us convict him," Harvey told her. "But it'll only help us catch him if he's already on file."
"He has to be," Matthews argued. "No one's going to jump straight in with this as their first offence. Must have been building up to this for years."
Harvey continued to scan the body with his torch. "Probably," he partially agreed. "But not always. There's always the occasional rare one, looking to make a grand entrance."
"You think that's what we've got here?" Matthews asked.
"Don't know." He just shrugged. "Too early to say."
"Wish we had some damn light in here," he complained. "Can hardly see a thing."
He shone his torch on the girl's torso, examining the dozens of puncture wounds that appeared to have been made by a relatively small blade, although he couldn't tell its length. That would have to wait for the post-mortem. He took out his phone and began to take photographs of the body and area around it. There would be plenty of pictures and videos from the scene examination team later, but he liked to have his own to hand when he needed them. "See anything that looks like it could be the weapon?" he asked Matthews as she continued to sweep the cellar. "No," she replied, shaking her head. "Place is a crime scene nightmare. There's crap all over the place. Forensic team are going to love it." "Doesn't look like they used any kind of zombie knife," he said over his shoulder. "Meaning?" she asked. "That the knife wasn't for intimidation?" he questioned. "That it was selected for purpose alone?" "So he was always going to kill her," Matthews concluded. "I think so," he agreed. "If this was a rape gone wrong, if he panicked and killed her to keep her quiet, or maybe because she knew him, I wouldn't expect to see this level of violence. This is rage." "You ever seen anything like this before?" she asked. "Not this bad," he admitted. "Never this much anger." "Are any other teams investigating anything like this?" Matthews checked, more in hope than expectation. "Not that I know," he answered. "And, if they were, I reckon we would have heard about it." "Then this is his first," she concluded. "It would appear so," he agreed. "But one thing's for sure." "What?" Matthews asked. He shined his torch directly on to the dead girl's face, the glow from its light making her pale, blood-stained skin look like a grotesque waxwork. "It won't be his last." "Then this is just the start." Matthews said what they were both thinking. "Only if we don't find him first," Harvey reminded her. "Just pray his DNA is already on file." They took a few seconds to allow what they'd seen and thought to sink in. "This may not have been a rape gone wrong," she reminded him of his earlier statement. "But do you think she was sexually assaulted?" "Almost certainly," he answered. "It fits in with everything else I'm seeing. Type of victim, clothes removed, nature of her injuries. For him, sex and violence are one and the same thing. He probably can't have one without the other. I've no doubt she was raped, but whether it was before or after death, I can't say. Maybe it was both.
if he stayed here for a while, if he wasn't disturbed. "You seem to know a lot about him already," she said, although she'd worked with him long enough to know he was a thinker, someone who'd like to try and get into the mind of the killer and not just see where the hard evidence led. He again scanned the body with his torch, fighting against the revulsion he felt so he could do his job. He didn't want this to be over quickly, he explained. Inflicting this many injuries took time. I just don't see him running away like a scared animal once she was dead. He would have wanted to stay with her. Probably until he was ready to have sex again. With her dead body. Christ! Matthews recoiled from what she was hearing, even though she knew he was probably right. This was probably the greatest moment in his life, he added. He wasn't going to walk away from it until he had to. You said this doesn't look like he killed her because she could have identified him, Matthews reminded him, moving to his side, wincing as she looked at the girl's ravaged body. But could she have known her attacker? He looked around the room, nodding his head. He knew about this place, didn't he? He reminded her. He either brought her here, or he followed her inside. Either way, he'd have to know about this place, which means he's probably local. And if he's local, he may have known her, or at least he'd seen her around, watching her, coveting her, fantasizing about her. No chance he was just passing through and locked onto her? Matthews asked. An opportunistic killer taking his chance? Not in this place. He shook his head. The more I think about it, the surer I am he knew about this place. Maybe she came here to meet someone, she suggested, and he just got lucky and followed her inside. I don't think so. He more or less dismissed it. But we need to keep an open mind. If he's local, Matthews pointed out, it's going to make it a lot easier to flush him out. Only if I'm right, he cautioned her. I've seen enough. We need to scramble the forensic team and give the boss the good news. He looked down at the victim one last time, shaking his head. Christ. What did she do to deserve this? In this place? He asked, with a sense of foreboding. Nothing, Matthews told him, shaking her head. Wrong place, wrong time. It happens sometimes. This one, he's a bolt of lightning. Isn't any reason to it? No doubt, Harvey agreed, his mind racing with thoughts about the man he now had to find before he struck again. But we still have to find him, and this'll have given him a real taste for it. Won't be long before he needs it again. He let out a long sigh before speaking again. Come on, let's get out of here. After escaping the horror of the cellar, they walked back towards the cordon where the crowd had swelled. Harvey's attention was drawn to a woman at the front of the crowd holding a young boy, no more than 10 years old, close to her side. She was clearly very upset and was arguing with one of the uniformed officers, demanding to be let through while begging for information. Harvey made a line straight for her, his instinct telling him the white woman in her mid-40s could somehow be connected to the dead girl. Is there a problem? He asked the uniformed cop. Lady here's worried about her daughter, the officer told him. Oh? He said, turning to the woman. My daughter, the woman managed to say through her distress. She didn't come home. They say you found a body. I need you to calm down a little, he told her as gently as he could, giving her a few seconds to compose herself before he went on. Who said we found a body? People on the estate, she replied. They're all saying it.
They know nothing, he tried to reassure her. But if your daughter's missing, we need to find her. What's her name?
Abigail,
she answered, quickly wiping away tears of fear from her eyes.
Abigail Riley.
And how old is Abigail? He asked.
14, she told him. She's just turned 14.
He felt an old, familiar, sick feeling spreading through him, but managed to keep his expression emotionless. And what does she look like?
I don't know, she said, sounding confused. A little shorter than me, slim, long brown hair.
Can you tell me what she was wearing the last time you saw her?
No,
she stuttered slightly.
I can't remember.
He and Matthews glanced at each other before he turned back to the woman, hoping what he felt in the pit of his stomach wasn't showing on his face. What's your name? He asked her, trying to sound unconcerned.
Sarah, she answered with a shaking voice. Sarah Riley.
You'd better come with us, Sarah, he told her as casually as he could.
Why? She demanded, sounding increasingly panicked. What do you know? Why do you want me to come with you?
If your daughter's missing, you need to come to the station and report it, he explained, although it was only partly the truth. We can take you there, that's all. Is there someone who can look after the boy?
No,
she snapped a little and pulled him closer.
He stays with me.
Fine, he agreed, lifting the cordon tape which he and Matthews ducked underneath before taking Sarah by the arm and leading her past the other onlookers towards their car. He could hear the muttering of the crowd mixed with the odd anti-police shout from further back.
You know something, she told him once they're away from the crowd. I know you know something.
Listen, he tried not to panic her. Your daughter's probably just with her friends, or boyfriend, and has lost track of time. Reporting her missing's just a precaution.
No, she insisted. She's a good girl. She's never been this late and not told me where she is, who she's with.
It's not that late, Matthews joined in, trying to keep her as calm as possible.
But she didn't come home after school, Sarah explained. She would never do that.
Maybe she had an argument with her boyfriend or something, Matthews suggested. She has a boyfriend, right?
Nothing serious, said Sarah, dismissing the idea. Just a kid himself.
I'm sure she'll be fine. Harvey kept up the pretense until finally they reached their car. He opened the rear door for her, but she stopped before getting inside.
What's in that old shelter? She demanded, her eyes red with tears and terror. What did you see?
Nothing, he answered, but he looked as pale as he felt sick. Just...
Don't lie to me, she warned him. I need to know.
Not here, he told her. Not now, please. You and the boy need to get in the car now. She looked to the sky before reluctantly climbing into the back of the car with her boy. Harvey closed the door before getting into the front passenger seat. As the car pulled away, they all settled into an awkward silence. Everybody alone with their thoughts and fears. Harvey sat at a desk he'd borrowed in the CID office of Kilburn Police Station, the closest station to the scene. He sipped a coffee from a polystyrene cup, while the other hand kept the handset of a phone pressed to the side of his face. He paid little attention to the young, casually dressed man who entered the office and headed towards him. Just keep me informed, he told whoever was on the other end of the line, before hanging up and looking at the same young man who now stood on the other side of the desk. Can I help you? He asked, impatiently.
PC Reuben Jameson,
the young cop introduced himself.
I'm from the crime squad here. My sergeant, D.S. Waite, said the MIT were looking for extra bodies to help with their investigation. We are, Harvey confirmed, looking him up and down. How long have you been out of uniform? A few months, Jameson told him. Been on a murder investigation before? He asked. No, Jameson answered, bluntly. I see. Harvey toyed with him, leaning back in his chair. Well, you won't be in the thick of it. Arresting or interviewing suspects. Nothing interesting like that. I understand that, Jameson said. I'd just be glad of the experience. You'll be running uninteresting actions, filing and making tea when you're told to, Harvey explained. Still interested? Yes, Jameson confirmed, sounding enthusiastic. OK then, Harvey agreed. Get yourself over to Collindale tomorrow, 8 a.m, the MIT office. The real work starts then. And wear a suit, if you have one. I'll be there, Jameson assured him, before turning on his heels and marching out the office just as Matthews barreled through the door, almost bumping into him. She strode across the floor and slumped into a chair, having just returned from visiting the forensic team at the crime scene. Where's Mrs. Riley and the boy? She asked, without bothering with any pleasantries. I've got them tucked up in the victim suite, he told her. I couldn't handle any more of her questions and looks. Jesus. You think it's her daughter, then? Matthews told more than asked him. It's not looking good, he admitted, collapsing back into his chair. Did you get what I wanted? Not exactly, Matthews replied as she pulled some Polaroid pictures from her pocket and tossed them on the desk. They wouldn't let me have the actual items. Forensics are very twitchy about that sort of thing. But they took these for me. Harvey picked up the photos and examined them closely. Pictures from the scene of personal items, jewellery, a cheap watch, some clothing. The real things would have been better, he complained. People sometimes don't recognise things in photos they've had for years. She's a mother, Matthews reminded him. If they belong to her daughter, she'll recognise them. I suppose so, he said, as he stood, looking tired and older than his 38 years. Well, might as well get this over with. Waiting won't make it easier. OK, she agreed. Let's get it over with. They walked silently and purposefully along a corridor in the depths of the police station, looking deadly serious as they passed uniformed officers who were chatting and smiling, until finally they arrived at the door of the victim-witness suite. Harvey rested his hand on the handle before looking at Matthews. You ready? She just nodded. He twisted the handle and pushed the door open before they both entered the drab-looking room, furnished with a cheap-looking desk and chairs, along with a shabby but comfortable sofa where Sarah Riley and her boy sat. She jumped from it as soon as she saw them, while the young boy remained seated and silent, eyeing everybody with suspicion. "What's going on here?" she demanded, sounding panicked and afraid. "Why are we still here? Why won't anybody tell me anything?" Matthews gently rested a hand on her shoulder. "Please, we're here to try and give you some answers," he told her. "I can only imagine how difficult this must be for you, but we have some photographs of things we need you to look at. Tell us if you recognise anything in the pictures." I don't understand," Sarah replied, the fear in her eyes growing ever more intense. Harvey took a deep breath before explaining. "They're photos of certain items we found at the crime scene. Personal items. From the crime scene you saw us at."
Sarah clutched at her chest and tried to compose herself before being able to speak.
"What did you find? What did you find in the cellar?"
Harvey knew he couldn't stall telling her any longer. "A young girl," he admitted. "I would say about 14 or 15. Sarah clamped a hand over her mouth as the tears welled in her eyes before spilling over and running down her face. She was dead, Harvey told her the brutal truth. "We believe she was murdered."
"What did she look like?"
Sarah asked, suddenly sounding more stoic, as if bracing herself for the worst. "Mrs. Riley," Harvey tried to explain. "I think it's best."
"What did she look like?"
Sarah demanded, her voice raised.
"Tell me what she looked like."
Harvey took another deep breath before answering. "Slim. Long brown hair."
"No,"
Sarah pleaded as her legs buckled slightly. Harvey noticed it, stepping forward to support her.
"Dear God, please, no."
All the while, the boy sat silent and still, but his eyes wide with fear. After a few seconds, she was able to talk again.
"Can I see her? I need to see her."
"Not yet. I'm sorry," Harvey explained. "We need to be sure first. I need you to look at the photographs." She took another few seconds before nodding her agreement. They all took a seat around the desk, the atmosphere thick with a stifling silence and fear of the inevitable. Harvey spread the photos across the desk. "Take your time. Take as long as you want." Sarah picked up a photo of a necklace and examined it for a few seconds, before again clamping a hand over her mouth and beginning to sob. "Mrs. Riley," Harvey interrupted her grief, "I have to ask. Do you recognize the item in the photograph?" She managed to nod through her tears. "Does the item in the photograph belong to your daughter, Abigail?" Her sobbing deepened. "Mrs. Riley, I'm really sorry, but I have to know." She nodded slowly before managing to speak.
"Yes, it's Abigail's,"
she answered, before randomly picking up other photographs, looking at each one for little more than a second before moving on to the next.
"They're all hers. They're all hers,"
she ranted, before dropping them on the table.
"Can I see her now? I want to see my daughter."
"Sorry," he told her. "Not yet. There are important things we have to do before she can be moved."
"You mean she's still down there?"
She recoiled from his words.
"In that God-forsaken place?"
"We have to take things slowly," he tried to explain. "If we're going to find who did this, we need to do things properly. I'm sorry. She'll be moved later today. Then there'll be a post-mortem examination tomorrow. After that, we'll need you to formally identify her." She closed her eyes, squeezing out more tears.
"Is there a chance? A chance it's not her? That the things got there some other way?"
"There's always a chance," he said, without conviction, moving uncomfortably in his chair. "But I don't want to lie to you, Sarah. I'm so sorry."
"But then there's not even hope,"
she replied, opening her eyes, which again danced over the pictures.
"You can't even give me hope."
Harvey took a while to answer. "We haven't been able to find your husband yet," he moved on, speaking quietly. "He needs to know what's happening. He's not at work, and he hasn't got home yet either. Do you have any idea where he might be?"
try the Red Cow," she answered, with a little bitterness in her voice. "It's on the estate." "Okay," he nodded. "Thank you. Perhaps it would be better if both of you were present at the formal identification?" "We're family," she told him. "We'll be there." Their private sadness was disturbed when the door opened, a young female detective entering before nodding at Harvey. "Mrs. Riley, this is DC Diane Sinclair," he introduced her, "from our family liaison team. She'll be staying with you now, looking after you, answering any questions you might have. It's important you follow her instructions." Sarah just nodded. He stood slowly, Matthews following his lead. "There's a lot of things I need to do. Anything you need, just ask DC Sinclair." "Find him," she said angrily, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. "Find whoever did this. I want you to find him." "We will," he assured her. "I promise you, we will." "I want justice," she demanded. "An eye for an eye." "I'm really sorry," he told her. "I have to go now. As soon as we know something, you'll be informed. In the meantime, if you think of anything we should know about, tell DC Sinclair straight away. I'll see you at the formal identification, if not before. We'll do everything we can to catch whoever did this." "Just find him," she said, choking as her throat tightened with grief. "Find him and lock him up forever. I want to know he's rotting in some prison somewhere, that he'll never get out." "I will," he promised. "You have my word." Chapter 5. Montreal, 2019. Harvey stood in the line for passport control at Montreal Airport, feeling tired and sick after the long flight. Finally, he was waved forward by the bored-looking immigration officer. He stepped up to the cubicle and handed his passport over. "Good morning," the officer greeted him politely. "Morning," he replied tiredly, surprised at the unexpected friendly welcome. He reminded himself he was in Canada and not the United States. "Can I ask you what brings you to Canada?" the officer asked cheerfully. "Visiting my daughter," he lied. "She married a Canadian and moved over here a few years ago." "She live in Montreal?" the officer inquired. "No." He stuck to his cover story. "She lives in a small town, about 100 miles from here. Moorcroft? You know it?" "No." The officer shook his head slightly. "Can't say I do." He examined the passport for a few seconds before looking up at Harvey. "What do you do for a living back in England?" "I'm a cop," he admitted. "Detective Sergeant with the Metropolitan Police." The officer looked at him for what appeared a long time before tapping the passport and handing it back to him. "Have a nice stay," he told him. "Thanks," Harvey replied, taking his passport back. "I will." He walked through the checkpoint and into Canada. An hour later, Harvey entered his nondescript hotel room and threw his small suitcase onto the bed before walking to the window and looking out over the view of Montreal. After a few minutes, he returned to the suitcase, opened it, and searched inside for a wash bag. As soon as he found it, he unzipped it and began to carefully empty and line up the contents on his bedside cabinet, coughing slightly as he did so. The bag contained multiple small plastic bottles and packets of drugs for the treatment of cancer. He opened 3 of the bottles, took a pill from each, and tossed them into his mouth, swallowing them without water before returning his attentions to the suitcase from which he pulled a plain, brown cardboard file from inside.
He flicked it open to reveal a mugshot photograph of how Peter Delph looked today, 4 years since he saw him.
Last time, he whispered to himself. Last time.
Harvey drove the plain-looking hire car through rural Quebec, paying little attention to the beautiful scenery as he thought of what lay ahead. His mind wandered to his dead wife and how alone he was now. His life like an empty shell that used to be inhabited with life, but no longer. He suddenly began to cough and reached for one of the bottles of pills that were scattered across the passenger seat. He managed to undo the lid of the bottle with one hand before tipping several pills into his mouth and swallowing dryly. "Fuck," he grimaced as he sped past a road sign saying, "Welcome to Moorcroft, population 2,368. "Christ," he moaned and eased down on the accelerator. A short drive later, he stood on the pavement of a quiet street and closed the car door behind him as he looked towards the small, ramshackle house on the outskirts of the small town that had seemingly been forgotten by the rest of the world. He walked along the short, cluttered path and knocked on the front door just loud enough to alert the occupier he was there without attracting the attention of any neighbours. He heard someone inside the house approaching and saw the handle turn just before the door was opened wide by the man now known as Peter Delph, dressed in his dirty work clothes, who looked him up and down, nodding his head slowly. "Hello, Peter," Harvey greeted him. "You?" Delph acknowledged him after a few seconds. "We need to talk," Harvey told him, but he didn't reply. "Aren't you going to ask me in?" It was more of an order than a question, and Delph knew it as he stepped aside, allowing him to enter before he sloped off to the kitchen, followed by Harvey, who took time to take in his surroundings. Once they reached the unkempt, old-fashioned kitchen, Delph took a seat at the small table. Harvey sat opposite. "How have you been keeping?" he asked. "I hear you still work at the mill." Delph took his time lighting a cigarette. "Job sucks," he finally answered. "Just like everything else here." He ignored his complaining and pulled a file from his small briefcase before opening it and ceremonially laying it on the table in front of him. He took a pen from his jacket pocket and prepared to make notes. "Questions," he told Delph, who took a long drag of his cigarette before tapping the ash from the end into a mug of cold coffee. "Have you any reason to believe anyone you've come into contact with may suspect your true identity?" Harvey began. "Yeah," he smiled falsely. "Next door's fucking dog." Harvey fixed him with a cold stare before continuing. "We've got a lot to get through, and I've got a flight to catch. This'll go a lot better if you just answer the questions." Delph gave a bored sigh before answering. "No." He shook his head. "No one knows who I am. No one round here knows fuck all about fuck all. Too busy interbreeding to give a fuck what's going on in the world." "Have you been having trouble with anyone?" he pressed on. "Anyone giving you a hard time for reasons you don't understand?" "After where I've been," Delph replied. "Feltham, Belmarsh. You really think any of these pricks could scare me?" "That's not what I asked," Harvey told him. Delph leaned back in his chair. No one's giving me a hard time." Harvey scribbled some quick notes in the file. "Have you formed any relationships? Close friends, or a sexual partner, or partners?" Delph gave a short laugh. "Do whores count?" "No," Harvey answered. "No, they do not." "Then no," he told him. the smile having disappeared from his face. "No friends, no partners. You lot saw to that." "You know the deal, Peter," he reminded him. "Long-term, intimate relationships, marriage, are not possible. They would be based on a lie. Legally, we'd be obliged to inform them of your past." "That's what it comes down to, isn't it?" Delph asked. "I have a past, but no future. This isn't a life." Harvey looked around the dingy room. "You come home from work. Nobody tells you what to do," he argued. "You can cook and eat what you like. Have a beer or a glass of wine. Watch your own TV. Nobody tells you what time to go to bed or when to get up. You can go into town, get drunk. It could be worse, Peter. It could be a lot worse." "Worse?" Delph disagreed. "What could be worse than spending the rest of my life paying for a crime I didn't commit?" Harvey leaned back in his chair and sighed. 9 months ago, during a routine check on your computer, we found hidden images of pornography. "So?" He tried to dismiss it. "I'm a red-blooded male. What do you want from me?" "Images of teenage girls being violently raped," Harvey accused him. "It wasn't real," Delph argued. "It was staged. They were actors." "And your latest psychological report," Harvey continued, "states you're resentful, antisocial, and that you display considerable psychopathic traits." "So what?" he shrugged. "Doesn't make me guilty of what happened to that girl." "Her name was Abigail," Harvey reminded him bitterly. "Abigail Riley." "What about that bastard?" Delph asked after a few seconds. "Checked his computer as well, have you?" "Clean," Harvey told him. "And his psych reports?" he pried. "Basically normal," Harvey shared with him. Although he was shown to be deeply regretful and slightly depressed. "Then he worked out how to fake it," Delph sneered. "We shouldn't discuss him anymore." Harvey decided he'd revealed enough. "We shouldn't discuss him ever again. It could lead to a compromise." "Going to see him, are you?" Delph wouldn't let it go. "Pay him a little visit, like the one you're paying me?" "Maybe," Harvey answered, his tone betraying nothing. "Maybe not." "Tell that cunt I said hello," he told him, before taking a long drag on his cigarette. "My advice?" Harvey replied. "Forget him. Accept your guilt, maybe even admit it, and get on with the rest of your life." "I'll never give you bastards the satisfaction," Delph swore. Harvey took a deep breath through his nose before getting back to business. "Have you received any unpleasant or threatening phone calls?" Delph took another long drag on his cigarette as he shook his head. "No," he answered. "Nothing." Harvey made a few more notes. "Any text messages or emails we need to be concerned about?" He answered, before changing the subject. "You don't look too good." "Sick. You dying or something?" he asked with an unpleasant smile. "It would be unlucky for you if I was," Harvey answered, wiping the smile from his face. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked, suspicious. "Nothing." Harvey dismissed it before quickly moving on. "Has anyone looked like they might be following you? Watching you?" "No," Delph assured him, looking bored again. "Any concerns at all?" Harvey threw it open. "You're joking, right?" Delph laughed, looking around the small kitchen. "Take a look around you." "I was talking about your safety," Harvey clarified. Delph sat silently for a while before ignoring the question. You came a hell of a long way to ask a few stupid questions. I'm one of only a very few people who know your true identity and location, he explained. The fewer who know, the better. Yeah, Delph said, leaning forward. But you could have sent somebody else. So, why you? Harvey stood and packed his briefcase, ignoring the question. We're done here, he told him. Good luck, Peter. It's been a long journey, but it's come to an end now. For me, at least. We won't be seeing each other again. Ever. Is that why you came this time? Delph asked. To take one last look at your prize before quitting the police or something? Something like that, Harvey answered. Goodbye, Peter. You take care of yourself. Delph didn't reply as his eyes followed Harvey out of the room and towards the exit. When he heard the front door slam, he took a nervous drag on his cigarette before dumping it into the mug he'd been using as an ashtray and immediately lit another. Fuck, he cursed bitterly. Fucking cops. Fuck 'em all. Chapter 6. London, 2020. Jimmy Riley was busy fitting a new tyre to a wheel in the quick-fit garage he worked in. He looked bored and frustrated when his boss appeared, looking down on him disapprovingly. Get a move on, Riley, he ordered. You ain't getting paid by the hour. Jimmy increased his pace, but didn't try to hide his annoyance or dislike of the man. He rushed to finish the job and headed to the back room where he was changing out of his overalls when his boss came in looking for him. Where the fuck do you think you're going? The overweight man in his late 40s asked. My shift's over, Jimmy told him. I've had enough of this place for one day. Put your overalls back on, Riley, his boss ordered. I need you to work overtime. Jimmy ignored him and continued to get changed. Like I said, my shift's over. Do the overtime, Riley, or don't bother coming back tomorrow, his boss demanded. Jimmy moved close to his boss, showing no fear or respect. I said, I've had enough, he snarled. Fine, his boss agreed, taking a few steps back. But you owe me one. Jimmy smiled unpleasantly and walked past him, brushing his shoulder across the man as he did so, before walking out of the front of the garage and into the street where the rain teemed down, hands deep in his pockets, his face tilted to one side to keep the freezing pellets of water from his eyes. He hurried along a street in Kilburn, North London, before stopping outside a cheap-looking cafe. It had pictures of the food on the laminated menus, and everything appeared to come with chips. He walked inside, closed the door, and unzipped his jacket while he scanned the few customers there, before heading to his usual seat, one of 4 around a small square table. The young waitress spoke to him from behind the counter. All right, Jimmy? She asked. Your usual? Yeah, thanks, he replied, taking his seat and pulling out his phone that he immediately began playing on, oblivious to the world and to the sound of the cafe's phone ringing that was soon answered by the waitress, her words loud enough to be heard by everyone. Hello, she greeted the caller, before suddenly looking confused. Yeah, he's here, she continued, before coming from behind the counter and heading to Jimmy's table, making him look up as she hovered close by. It's for you. What? He asked, sounding puzzled. She held the phone out for him. They say they want to speak to you. He tentatively took the phone and held it to his face. Hello? James Riley? The muffled or distorted voice of a man he didn't recognise asked. "Who wants to know?" he questioned cautiously. "Just tell me," the man asked. "Are you still interested in finding the men who killed your sister?" He was in shock for a few seconds and couldn't talk until he answered in little more than a whisper. "Why are you asking me this? Who are you? If you're a journalist, I swear I'm not a journalist, Jimmy," the voice cut him off. "Just someone trying to do the right thing. Someone trying to help you." Jimmy looked all around the cafe to make sure no one was paying too much attention to him. "Why do you want to help me?" "I told you," the man replied. "I just want to do the right thing." "Why should I trust you?" Jimmy asked. "How can I believe you when I don't even know who you are?" "You don't need to know who I am," the voice answered. "Just that I'm your only hope of ever finding them." There was a silence while Jimmy considered what to do next. His desire to want to believe the mystery caller battling with his natural inclination to be suspicious, as he'd trained himself to be ever since he lost his sister. "Well?" the voice pressed him. "How do I even know you can help me?" Jimmy asked. "Look under the table," the man instructed. "On the chair, next to you." Jimmy tensed. "You're watching me." "Relax," he assured him. "I'm not watching you. Let's just say I know your habits." Jimmy nervously pulled the seat next to him out and immediately saw a large brown paper envelope lying on it. He carefully lifted it. "Do you have it?" "What is it?" Jimmy asked, his mind racing with possibilities. "It's the answers you've been looking for," the anonymous caller told him. "Be careful when you open it. Don't let anyone else see what's inside." He carefully opened the envelope and half pulled the contents out, peeking inside, where he saw photographs of two separate men, along with other documents. "What's this?" "It's the men you've been looking for," he was told. "As they are today. Everything you need is there. What they look like, where they work, where they live." "How did you get this?" Jimmy asked, suspiciously. "You don't need to know," the man assured him. "I have connections. A lot of people want to see them get what they deserve. Let's just say someone passed the information on to me, and now I'm giving it to you. But take some advice. Don't go after them yourself. You'll be the first person the police will look at. You need distance." "What do you mean?" he whispered. "Find someone," the man explained. "Find someone who knows what they're doing. You'll need money. There's a piece of paper in the envelope. It has a number you can reach me on. When you need money, call me and it can be arranged. Only ever use that number and show it to no one. It can't be traced. And don't use your own phone. Buy a pay-as-you-go phone with cash and use only that. Keep it secret from everybody and hidden somewhere safe. Same goes for the other things. Don't keep anything I've given you in your house or anywhere the police know you have access to. Hide them well. Understand?" Jimmy nodded subconsciously. "I understand." "You have everything you need for now," the man told him. "Goodbye, Jimmy." "Wait," Jimmy said, but the line went dead. He stared at the envelope for a few seconds before slipping it into his jacket. He jumped to his feet, crossed the cafe, and headed through the door into the rainy street outside. He arrived home shortly after and went to the kitchen, where his mother was sitting at the table, smoking and looking her usual sad self. She looked up when she saw him enter. "Everything all right?" she asked. He took his time before answering, making sure he would be calm and steady when he spoke. "I know where they are, Ma," he told her. "Both of them." Her jaw dropped slightly open, instinctively knowing who he was talking about. "How?" she demanded. "How could you know that?" "Someone gave me this," he explained, pulling the envelope from his jacket and dropping it on the table in front of her. "One's in Canada, one's in New Zealand. I even have their addresses. Everything." "Who?" she asked, her voice thick with suspicion. "Who gave you this?" "I don't know," he admitted. "I only spoke to them on the phone." "You don't even know who they are?" she asked, increasingly afraid. "No," he confirmed, more excited than concerned. "Then you can't possibly trust them," she insisted, "or this information." Jimmy angrily picked up the envelope and tipped the contents onto the table, jabbing his finger into the photographs of the two men. "Look at the photographs, Ma," he ordered. "It's them." There was a moment's silence before she lifted a photograph of one of the men, before throwing it back onto the table as if it had burnt her fingers. "Dear Jesus." "The information's good, Ma," he tried to persuade her. "I just know it is." "But why would they give it to you, Jimmy?" she pleaded. "Why?" "A lot of people would like to see them get what they deserve," he shrugged. "The man who gave me the information said it had been leaked to him." She looked down at the photographs and documents. "By someone in the government or the police, maybe?" she suggested. "Jesus, Jimmy. What if someone is trying to set you up?" "Like who?" He dismissed it. "Who cares about me? I'm nothing to them. The police, the government. Why should they want to set me up? I haven't done anything wrong." "What if it's a journalist trying to use you to create a story?" she went on, her eyes darting from picture to picture. "You know what those bastards can be like." "How would a journalist get this sort of information?" he asked. "These photographs?" "I don't know," she admitted. "By paying a bent copper? Someone at the CPS? I don't know." He considered it for a few seconds before discounting it. "No, I don't think so. Something about this feels real. At the very least, I need to check it out." "What?" Sarah snapped at him. "You're not actually thinking of going after them?" "Don't start that again, Ma," he told her, his frustration growing. "If the information is genuine, then you know I have to go after them. I've waited all these years. It's what I've lived for." "It'll be what you die for if you go after them," she warned him. "I need to do this," he sighed. She pushed the photographs away from her and looked into his eyes. "These animals took my little girl and my husband. Now they want to take you, too." He sat slowly at the table. "It'll be different this time," he reassured her. "This time they'll be the ones to suffer." "No," she told him. "I don't want them to suffer. We're not monsters like them." "So, you agree to it?" he asked, interpreting her words as consent. "That's not what I said," she corrected him. "Sounded that way," he argued, "like you wanted them put down like the rabid dogs they are." "No," she insisted, but her voice wavered as her eyes darted from side to side as she battled with her conscience. "This isn't me." "Abigail," he reminded her. "Dad. They took them both from us, and much more, too. You and me, left behind, treated like some sort of freak show." "But to take a life," she argued, with the voices in her head more than Jimmy. "It's wrong. It can never be right." "They're not people," he tried to persuade her.
We wouldn't be taking human lives. We'd be ridding the world of a couple of monsters." She didn't reply, but he could see that she was deep in thought, an inner conflict raging inside her. "It's the right thing to do, Ma," he insisted, as he stretched his hands across the table and wrapped them around hers. "You must have thought about it," he pressed her. "Must have wanted it. The chance to find them and finish this." "But revenge," she continued to battle with herself. "It's wrong." "Well, now is our chance," he told her. "We know where they are, what they look like." I just can't." She shook her head. "Remember what that cop as good as told us?" He changed tack. "D.S. Harvey. He said they'd do it again if they ever got the chance. That they were serial killers in waiting. If not for Abigail, then we owe it to other families to stop them tearing them apart like they did us. We owe it, Ma." "Harvey said they'd be watched," she reminded him. "That they wouldn't be able to." "You can't be sure of that," he warned her. "If they're the sort of killers Harvey thought, then they'll find a way. When they see an opportunity, they'll take it. More victims. More families destroyed. Is that what you want?" "How can you even ask me something like that?" she snapped, before looking away. She took a few seconds before continuing, speaking slowly and forebodingly. "If we do this, we do no more than put them out of their misery." "Fine," he quickly agreed, sounding relieved. "Fine," he repeated, more reluctantly. There was a long silence before Sarah spoke again. "Do you think it could have been him?" she suddenly asked. "Who?" Jimmy shook his head, confused. "D.S. Harvey," she answered. "Could it have been him?" "Harvey?" Jimmy repeated, as he considered it before shaking his head. "No. Why would he tell us now? I practically begged him to help us find them before, and he never did. Always reminding us he's a cop, telling me to move on with my life. No, it's not him." She considered telling him that she too had secretly begged him to help her, only to be refused, but decided not to. "Then we don't know who we're dealing with," she warned him. "No," he agreed. "But I have to trust them. This could be the only chance I'll ever have of finding them." "You'll need money," she said quietly. "I can get the money," he told her. "Where from?" she asked. Jimmy just shrugged. "This person who contacted you, did they offer to give you money?" "Yeah," he answered. "You can't trust them, Jimmy," she insisted. "I'll give you the money." "You can't," he explained. "One of the first things the police will look for is any large withdrawals from your bank." "It's not in any bank," she surprised him. "The police will never know." She took a deep breath. "You'll need other things too." "Get me the money, and I'll get what I need," he told her. "Aye, and you'd know where to go for these things, would you?" She mocked him slightly to make her point. "Who to see?" "I'll find out," he replied, irritably. "I'll be fine." "No," she insisted, lowering her voice as if they could be overheard. "You need to go and see your Uncle Eamon in Belfast. He'll know what to do. Get you the things you need." "Your brother?" he asked, sounding surprised. "Yes," she answered. "There's things about Eamon you never knew. Things that are never discussed. He'll help you if I ask him to." "Fine," he agreed, before looking at her in silence. "What is it?" she asked, sensing his hesitation. "Why are you helping me?" he asked. "You've always told me I was wrong to want justice for Abigail." "Maybe I changed my mind longer ago than you know," she replied. "Why?" he asked. "Because I can't stand seeing it destroy you," she told him. "I don't want to lose you as well to those animals. We do this smart, then you come back to me. You forget any of it ever happened and start to live your life like Abigail would have wanted you to. Agreed?" He nodded his head before answering. Agreed. She got to her feet, looking down on the photographs of her daughter's killers. "Go get your things ready. I'll tell Eamon you're coming." Chapter 7. London, 2005. Harvey walked through the modern corridors of Colindale Police Station with his boss, DCI Louise Richards, a tall, slim woman in her mid-40s, dressed in a sleek suit with an expensive haircut. Her appearance contrasted sharply with his own. Harvey was almost 10 years younger, average height and heavily built, wearing his old suit, his brown hair a dishevelled mess. They discussed the new case as they walked. "Has the briefing been organised?" Richards asked in her clipped accent that matched her look perfectly. "Yes, boss," he answered. "I got hold of most of the team. Pretty much everyone should be there." "Good," she replied, without looking at him. "We need to get a move on with this one. I visited the scene this morning. Looked like a bloody slaughterhouse. I've got a horrible feeling whoever did this will do it again, unless we stop him. Serial killers are bad for the reputation of the Met, and bad news for careers. Know what I'm saying?" "Yes, boss," he told her. Not that he really cared about either. "Any early clues? Anything to suggest we can get someone in custody within hours instead of days?" she asked with a sense of urgency. "Any local nutters or sex offenders people are pointing the finger at? Family members?" "No," Harvey answered. "Not yet." "Shame," she told him with a disappointed frown as they swept into the main incident room where there were about 15 detectives gathered. The room was full of cheap desks, chairs, computers, with clothing and bits of kit scattered everywhere. Large whiteboards stood at the front of the room, already adorned with photos of the victim and the crime scene. Richards called everyone to attention. "All right, everyone, drop what you're doing and listen in," she ordered. "As no doubt you all know by now, we've inherited a new investigation. The other MITs in North London are already busy with new cases, so we get this one. And it's a bad one. As bad as I've ever seen." She paused for a few seconds to be sure her warning had been heeded. "Young girl, about 14 years old," she continued. "Believed to be Abigail Riley, although not formally identified yet. Found naked in an old bomb shelter on the Falmouth estate in Kilburn. She has multiple stab wounds and her throat was cut so deeply her head was partially severed. There's evidence of sexual assault. Her breasts were also removed. As yet, they have not been found." She looked around at the concerned faces of the gathered detectives. "So far, there are no leads, no obvious clues, and no indication of an early arrest. But that could all change once we start knocking on doors, which is exactly what we're going to do. DS Coley will sort out some door-to-door teams and assign them streets and blocks. Somebody, somewhere, knows something. Somebody saw something, or heard something. Let's find them, and find them quickly. Davy and Sam," she addressed two of the team. "You two take care of checking local intelligence records and the sexual offenders register. Our boy may not have killed before, but he's offended. You don't just jump in at this level. It's a progression. Early signs are he's left us plenty of material that should yield DNA, but
It'll take time to process. I'd rather not wait around for the results, so let's find him the old-fashioned way, and let's do it quickly. Media are all over this already. Just the sort of unpleasantness they like. So be careful who you're talking to, and let's beat them to the punchline. We have the family tucked away in the safe house with family liaison. It'll keep the press off their backs for now, but we can't keep them there forever. I can't stress enough the importance of catching this bastard fast. Chances are, now he's crossed the line and killed someone, he'll have a real taste for it. It's only a matter of time before he goes after someone else. Is it possible he could just stop? A female detective in her late 20s asked. That this was just a one-off attack. Maybe something just made him flip. Personally, I don't think so, Richards replied. But D.S. Harvey has more experience with these sorts of crimes than me. She looked at Harvey, who was already looking uncomfortable. Fraser? He nervously cleared his throat before beginning. We're keeping an open mind. It's early days, but I believe it'll only be a one-off attack if we make it that way, and we only do that by finding him quickly. It's possible that the motivation for her murder was something we haven't uncovered yet, that the mutilation is designed to throw us off the scent. But, personally, I don't think so. Then, what do you think? The female detective pushed. The eyes of the office burnt into him. Well, I believe the motive for the attack was sexual, and that her killer probably knew her, or at least had followed her. What makes you say that? The same detective interrupted. Because of where he attacked her, he explained. Only a local could have known about something like that. Or he watched her and followed her inside, knew her movements, and he did all this in broad daylight. A stranger would be spotted quickly in a place like the Falmouth estate, so he either watched her from the safety of perhaps his own house or flat, or he was able to move around the estate without looking out of place. Someone people there are used to seeing.
Seems like we're drawing a lot of conclusions from not much information.
An older male detective spoke up.
How can we be so sure the killer wasn't just passing through? Saw an opportunity and took it?
No, Harvey insisted, sounding a little frustrated. Killers of this type aren't drawn to residential areas like this to commit their crimes. Too risky, too frightening. Frightening? Another detective asked. They like to operate in a comfort zone, Harvey told them, which means an area they know well and feel safe in. A travelling killer is a very rare animal. Whoever killed her will be close. We just have to find him. All right, Richards came to his rescue. One thing's for sure, we won't find him hanging around here, but when you're knocking on doors, remember what D.S. Harvey's just told you. We're probably looking for a local man. So, anyone comes across a bit strange, a bit evasive, don't fuck about. Nick them and search their home. You never know your luck. OK, people, let's get on with it. Check with D.S. Harvey and D.S. Coley for your assignments, and let's get this solved before anyone has a chance to accuse us of dragging our feet. You all know what you have to do. The meeting started to break up just as Harvey's phone started to ring. He answered it cautiously. Hello? This is Sergeant Newton, the voice on the other end of the line told him. Coroner's officer. Thought you want to know the girl's body has been moved from the scene? Where to? He asked. The Royal Free, Newton told him. Any idea when you'd like the post-mortem done? As soon as possible, he replied. OK, Newton agreed. I'll tell the pathologist you're on your way. I'll be there, he assured him, before turning to Richards. Trouble? She asked. No, he explained. Coroner's officer. The body's been moved from the scene, taken to the Royal Free. They can do the post-mortem as soon as we can get there. Good, Richard said, although her expression betrayed her true feeling.
I'll go myself. You can come with me, unless there's someplace else you need to be. No, he insisted. I want to go. She looked him up and down a little suspiciously. You want to go to the post-mortem of a 14-year-old girl? Seems like the right thing to do, Harvey shrugged. And? She pressed him, knowing him well enough to know there was more to his motivation than sentiment. And I might see something, he admitted. Might learn something about who we're looking for. Very well, she agreed. Well, it won't get any easier the longer we wait. Shall we? She asked, turning on her heels and heading for the exit before he could answer. A teenage boy, no older than 16, walked along the outside walkway of a block on the Falmouth estate. He stopped at a front door and immediately knocked on it, shifting from foot to foot as he waited for an answer. After a few seconds, the door was opened by his friend, Paul Anderson, an unattractive 15-year-old dressed in a dark blue tracksuit that did nothing to flatter his skinny physique. Yeah? Anderson asked, bluntly. The teenage boy looked him up and down before answering excitedly. What you doing hanging around at home, man? Ain't you heard? Heard what? Anderson asked, sounding disinterested. Abigail Riley, bro, the boy explained. She's gone missing. People are saying the body the old Bill found in the bomb shelter is Abigail's. People are saying she was murdered, bro. Abigail? Anderson repeated her name, looking even paler than usual. Yeah, the boy confirmed. Abigail Riley. Fuck! What's the matter with you? You look like you've seen a ghost. Did you know her or something? Yes, he stuttered slightly. Oh, the boy said, looking a little sheepish. Sorry, man. I didn't know. I mean, I saw her around a bit, Anderson clarified. Talked to her a couple of times. Listen, whatever, man. The boy dismissed it, suddenly in a hurry again. Some of the parents are organising a search party. They're trying to get as many people as they can to join in. We're going to search the whole estate, you know, like you see people on TV doing. What's the point in searching for her if you know she's already dead? Anderson asked, sounding confused. Not for Abigail, the other boy explained. For clues and stuff, bro, you know? We might even find the killer, hiding on the estate somewhere. Listen. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. I've heard some people saying if they find him, they ain't going to hand him over to the old Bill. They're going to take care of him themselves. Take care of him? Anderson asked, sounding concerned. You know, the boy said. Do him, bro. They're going to do him. How? Anderson naively inquired. I don't know. The boy shrugged, as if it wasn't important. Come on, bro, let's go. Everyone's meeting outside the Red Cow. He started to walk away, but Anderson didn't follow. Come on. What are you waiting for? I'll meet you there in a minute, Anderson nervously replied. I just have to do something first. Don't be long, the boy warned him, shaking his head. They won't wait for you. Don't worry about me, Anderson reassured him. I'll catch you up. Whatever. The boy shrugged before walking away. As soon as he was sure he'd gone, he closed the door and stood with his back against it, closing his eyes for a few seconds. Fuck, he swore. Fuck. Fuck. He pulled his mobile from his trouser pocket and called the number. After a few seconds, it was answered by a voice he knew well. Hello? Chapter 8. Belfast, 2020. A nondescript taxi pulled up outside a typical small terraced house in Belfast. Jimmy climbed from the back of the cab, carrying a small travel bag, and paid the driver through the window with cash before walking to the door of the house and knocking.
He stood back and waited for an answer. A few seconds later, the door was opened by his uncle, Eamon Rafferty, who smiled as he looked him up and down. "Jimmy!" Rafferty greeted him as he stepped into the street and embraced him. "It's been a long time. Last time I saw you, you were still knee-high to a grasshopper." Jimmy smiled with nervous embarrassment. Suddenly, Rafferty sighed sadly. "I think you'd better come in." He ushered Jimmy inside, checking the street in both directions before closing the door and leading Jimmy through the house to the kitchen. "Sit down, son," Rafferty told him. "I'll put the kettle on." Jimmy sat at the table, looking uncomfortable as Rafferty paced around the room, preparing the tea, occasionally pulling aside the net curtains and looking into the street. "Still have to be careful, you know," Rafferty explained. "They tell me the troubles are over. Doesn't feel like it most of the time. Old scores to settle. You understand?"
"Were you involved?" Jimmy asked, naively. "In the troubles?" Rafferty moved away from the window and sat opposite him.
"Well now," he smiled mischievously, "that's not something I'd be wanting to discuss with my sister's kid." There was a long silence, broken only by the sound of crockery being gathered and a kettle boiling, as Rafferty studied the young man sitting in front of him. "So," he suddenly said, "why don't you tell me why you're here, Jimmy? Your mother couldn't say too much on the phone. Cursed things aren't to be trusted. You remember that, son?"
"Unfinished business," Jimmy told him, trying to sound tough.
"Oh, aye," Rafferty smiled wryly. "And what would that be?"
"Abigail's killers," he broke the news. "They're out."
The smile fell from Rafferty's face. "You mean released?"
"Yes," he answered. "But I know where they are."
"London?" Rafferty asked.
"No," Jimmy explained. "They've moved them out the country, given them new names."
Rafferty suddenly looked suspicious. "How do you know all this?"
"I was contacted by someone," he told his uncle. "They gave me this."
He opened his travel bag and pulled away a false lining to reveal the envelope.
"Everything I need is in here."
Rafferty, unfazed, poured boiling water into the teapot and set it down on the table before sitting opposite Jimmy and sliding the envelope across to himself. He half pulled the contents out before pushing them back in and dropping the envelope onto the table as if it could poison him. "And who is this person who contacted you?"
"I don't know," he admitted. "The contact is by telephone only."
"Then how did you get this?" He looked at the envelope. "Material to you?"
"He left it in a place he knew I'd be," he replied.
"Then he'd been watching you," Rafferty observed, his eyes growing narrow.
"I suppose," he shrugged.
Rafferty nodded as he thought about what he was being told. "Do you think he knows you?"
"He at least knows of me," Jimmy concluded.
Rafferty mused, leaning back in his chair, not speaking.
"Ma's afraid someone could be trying to set me up," said Jimmy, breaking up the tension.
"I don't see it," Rafferty dismissed it. "What are you to them? The brother of a victim. No reason to set you up."
"To get to you," he suggested, "because of your past?"
"They couldn't have known you'd come to me. Then even if they did, this would be blatant entrapment," Rafferty explained. "They'd never get away with it. Back in the day, maybe Special Branch would have tried it, but not now."
"What about the military?" Jimmy asked.
Rafferty laughed slightly. "They don't give a flying fuck about us anymore.
Too busy with ISIS and the far right to worry about us. More likely to ask for our help these days than try and fuck us. Jimmy sipped his tea as he tried to think of something else. Ma thought maybe a journalist trying to use me to create a story, he remembered. Clever woman, your ma, Rafferty smiled warmly. If anyone is trying to play you, then I reckon that'd be it. You think that's what's happening? He asked. Best to be wary of everything, Rafferty warned him. Always assume the worst. It's kept me alive a lot longer than I should have been. Could I have been followed here? He asked, sounding concerned. Led them here. Relax, Rafferty smiled. The cab driver who brought you here's an old friend. He knows what he's doing. Trust me, you weren't followed. Jimmy looked confused. Did you really think that was a random cab you were getting into? You've got a lot to learn, son. Rafferty leaned forward. So, assuming this information is true, what do you intend to do about it? Find them, he answered, and kill them. Ma said you could get me things I'd need. Really? Rafferty said, leaning away again, studying Jimmy hard. Ever been in trouble, Jimmy? With the police? I suppose, he answered. Couple of times. What for? Drunk and disorderly, he admitted. Fighting? Convicted? Yeah, he replied with a shrug. And where are these men you intend to find and kill? Rafferty asked, condescendingly. Canada, he told him, and New Zealand. Rafferty gave a short, ironic laugh. Good luck getting into either of those countries with a criminal record. I thought maybe you could get me something, Jimmy explained. A false passport or something. Rafferty ran his hand through his thick brown hair. Jesus, Jimmy, he argued. Even if I could get you a passport, get you close enough to these bastards, what are you going to do? Walk up to them and stick a knife into their chests? Kill them with your bare hands? I thought you might know someone who could get me a gun, he replied. And what the fuck would you do with a gun, son? Rafferty asked, sounding frustrated and a little annoyed. The reality of his past, a stark contrast to Jimmy's ignorance of the situation and how things really happened. Have you even fired one? No, he admitted, looking crestfallen. No, Rafferty rubbed it in. I fucking thought not. He took a deep breath before continuing. Hell of a thing to kill a man, Jimmy, he warned him. Haunts you forever. Even with a couple of animals like these bastards. I don't care, he argued. With or without your help, I'm going to find them, and I'm going to kill them. The room fell into a deep silence before Rafferty spoke again. Aye, he said sadly. I suppose you are. But it's not the way things get done. Not in the real world. Not in my world. I don't understand, Jimmy told him, shaking his head. Rafferty lowered his voice to a whisper, looking and sounding deadly serious. If they go down, you need to be back home in London with plenty of witnesses, he explained. You're too close to this. You'll be the first person the police think of. Best you have an alibi. How then? He asked. Rafferty took a second to answer. You need to go see a man. A friend of mine. Not that anyone knows it. Who? Jimmy pressed. The best I've ever known, Rafferty told him, before letting out a long sigh. Someone who the authorities never connected to the organization. Totally unknown to the police. A ghost. He received his orders from me, And me alone. No one else ever even met him. He would never allow it. Now, things have changed. He no longer works for anyone but himself. For the right money, and so long as there's no innocence involved, he may consider taking the job on.
Where do I find him?
Jimmy rushed him. I can arrange it, Rafferty nodded slowly. If you're absolutely sure it's what you want.
I'm sure,
he insisted. Rafferty sighed deeply again. Really? Then on your head be it, son, he told him, leaning in closer. On your head be it. Jimmy entered a smart pub-cum-restaurant in the countryside outside Belfast, scanning the customers as he headed towards the bar, behind which a white man in his late 30s, slim but muscular, with short fair hair, stood polishing wine glasses. The man immediately looked up when he saw Jimmy approaching, before quickly glancing at an older man who was sitting in the corner of the pub, close to the door, subtly shaking his head, as if to let the man know there was no need for him to be concerned. The man nodded back at him once, just as Jimmy reached the bar.
I'm looking for someone called Liam,
Jimmy told the man behind the counter.
Liam O'Doherty?
And who are you? The man asked, casually.
Jimmy,
he answered, looking all around him.
Jimmy Riley.
The barman studied him hard for a few seconds, his piercing blue eyes cutting through him.
Who sent you?
Jimmy looked a little confused.
Are you O'Doherty? He asked.
Just answer the question, the man told him, matter-of-factly, as he continued to polish a glass. He hesitated before answering, feeling very much out of his depth, for the first time since leaving London, wondering if he hadn't made a serious mistake, walking into a world he knew nothing about.
My uncle,
he managed to say.
Eamon Rafferty. He said Liam O'Doherty could help me.
Is that what he said? The barman asked, nodding knowingly as he studied Jimmy. Come on, he said, after what seemed an age. We'll talk in the back. He lifted up the bar hatch and allowed Jimmy through before leading him silently to a private office and closing the door. Sit, the man ordered, while he poured them both a whiskey, his back to Jimmy, who he'd sat at the table. So, what is it you want my help with? He asked, without looking at him. Your Uncle Eamon didn't tell me much over the phone. He's wise not to trust them. Phones, that is.
So, you are Liam O'Doherty?
Jimmy asked, excitedly. I am, O'Doherty answered simply.
My uncle said you're the best he's ever known.
He flattered him, without meaning to. Your problem? O'Doherty immediately moved on, not interested in being complimented at being good at what he did.
There's 2 men,
Jimmy clumsily rushed to explain.
I want them dead.
O'Doherty half turned towards him, holding the 2 drinks, but still not looking directly at him. And why would a young fella like you want these 2 men dead? Are they criminals? Yes, he told him through gritted teeth. Are you a criminal? O'Doherty asked calmly. Are they your former associates in any way?
No,
he shook his head.
No, it's not like that.
Then they've wronged you in a way that's enough for you to want them dead.
They killed my sister,
he answered bluntly. Oh, O'Doherty said, moving to the table and handing him a drink before sitting opposite. So it's personal.
They raped and murdered her when she was only 14 years old. Jimmy told him the cruel facts. O'Doherty frowned slightly. Difficult to get to them while they're in prison. They're not, Jimmy told him. Oh, he asked, looking perplexed. So, somehow, you know who killed your sister, but the police don't? I find that hard to believe. They know, Jimmy replied. Yet they're not in prison, O'Doherty questioned. I was 10 years old when they killed her, he explained. 15 years ago. The man who killed her was 16 at the time. But now they're not. O'Doherty began to work it out. No, he answered, before taking a sip of his drink. Then, I assume they're not in prison because they've served their time and have been released, O'Doherty surmised. Yeah, but it's not that simple, Jimmy told him. They've been given new identities, moved out the country. Where to? O'Doherty asked. Canada and New Zealand, he answered. O'Doherty mused, staring into his glass. Not easy countries to get into. But can you do it? Jimmy immediately asked, concerned he was about to hit a brick wall. What about protection? O'Doherty checked, ignoring the question. Are you getting any close protection? No, he explained. Random visits and monitoring, that's all. Old Bill are relying on their background stories and locations to keep them safe. How do you know all this? O'Doherty asked. Where are you getting your information? I don't know, he admitted, looking a little sheepish. An anonymous source. O'Doherty shifted uncomfortably in his chair. And why would this anonymous source want to help you find them? Plenty people want to see them dead, he argued. I remember them arriving at court. The people outside wanted to lynch them. I see, O'Doherty nodded. Still a little vague, though, don't you think? There was a letter, too, he hurriedly added. In the envelope he left me with the information. And? It said people were trying to help me because they thought they would do it again, he explained. That they wouldn't be able to stop themselves killing again. That it was in their nature. It said certain people just wanted to stop them doing it again. And you believe that? O'Doherty asked. Can't think of any reason to lie to me, he answered. Unless it's a journalist trying to set me up, create a story. And how would a journalist get this information? O'Doherty examined the possibility. A contact in the police, maybe? Jimmy suggested. I suppose. It's happened before, he agreed, before taking a few seconds to consider it. No matter. If it is a journalist, the trail stops with you. They'll never know you contacted me. It won't be my problem. So, you'll take the job then? He asked, his eyes wide with hope. O'Doherty studied him for a few seconds before answering. Well, if I was to take the job, how are you going to pay for it? I have some money from my dad's will, he explained. It's not much. Would have been more, but he took his own life. Couldn't live with the pain. How much? O'Doherty asked, casually. 15,000, he said, without sounding confident it would be enough. Pounds. You think I'd kill 2 men for £15,000? O'Doherty accused him. I don't know, he admitted, but I can probably get more if you need it. The man I spoke to, the man who told me where the envelope was, said he could get money if I needed it. I thought you said the information came from an anonymous source, O'Doherty reminded him. It did, he clarified. We only spoke on the phone. He wouldn't say who he was. I see, O'Doherty nodded. There was a long silence before either man spoke again. "How many other men have you killed?" Jimmy finally asked, the question that had been on his mind since O'Doherty first revealed himself. O'Doherty took his time before answering. "Maybe none at all." Jimmy understood. O'Doherty wasn't about to discuss the past with him. He got back to business. "When you find them," he asked, "how will you do it?" "Asking questions can be very dangerous, Jimmy," O'Doherty warned him. "Best not to want to know too much." "Fine," he agreed, a little frustrated. "But will you do it? I need to know." "Your sister." O'Doherty ignored his question and instead asked one of his own. "Where was she killed?" "Murdered," Jimmy bitterly corrected him. "She was murdered." "Sorry," O'Doherty apologised. "Where was she murdered?" "London," Jimmy answered, looking into his drink as he remembered the older sister he'd idolised. "Kilburn, on the Falmouth estate." "I remember it," O'Doherty surprised him. "If it had happened a few years before that, perhaps I wouldn't. We were all so obsessed with what was going on over here. But things had begun to calm down by the time your sister was murdered." "My uncle must have mentioned it?" Jimmy asked. "No," O'Doherty replied. "He never said she was related to him. Never talked about it. I'm not surprised. Eamon would have never wanted anyone to know his personal business. He couldn't risk attracting attention to himself. Journalists knocking on his front door, asking questions. Still, must have been hard keeping all that to yourself, never being able to talk about it." "I suppose," he agreed, without looking convinced. "He never ever came to the funeral." "He couldn't have," O'Doherty explained. "Too many journalists and photographers. Not to mention Special Branch would have been all over him if he tried to travel to the mainland." "Still," Jimmy just shrugged, as if it wasn't reason enough. O'Doherty saw it. "Tell me, Jimmy," he said. "Months after your sister was buried, did you ever visit her grave and see flowers or anything else left there with no name? Did you ever visit her grave and see flowers or anything else left there with no name?" Jimmy cast his mind back through the years until he remembered a time when he'd gone to the churchyard with his mother, long after people who'd never even met Abigail made her grave a shrine, when only his mother tended to it. A freezing morning. He couldn't remember the day or the time, but he could remember a bouquet of flowers. A beautiful bouquet with no card that made his mother cry even more than usual. He'd asked her who they were from. His mother had simply told him they were from someone who loved Abigail very much. He'd never thought any more about it until now. "Yes," he told O'Doherty. "There were flowers. I remember flowers, but no card." "Eamon," O'Doherty simply said, with a slight smile. "He found a way." "Will you do it?" Jimmy suddenly returned to the real business of why he was there. "My advice," O'Doherty said, "forget about them. Move on with your life. Leave them to God's justice." "I can't do that," Jimmy argued. "I've wanted this for too long. Everybody tells me I'm no killer, and they're right. I'm not. But this is something I have to go do, for myself as much as Abigail, I suppose. I'm no psychopath, but the thought of them living their lives as if nothing happened is killing me. It's been killing me since I was 10 years old." O'Doherty sipped his drink. "Go home now, Jimmy," he told him. "You'll have my answer soon enough. One way or the other." He raised his glass. "To your sister." Jimmy followed suit.
To Abigail.
Chapter 9. London, 2005. Harvey and Richards entered the mortuary through a set of large, soft plastic swing doors designed to allow the dead to be wheeled inside with the minimum of disturbance. The room was large and pristine white. There were a number of trolley tables neatly lined up, some of which had bodies on them covered in green sheets. The pathologist, Dr. Becky Cantrell, was preparing her instruments as she stood next to a covered body that was already on the main operating table that looked like a huge, very shallow stainless steel sink. Her ash-blonde hair was pulled back into a ponytail for practicality, but it also revealed more of her attractive face. They already knew each other from previous cases. Cantrell looked up through her spectacles as they entered. "DCI Richards, DS Harvey," she greeted them. "I was told this one had fallen into your lap." They closed the distance to her and stood by the operating table. "Good morning," Richards returned the pleasantry. "Doctor," Harvey simply replied. "It's an ill wind indeed that brings you here today," Cantrell told them. "As always," Richards reminded her. "Only this one's worse than most." Yes, it is," Cantrell agreed, taking a moment before moving on. "I've carried out a superficial examination of the body. I'll complete the full examination later, but I can give you my observations if you like." She took hold of the top of the green sheet. "Shall we?" Richards nodded once, at which the pathologist folded the sheet down the body until all but the lower legs were revealed. Harvey and Richards took a deep breath. "Good God." Richards said what they were all thinking. "I'm sorry," Cantrell apologized. "Is it the first time you've seen her?" "No," Richards answered. "I saw her at the scene, but somehow she looks even worse now she's here." There was a long silence as they all looked at the body. "You said you had some observations?" Harvey reminded her, ending the quiet memorial. "Yes," Cantrell began, jolting herself back to the task at hand. "She has a deep laceration to her throat, which has actually severed her trachea and exposed the upper vertebrae of her neck. But she may well have already been dead before the wound was inflicted. There are 58 separate stab wounds to the upper torso, abdomen, and thighs. From the wounds I've examined more closely, they all appear to have been made by a 4-inch bladed instrument, bladed on one side only, and about an inch wide. I expect the other wounds will have been made by the same weapon, but I can't be sure until I finish my examination. The cuts to her arms and hands appear to be more superficial and are probably defensive injuries. Of course, the most obvious injury is the removal of her breasts." She paused for a second to allow them to consider what she'd just said. "I'm afraid to say there is evidence that she was still alive when they were removed." "Jesus Christ," Richard said, looking away from the body for a second. "The person we're looking for must be completely insane." "Were her breasts recovered at the scene?" Cantrell asked. "No," Harvey answered. "We haven't found them." "Then he took them with him," Cantrell suggested. "I believe so," Harvey agreed. "He's a trophy taker." "But her breasts," Richards argued. "What the hell's he going to do with them?" "Dispose of them after a time. Or maybe freeze them." Harvey considered the possibilities. "There's a chance he may eat them." "Eat them?" Richards questioned. "That way, in his mind, he gets to keep her forever," Harvey explained. "She becomes a part of him." No one spoke for a while, until Cantrell broke the silence.
In my opinion, she said, as she pointed to the left side of the victim's chest, these are the injuries that most likely killed her. 8 stab wounds to her heart. I expect to find massive internal injuries once I examine it. I dare say any one of these injuries would have killed her. So, why stab her there 8 times and another 50 times elsewhere? Richards asked. And why the injury to her throat if she was already dead? Because he's in a rage, Harvey told her. His motivation wasn't just sexual. I believe he was always going to kill her. For him, the sex and the violence are strongly linked. The violence, no doubt, heightens the sex. So, we're looking for another madman who can't get it up unless he's raping someone, Richards asked. I think this one's more complicated than that, Harvey replied. His strong sexual drive may well mean he has no physical problems of a sexual nature, but sex alone isn't enough. He needs the violence, and the greater the violence, the greater the pleasure. If he's wired wrong, then the need to feel pleasure can be difficult to satisfy. You sure he didn't just panic and kill her after he raped her? Richard suggested a more straightforward scenario. Killed her to get rid of the only witness? Maybe she knew him. You said we were looking for a local man. I can't be sure of anything until I find him, Harvey shrugged. But the knife sounds relatively small. Chosen for the purpose of killing, not intimidation, which indicates he always intended to kill her. Any knife in the hands of a grown man would be intimidating to a 14-year-old girl, Richards argued. True, Harvey admitted, but combine that with the level of violence and it doesn't look like a murder simply to get rid of the main witness. He looked over Abigail's mutilated body. This level of injuries suggests more. If he'd killed her to protect himself, I'd expect only several stab wounds or possibly even strangulation. Not this. This suggests a combination of rage and a need to satisfy whatever desire he was feeling. He's a pleasure hunter. Only, no matter what he does, his need to do it again will only intensify. You seem to know a lot about the psychiatry of the subject, Cantrell interrupted. He reads a lot, Richards answered for him. My money's still on a paranoid schizophrenic running around off their meds, she added. But say you were right, and he is this pleasure hunter. What would that mean we're dealing with? Harvey took a moment before answering. Somebody who kills because they want to, because it's in their nature, because they like it, because they need it. Well, Richard said through a sigh, no doubt they'll turn out to be another lunatic with the usual story of being abused and rejected as a child. Poor bastards are practically victims themselves. They are, Harvey agreed, a little too quickly. They are victims. The world betrayed them when they were children, and now they want their revenge. They are made into monsters, not born that way. But if it's someone who has no reason to be like that, but is anyway, how would we explain that? Neither Richards or Cantrell answered. Can you confirm she was raped? Harvey suddenly returned to the post-mortem examination. I can confirm she recently had sex, Cantrell answered. There's a definite presence of semen. Your man didn't use a prophylactic, and there's bruising and tearing to her labia and lower vagina. So, yes, it would appear she was raped, or was at very least subject to very rough sex. Whether she consented or not, I cannot say for sure. That, I'm afraid, is your job. How long before she can be cleaned up and released for formal identification? Richards asked. Certainly not any time today, the pathologist answered. Probably tomorrow.
We'll make sure her body is fully covered. My assistant's good with faces. We'll do what we can, but I'm sure the family will appreciate anything you can do," Richards told her. "Of course," Cantrell agreed, looking down at the girl's broken body. "And may God be with them." A large group of local people, men, women, and children of all ages, searched some waste ground on the edges of the estate, looking in the long grass as well as amongst the rubble and rubbish. Paul Anderson was with them, looking uncomfortable and unhappy as he used his hands to sift through the vegetation. One of the older men in the group looked across before quietly calling to him. "Hey," the man asked, "you okay?" But Anderson didn't answer. "You don't look too good. Why don't you take a break?" "No," Anderson replied. "No, I'm fine." "Everybody's upset by what happened," the man tried to reassure him. "Everybody's feeling sick, you know. Nobody's going to say anything if you don't want to do this anymore." "No, really," he insisted. "I'm fine. Just a bit tired." "Okay, son," the man smiled. "Take a break whenever you need to." Anderson just nodded as the man went back to searching. Once he was sure the man was no longer looking, he slowly turned to look at another teenage boy helping with the search. The boy returned his gaze. They stared at each other for a few seconds before the other boy returned to pushing his way through the long grass. But Anderson's eyes never left him as he continued to stare at the other boy, until he too, finally, returned to searching through the grass. Chapter 10. Present time. O'Doherty approached an immigration checkpoint at Montreal Airport, wearing a suit and carrying a small travel case as well as a computer bag, looking like any other travelling businessman. He handed the immigration officer a French passport. The immigration officer spoke in French as he checked the passport. "Can I ask, what's the purpose of your visit?" "Business," O'Doherty replied in the same language. "Any idea how long you'll be staying for?" the officer asked. "Shouldn't be more than 3 days," he answered, still speaking perfect French, sounding casual and relaxed. No time for sightseeing, just boardrooms and hotels. The officer stamped his passport and handed it back to him. "Enjoy your stay." 2 hours later, O'Doherty walked along the pathway to an unkept house in a run-down part of town. It was bitterly cold and snowing slightly. He'd changed his clothes and now dressed like a local. The suit was gone, and everything he wore was designed to protect him from the freezing conditions. He knocked on the door and waited a long time before knocking again. A few seconds later, the door was finally opened by a scruffy-looking man in his 50s. "Jesus Christ," the man said, in genuine shock, speaking with a local accent. "I heard you were dead." "Sorry to disappoint you," O'Doherty replied, before pushing past him, entering without being invited, walking along the corridor, casually checking every room until he reached the kitchen and took a seat. "So," the man asked, nervously, having trailed after him, "what is it you want?" "Relax," he told him, looking all around the outdated kitchen. "I'm not here to kill you. If I was, you'd be dead by now." He pulled his gloves off and dropped them on the table. "I need a semi-automatic. Nothing too big. A Sig Sauer P226 Nitron, if you have one, and a silencer for the same model. 1 clip of ammunition will be enough." "As efficient as ever, eh?" The man laughed nervously. "Straight down to business, eh?" O'Doherty fixed him with a hard look. "I haven't got much time, so, if you don't mind." The man nodded anxiously before walking from the room, leaving O'Doherty alone in the kitchen. He sat, almost motionless, looking out of the dirty window at the deserted street outside for several minutes, until the man returned, carrying a wooden gun box which he placed on the table in front of him. "It's no good to me if you use it on a job," the man told him. "I'll not be able to use it again if you fire it." "You'll be well compensated if that's the case," he explained as he examined the box. "I need to be alone?" The man nodded and left again without speaking. O'Doherty popped open the case to reveal the pistol, silencer, and ammunition. He removed each item from the case and examined them thoroughly before expertly assembling the firearm and making sure it appeared to work properly. He stood and walked to the back door before opening it slightly. He peeked outside through the gap to make sure there were no neighbours about and stepped outside, his breath forming large clouds of mist in the cold as he slid the top of the pistol back to chamber around before raising the weapon and taking aim at an old metal bucket full of half-frozen water. He squeezed the trigger smoothly and quickly twice in close sequence, sending 2 silent bullets smashing into the bucket, the only sound that of the metal being punctured and the water inside splashing slightly. Satisfied, he recovered the ejected cases from the ground and placed them in his pocket. He tossed them from the car window on his way back to Montreal, where they'd never be found. He went back inside and began to dismantle the weapon before packing it back into its box as the other man came back into the kitchen, looking nervous. "Everything all right?" he asked. "Everything's fine," O'Doherty told him as he lifted the box and tucked it under his arm. The man's frightened but greedy eyes fell on the box. "And payment?" he asked as he winced, his eyes growing wide with fear as O'Doherty's right hand reached inside his thick jacket. Fear replaced with relief as he pulled an envelope that bulged in the shape of cash and dropped it on the table. "This will be enough," O'Doherty told him. The man didn't argue, but just nodded. "There's 2 bullets in the bucket outside," he added. "Get rid of them." The man nodded again as O'Doherty lifted his gloves from the table and headed for the front door, brushing past him before walking from the house without saying another word. Chapter 11. London, 2005. Harvey sat alone in the canteen in Colindale police station, oblivious to his surroundings, with his head down as he read through the latest reports from the investigation. The canteen was practically his second office, and he was well practiced at working there without being bothered by the comings and goings of other police officers, chattering and laughing as they ignored the familiar figure hunched over a table as much as he ignored them. Matthews dumped a coffee cup and saucer opposite him and sat without being invited. "You all right, Fraser?" she asked, sounding concerned. "You don't look so good." He glanced up at her before immediately returning to his reports. "I'm fine," he assured her. "You don't look fine," she argued. "Just tired," he insisted, without looking up, "and sick of looking at these door-to-door forms." "Anything?" Matthews pried. "Nothing," he answered, wearily. Apparently, nobody heard or saw a damn thing. "Early days," she encouraged him. "Give it time, Fraser. Something will turn up." "Time is what we don't have," he snapped at her a little, looking up from the reports. "Pressure's already building." Matthews sighed and leaned back in her chair. "What were you hoping for?" she asked. "A lucky break? A name already?" "I don't know," he admitted. "Something. Whoever did it
must have been covered in blood. I'd hoped someone had seen him in a mess or maybe trying to clean himself up. Something. He picked up his coffee, but the cup slipped, splashing hot liquid onto his hand. "Shit!" he cursed, with increasing irritation. "You should run it under cold water," Matthews advised him. "No," he insisted. "I'm fine." He shook his head while dabbing the coffee off his hand with a paper tissue, annoyed at the distraction. Maybe someone came home to a wife or a girlfriend or parents in a state. "Maybe they did," Matthews shrugged. "They just haven't reported it yet." "Maybe," he agreed. "But in the meantime, we've got nothing." "Don't get too frustrated, Fraser," she warned him. "We'll find the bastard." "I've got a dead 14-year-old raped and murdered by someone who's still out there, so forgive me if I sound a little frustrated," he told her bitterly. Matthews gave it a couple of seconds before replying. "Sorry," she apologized. "We need to find them, Connie," he explained, calmer now, but deadly serious. "Before this investigation turns into a circus, with us as the clowns." Paul Anderson anxiously, restlessly paced around his small bedroom in the council flat he shared with his doting mother. His father had long since abandoned them. He had no brothers or sisters, and as a consequence, his troublesome, often antisocial behaviour was usually left unpunished by his mother, who always found a way to blame someone else for her son's problems. He pulled his mobile phone from his trouser pocket and sat heavily on his unmade bed before calling a much-used number, muttering under his breath as he waited for an answer. "Come on, come on," he repeated impatiently until it was finally answered by the voice of a young man. "What do you want, Paul?" the voice asked, sounding irritated at being disturbed. "This is fucking bad, man," Anderson immediately told him. "You need to calm down," the voice warned him. "That man on the search, he knows something," he insisted, his voice tight and high-pitched with tension. "You're being paranoid," the voice dismissed it. "No." Anderson wouldn't accept it. "He knows something." "You'd probably be dead now if he did," the voice reminded him. "We both would. People around here wouldn't just hand us over to the police, Paul. We're in this thing together. Remember?" Anderson nodded his head as he tried to calm down and gather his thoughts. "But what if people find out?" he asked, sounding a little less panicked. "We're dead. They'll fucking kill us." "Paul," the voice tried to rationalize things. "Don't panic. They won't find out. Not if we stick together." Anderson listened intently, chewing his fingernails. "We were both there. Means we're both guilty. They call it joint enterprise. Doesn't matter who did what. We were both there." "That fucking bitch Abigail is going to get us both locked up for life," he exploded. "Or worse. Fucking whore." "Not if we stick to the plan," he was calmly but firmly told, an edge to the voice. "We need to stick to the plan." Anderson just shook his head, his levels of anxiety rising uncontrollably once more, until he suddenly remembered something important. "Did you get rid of it?" he asked, his voice lowered as if they could be overheard speaking about something so important. "The bag." There was a silence before he received an answer. "Not yet," the voice told him. "Too many people around. Safer to keep it until things quieten down." "I told you to get rid of it!" Anderson almost shouted down the phone at him as he leapt off his bed, barely able to control his anger. "You said you'd get rid of it!" "I will," the voice reassured him. "When it's safe. Calm down." "Stop fucking telling me to calm down!"
Anderson warned him as he paced the room, running his hand through his hair, a stress-relieving mechanism he'd used ever since he was a young child. "You've got to get rid of it! Now!" "I have to go," the voice ignored him. "It's better we don't talk for a while, or call, until things cool off." "No," Anderson disagreed. "We need to stay in touch. I need to know what you're doing." Just trust me," the voice told him, irritably. "I have to go now." A second later, the line went dead. "Hello?" Anderson forlornly spoke into the empty phone. "Hello?" "Shit!" he cursed, and threw the mobile onto the bed before burying his head in his hands, his entire body shaking with fear as he felt the noose tightening around his neck. Chapter 12. Auckland, New Zealand, present time. D.S. Reuben Jameson sat in an unmarked police car with D.C. Kate Mills, hidden away as they kept watch on a bookmaker's in Glen Innes, South Auckland, New Zealand. "You sure about this, Reuben?" Mills asked, in her Kiwi accent, as she fidgeted nervously with her ponytail. "Pulling an armed arrest without proper authority. Something goes wrong, we're both screwed." "There's not enough time to get it authorised," Jameson answered, speaking with an English accent with a London slant. "This thing's happening soon." He glanced at his partner and could tell she wasn't convinced. "Look, by the time the paperwork and risk assessments are done, this crew would have pulled the robbery, probably shot some poor bastard, and be home counting their cash. Trust me, this way's better." "I don't know, Reuben." She shook her head. "Word is, professional standards are keeping a close eye on you." She gave a little sigh. "You got history, Reuben. You know what this job's like. Doesn't matter if you travel halfway round the world. Doesn't take long for your past to catch you up." He rolled his head to look at her. "Don't worry about my past. I can look after myself." He went back to looking straight ahead. "I hope so," she told him. "And I hope you've got why we're here, waiting for an armed robbery to go down, without telling anyone or getting backup covered too." "It's covered," he reassured her. "Informant only just found out the information and passed it straight to me. We didn't have time to put it into the system, right? And anyway, we do have backup." "What?" she questioned. "One patrol car. Frank's a good cop," he argued. "He knows the score." "I didn't think you hard-boiled ex-London detective types trusted the uniformed cops," she teased him. "You've been watching too much TV, Millsy," he told her, using her nickname. "A good cop is a good cop." "Whatever the hell that's supposed to mean," she said, rolling her eyes. But before he could reply, a battered old car pulled up too quickly outside the bookmaker's with 3 young Polynesian men inside. 2 immediately climbed out, wearing long coats despite the summer heat, while the third stayed in the car, engine still running. Both Jameson and Mills became animated and excited. "That's them!" he shouted into his handheld radio. "Now, now, now!" he ordered, before dropping the radio and driving hard and straight at the suspect's car, engine screaming, making them look in his direction as he swerved at the last minute and stopped directly in front of it, blocking their escape just as their backup screeched up in a marked police car, sirens and lights full on, and blocked the suspect's car from the rear. Jameson and the others were out of the cars fast and pointing their guns at the suspects, shouting out commands. "Freeze! Freeze! Armed police! Don't fucking move! Show us your hands! Show us your hands!" The driver and one of the men on the pavement froze and raised their hands, but the third pulled a sawn-off shotgun from under his coat and started to raise it towards Jameson. "Fucking freeze!" he warned him. But the would-be armed robber ignored him and continued to raise the shotgun until Jameson fired once, hitting the suspect in the shoulder, making him drop the shotgun and fall to the ground. The cops rushed in and handcuffed all three on the ground, including the injured man who was bloody and dazed, but conscious and screaming in pain. Jameson and the others looked at each other, smiling and laughing softly, with relief more than elation. Jameson lifted one of the uninjured suspects from the ground, making him moan with the pain of the tightening handcuffs. "You're fucked, my friend," he told him with some glee. "You're going away for a long, long time." "Get me my lawyer," the man demanded. "It'll take more than a lawyer to save you, son," Jameson told him. "It'll take a fucking miracle." "Fuck you," the man replied, fighting against the handcuffs. "Whatever." Jameson dismissed him as he looked over to one of the uniformed cops. "Nice work, Jack," he told him. "I owe you one." "Yeah," Sergeant Neal replied with a slight smile. "And not for the first time, eh?" He nodded in agreement as he turned towards Mills. "OK, Millsy, let's get some transport for these jokers, and you'd better get an ambulance for Ned Kelly over there," he told her, looking down at the injured would-be robber. "I'll let scenes of crime know we need them." "Sure," she assured him as she surveyed the scene in front of her. "But you'd better get your story straight, Reuben. If professional standards weren't all over you before, they sure will be now." "You worry too much, Millsy," he told her. "The shooting was justified. Professional standards can't touch me, even if they wanted to." Jameson and Mills sat in their large open-plan office in central Auckland Police HQ, working away on their computers, getting the last of the paperwork for the armed robbery completed. Jameson suddenly stretched and yawned, making sure Mills saw him. "Millsy," he called to her, "I'm about done in. Can you take care of the rest of the paperwork for me? I need to get home. I've hardly seen Jenny all week." "Sure," she agreed with a knowing smile. "No problem." "Thanks, Millsy," he told her, standing and pulling his jacket on. "I owe you one." "You owe me more than one," she reminded him as he began to walk away. "Hey," she called after him, making him stop and look back. "There was a good result today, but others may not see it that way. Better make sure all the I's are dotted and the T's crossed. Know what I'm saying?" "Relax, Millsy," he smiled mischievously. "They will be. See you tomorrow." "Yeah, sure," she said. "See you tomorrow." 10 minutes later, Jameson entered a smart-looking modern bar somewhere in the Auckland Viaduct. It was busy with well-dressed city business types, but he managed to make his way to the bar and grab a seat. He got the barman's attention with a wave of his finger. "What can I get you?" the barman asked. "Bourbon," Jameson told him. "With ice. Jack Daniels, if you have it." "Large or small?" the barman checked. Jameson raised his eyebrows. "What do you think?" "Large JD coming straight up," the barman replied, and spun away, leaving Jameson sitting self-consciously, waiting for his drink, looking all around him and checking the clientele until his bourbon arrived. "That'll be $12, the barman told him. "Start a tab," he instructed. "Sure thing," the barman agreed, before leaving him alone with his drink. After a few sips, he started to relax a little more, when suddenly a tall, slim, well-dressed, attractive woman with long, wavy, dark brown hair sat on the stool next to him. He looked at her out the corner of his eye, but said nothing. She nodded to the barman, who made his way quickly to her. "What can I do you for?" he asked, flirting with his eyes. "Vodka and tonic?" she told him, oblivious to his charms. "Large." "Sure thing," he replied, looking disappointed as he turned away. Jameson smiled to himself, but kept looking straight ahead. After a few seconds, she broke the ice. "I've been waiting for you to walk in here all night," she told him. He looked all round to make sure she was speaking to him. "Excuse me?" "I said, I've been waiting for you to walk in here all night," she repeated. "Me?" He checked he wasn't imagining it. "Yes," she laughed a little. "You." "Oh, yeah? Why me?" he asked, still looking around the bar. "Place is full of men." "They're not really my type," she replied. "Oh?" he said. "How so?" "Businessmen," she complained. "Bankers. Financiers. All very dull." "And how do you know I'm not a man of business?" he asked. "Oh, you're a man of business," she answered. "Just not the business of making money." "You seem pretty sure." He allowed himself to smile slightly. The barman interrupted as he placed her drink on the bar. "Large vodka and tonic for the lady." "On my tab, yeah?" Jameson told him. "Of course," he agreed, before once more leaving them alone. "How can I tell?" She picked up where they'd left off. "Oh, I don't know. The way you walked in here? The way you've been checking everybody out? The fact you're sitting alone, for that matter." His smile grew a little wider. "So, what is it that you think I do?" "Now, let me see," she began. "You're confident enough to be alone. Possibly you are a bit of a loner. You're naturally a bit suspicious of people, and you like to know what's going on around you, and you have an intense look about you. Like you're seeing the world through different eyes to the rest of us." "So?" he asked, knowing she was probably about to guess right. "So," she repeated, "you must be a cop? I'm thinking a detective who investigates very serious things." He nodded with a wry smile. "That obvious, eh?" "I guess so," she answered. "But you're not a Kiwi. You're a Brit, right?" "I am," he admitted. "Were you a cop back there, before here?" she asked. "Yeah," he answered, guardedly. "So," she replied, in a tone that emphasized he was being hard work, "how does a cop from England end up being a cop in Auckland?" "Ah," he reluctantly answered. "I was in the Met, you know, in London." "I know who the Met are," she smiled. "Something happened," he shrugged. "Something went wrong, you know." "Something that meant it was better for you to move here," she persisted. "Basically." He shrugged, nursing his glass. "Don't want to talk about it?" "Not really," he told her. "And you?" He quickly turned the tables on her. "What do you do?" "I'm the marketing manager for Travel Globe," she told him, making it sound like the world's most boring job. "The travel agents. All very uninteresting. You know them?" "Not really," he admitted, wishing he'd lied instead. "I don't go on many holidays." "Got to stay on the edge, eh?" she said, gently making fun of him. "Don't want to lose your sharpness by going on holiday." "Something like that." He smiled, taking a sip of his drink. They took a long look at each other before either spoke again. "So," she broke the silence, "what brought you here tonight? Another tough case?" "Not entirely sure," he answered honestly. "I wasn't planning to." "And what were you planning?" "To go home," he told her. "See my daughter." "Oh," she said, suddenly looking a little disappointed. "I don't see a ring on your finger. Most men these days give a girl a clue." "No." He shook his head, a little confused, until he realized what she meant. "No,
I'm not married. Not anymore. Little unusual, isn't it? She asked, the man being given custody of the child. No, he explained. No, I'm not divorced. She died a couple of years ago. Breast cancer. An aggressive strain. It spread fast. Oh, she tensed. I'm sorry. It happens, you know, he shrugged. Not your fault. I'm not doing very well, am I? She laughed nervously. You're doing fine, he smiled. In fact, you're doing better than fine. He raised his glass. She did the same before they chinked them together, both taking a sip. Want to get a little drunk with me? He asked. Yeah, she replied, her eyes glistening with mischief. Sure. Why not? What's your name? He suddenly remembered to ask. Lisa, she told him. Reuben, he replied. Reuben Jameson. 31-year-old Alexander Knight sat on the porch of his small farmhouse in the Pukekohe countryside, west of Auckland, sipping from a mug of coffee as he looked into the night sky, watching the stars falling and satellites burning up as they re-entered the atmosphere. The only sound is that of the breeze and cicadas singing. Suddenly, in the distance, the black sky changed to one of flashing blue and red as the sound of an engine grew louder and louder, although there was no sound of sirens. He threw his coffee away and stood, looking tensely in the direction of the approaching lights, until he saw the marked police car driving along the service road towards him. He watched the car pull up close to the house, the engine and lights dying as two uniformed police officers climbed from the vehicle, looking serious. You Alexander Knight? The older male cop asked. Yes, he nodded. What's this about? Sir, the same cop told him, I need you to come inside. Can you tell me why? Dolby asked, intrigued but not alarmed. Right now, we just need you to come inside, the younger female cop insisted, as she and her partner stepped onto his porch. Dolby said nothing as he scanned the horizon, as if he could see or sense something in the thick bush that surrounded the perimeter of his small farm, afraid that his past was finally coming back to haunt him. He nodded once and headed inside, followed by the cops. Chapter 13. London, 2005. D.C. Hannah Green headed along the walkway that led to yet another floor of flats in an old tenement block on the Falmouth estate. She looked purposeful in her dark raincoat, carrying a clipboard, but she was tired and a little frustrated after knocking on doors all day. Many times she received no answer, and even when she had, the occupants had little or no information of use. She took a breath and knocked on the door in front of her. After a few seconds, she knocked again, but again there was no answer. She gave a little sigh and moved on to the next door, knocking once more and waiting in hope more than expectation. Only this time there were definite signs of life from inside. Before long, the door was opened by a curvy woman in her early 30s with dead straight shoulder-length blonde hair. The sound of a TV and children playing came from behind her. She eyed Green with some suspicion. Yeah? She asked Green before she could speak. You police? Green pulled her warrant card from her coat pocket and held it open for the woman to see. She hadn't been greeted warmly by the occupants of the estate, and it appeared this would be no different. D.C. Green, she introduced herself. We're investigating the suspicious death of a young girl not far from here. I'm checking with everyone in the area. Did you see or hear anything?" "You mean Abigail Riley?" the woman asked, bluntly. "We don't know the name of the victim yet," Green half lied. "Everyone's saying it's Abigail," the woman told her. "If you could just tell me if you know anything?" Green tried to get to the point. "No," the woman answered, folding her arms across her chest. "I didn't see nothing." Green was about to move on, convinced the woman was of little help, when a young, wispy girl, no more than 12 years old, peered from behind her mother. Green sensed her shyness and gave her an encouraging smile. "And who's this?" she asked. "My daughter," the woman answered for the girl, keeping her behind her. "Caitlin." Green was about to thank them and move on to the next door when Caitlin surprised them both. "I seen her," she declared, causing Green and her mother to look at each other, neither quite believing what they were hearing. "Saw who, Caitlin?" Green asked. "Abigail," she replied, looking back and forth between her mum and Green, not understanding the importance of what she'd said. "I saw her with them," she explained. "She was with them." Harvey was working away at the computer on his desk back in the murder investigation team's office in Collindale Police Station when he was approached by DC Johnny Alston. Harvey looked up at the handsome black detective standing in front of him without speaking, but he could tell Alston had important news. "I think I've got something," Alston told him, a little breathlessly. A minute later, they were walking and talking fast as they made their way through the corridors of Collindale. "One of the door-to-door teams were canvassing a block on the estate that overlooks the scene," Alston explained. "They were speaking to a woman who said she heard and saw nothing when her 12-year-old daughter apparently appeared behind her, saying she may have seen something." "Which was?" Harvey hurried him. "She says she saw 2 boys," Alston continued. "Teenagers, from the estate, leading the victim across the waste ground towards the bomb shelter." "Teenagers?" Harvey interrupted. "Apparently that's what she said," Alston answered. "Does she know them?" Harvey asked. "I don't know," Alston told him. "The door-to-door team who found her aren't child interview trained, so they just scooped them up and brought them back here." "Did she say if Abigail looked distressed at all?" Harvey dug for details. "She was too far away to tell," Alston explained. "But she thinks one of the boys was holding her, although she can't remember which one." "Holding her?" Alston just shrugged, unable to elaborate. "Anything else?" "Only that she saw them go into the shelter together," he replied, "less than 2 hours before the body was found." "Christ," Harvey complained, as he suddenly stopped walking. "Do you think this could be a joint enterprise?" Alston asked. "2 killers working together?" "Maybe," Harvey admitted, as he started walking again. "Teenagers. Killer children. Fuck. Bloody media are going to have a field day." "That's why we got them off the estate," Alston explained, before she started telling all the wrong people what she'd seen. "They did the right thing," he told him, as he came to a stop outside the victim witness suite. "You'd better tell me their names." "The girl is Caitlin Macy," Alston replied, "and the mum's first name is Rachel. Both a bit shaken, but they're okay." "Good," Harvey said, as he rested his hand on the door handle, "because I don't have time to tread softly. None of us do." Harvey and Alston entered the room where Rachel and Caitlin were sitting nervously with a uniformed constable keeping them company. Harvey wasted no time. "Mrs. Macy, I'm DS Fraser Harvey from the murder investigation team. I believe you've already met my colleague, DC Alston." She just nodded once at him. "Mrs. Macy,
I need to speak to your daughter about what she says she saw on the estate. If what she's saying is correct, then it could be very important to the investigation." Rachel looked nervously from one detective to the other before speaking. "Shouldn't I have a solicitor or something?" "Mrs. Macy," he tried to reassure her, "your daughter's not in any trouble. She's here as a witness, to help us. At this stage, I'm not looking to make this a formal interview. I just want to speak with Caitlin with you here." "I just want to speak with Caitlin with you here." "I'm not sure about this." She shook her head. "Mrs. Macy," he told her, "I'm trained to interview child witnesses. I'll be as gentle as I can, but I have questions I need to ask." "But what if she has to go to court?" she fretted. "What if she has to give evidence against these boys she's talking about?" "We're a long way from that," he explained. "But, if need be, she can give evidence anonymously, via a video link. No one will ever see her or know who she is. That's even if she's required to give evidence. Right now, I just want to talk." Rachel looked pensive as she held Caitlin's hand. "People on the estate are saying you found the body of a young girl in that bomb shelter. Is it true?" "I can't discuss that," he answered. "The victim hasn't been formally identified yet, but yes, we found someone who died in suspicious circumstances." "And you think it's Abigail?" "I can't discuss that," Harvey repeated. She pulled Caitlin closer. "I saw her around the estate. Said hello to her a few times. She was a nice kid. Beautiful." "I can't speculate on whether the person we found is Abigail," he told her. "But I know we need your help. I can't speak with your daughter without your permission." It's just," she hesitated. "It's just, I can't help thinking that if they did that to Abigail, then it could have been Caitlin, couldn't it?" Harvey and Alston looked at each other before turning back to Rachel. "That's why we need your daughter's help," Harvey encouraged her. She took a long while before eventually agreeing. Okay. "Thank you," Harvey told her, as he and Alston pulled up a couple of chairs close to the frightened-looking Caitlin. Rachel took hold of her small hand and squeezed it between her own. "Hello, Caitlin," Harvey began, as gently as he could. "My name is Fraser, and this is my friend, Johnny. We're both detectives from the police. I need to ask you some questions." "I know who you are," the slight 12-year-old answered, sounding surprisingly strong and streetwise. "You're from the murder squad, ain't you? You're trying to catch who killed her." Harvey and Alston looked at each other in surprise. "That's right, Caitlin," Harvey told her. "We're from the murder squad, and, yes, we're trying to find who did this, and I've been told you might know something that'll help us do that." Caitlin looked at her mum before answering. Rachel nodded once to let her know it was all right. "I seen something. Something on the estate. I ain't making it up." "I believe you," Harvey assured her. "I believe you saw something. So why don't you tell us what it was? You've nothing to be afraid of." "I ain't afraid," she told them, sounding insulted at the suggestion she could be. "I know what I saw." "What was it, Caitlin?" Harvey coached her, fighting his own frustration and excitement. "What did you see?" Again, she glanced at her mum before answering. "I seen Abigail, with them older boys. They were walking across the waste ground, heading towards the old bomb shelter. We all use it sometimes. We just mess around in it. We ain't doing nothing wrong." "Did she seem worried or frightened at all?" Harvey tried to get her back on track.
I don't know, she shrugged. Maybe. Were they arguing at all? Did you hear raised voices or anything like that? He asked. I couldn't really hear, she replied. They were too far away. I see, Harvey nodded. Was anybody holding her? Touching her? I think so, she told them. One of the boys, I think, was holding on to her, sort of, by her arm, I think. Can you remember which one? He gently coaxed her. No, she shook her head. I didn't think anything about it, so I don't remember. I just thought they were messing about. And where did they take her, Caitlin? Can you tell me where they took her? Into the bomb shelter, she answered, her eyes suddenly growing wide and frightened. They took her into the old bomb shelter. Who, Caitlin? Harvey asked, trying to conceal his sense of anticipation. Who took her into that old bomb shelter? Again, Caitlin looked at her mum before answering. Paul and Michael, she finally answered. It was Paul and Michael took her inside. That's good, Caitlin, Harvey told her, leaning in closer. That's really good. Now, can you tell me the boys' surnames? Do you know their second names? I'm not sure, she shrugged. But they always hang around the estate together. I know these boys, Rachel interrupted excitedly. Everyone does. That's Michael Dolby and Paul Anderson. Michael always seems like a nice kid, but Paul's been a little so-and-so since he was no more than 10, always in trouble. It has to be them. She paused to shake her head. I could never see why Michael started hanging around with him. Maybe he was afraid of him. Harvey and Alston shared a knowing look before Harvey spoke. Is that them, Caitlin? Is that their names? Caitlin nodded her head slowly. Yeah, I think so. And they both live on the estate? He checked. No, Rachel answered for her. Only Paul. He lives in one of the flats in Molan Mead with his mum. Dad took off years ago, in and out of prison before that. She glanced at Caitlin, then back to Harvey. Michael doesn't live on the estate. Can't be far away, though, the amount of time he spends here. His parents do all right for themselves. Like I said, him and Paul make a strange couple. Harvey nodded knowingly before turning to Caitlin. Did you see them again, Caitlin? Did you see either Paul or Michael again, after they went into the shelter? Yeah, she revealed. About half an hour later, I saw them running across the waste ground, but they were already far away. And Abigail? He asked, with mounting trepidation. Did you see Abigail again? Caitlin took a long time to answer. No, she finally revealed. But I remember there was something different about them. When I saw them again, they didn't look the same. Harvey leaned forward, intrigued. What do you mean, Caitlin? What do you mean they didn't look the same? Their clothes, she explained. They were wearing different clothes. Are you sure? Harvey checked, aware of its potential importance. Are you absolutely sure they were wearing different clothes? I'm sure, because the first time I saw them, their hoodies were really plain, she explained. What do you mean, really plain, Caitlin? Harvey asked. She glanced at her mum again before answering. No colour, she described. Like white or grey. But when I see them again, they were wearing really dark ones. Red and black, I think. Were they wearing the hoods up? Harvey asked. No, she answered. I could see their faces. It was them.
Harvey took a deep breath before continuing. Caitlin, were they carrying anything? Were either of them carrying anything? She squinted her eyes in concentration. Yeah, Paul. I think it was Paul. He was carrying a backpack over his shoulder. Paul, Harvey checked. You're sure it was Paul? Yeah, she confirmed. I'm sure. Pretty sure. And the first time you saw them, Harvey asked, talking deliberately slowly to give Caitlin time to think, did he have the bag with him then, when they were with Abigail? Yeah, she answered after a few seconds. Yeah, I remember now. Paul had the bag with him. When I first saw him, he had the bag with him. Then it was planned. Harvey accidentally said what he was thinking. They planned it. What? Rachel interrupted his thoughts. What do you mean? Nothing. He quickly recovered, getting to his feet. Thank you, Caitlin. You did very well. We'll arrange for someone to take Caitlin's statement sometime in the next couple of days, he told Rachel. Johnny will make sure you get home. He hurried for the door before stopping and turning back to the others. Your information could be extremely important, but when you get back to the estate, it's important you say nothing to anybody. We'll have an officer stay with you until things calm down. I don't want any of this coming back to Caitlin, Rachel told him. It won't, he assured her. I promise. With that, he left the room and walked quickly through the corridors of the police station as he pulled out his mobile and dialed a contact. Richards chatted to a group of detectives in the function room at New Scotland Yard, staying as far away as she could from the several high-ranking uniformed officers and dignitaries who circled the room, chatting with officers who'd just been presented with commendations for everything from bravery to professionalism. The walls were adorned with paintings of previous commissioners, all looking down on the strange function below. Most people were holding cups and saucers of tea or coffee, but not Richards. She wanted away as she constantly checked her wristwatch. She was just about to make her escape when a tall, thin man in a uniform ambushed her from behind. A word, please, Louise? Assistant Commissioner Paul Lewis smiled his reptilian smile. Sir, she agreed as soon as she realised who'd crept up on her. Lewis moved away from the group, giving her no choice but to follow. I'm aware you have a new case, he told her. Sir, she said again in answer. A very unfortunate incident, Lewis understated. The media are all over it, as expected. And not just the local sources. It's gone national. Nothing we can do about that, she replied, looking around uncomfortably. No, he agreed. But you can get this thing resolved quickly. A bit of positive PR for the Met wouldn't go amiss, he added, before taking a sip of tea. We're doing everything we can, she insisted, trying to quell her rising irritation. No one's dragging their feet here, sir. Believe me, my team wants this bastard caught more than anyone. Good, Lewis smiled, showing his small white teeth. Because the Commissioner has taken a personal interest in this case. She doesn't want it to become a seeping sore in the side of the service. Understand? I understand, she answered through gritted teeth. Excellent, Lewis replied, his smile fading to little more than a scowl. It would be unfortunate if I had to put someone else in charge. He suddenly pretended to see someone he wanted to speak with. Superintendent Helliwell, how nice to see you. With that, he walked away, leaving Richards standing on her own, feeling like a volcano about to explode. Shit, she snarled under her breath, before her phone vibrated in her jacket pocket and distracted her. She checked the caller ID and saw it was Harvey, quickly swiping the screen to answer. "Fraser," she said, with a sense of urgency, "please tell me this is good news." "I think we just made a major breakthrough," he told her. "Go on," she encouraged him with rising excitement. Local girls come forward to say she saw Abigail with two known faces heading into the shelter shortly before she was found. He gave her the news. She saw the same two a little while later without Abigail, wearing different clothes. "Christ," Richards complained. "You're saying we're looking for two suspects? Do we have names?" "The girl gave us their first names," Harvey explained, "and the mum came up with a couple of surnames. The girl should be able to identify them." "Thank fuck," she told him, the relief clear in her voice. "Your timing's impeccable. I've just had the assistant commissioner breathing down my neck." "The girl's mum virtually gave us one of the suspects' home addresses," he continued. "A local shit living on the estate." "One bad seed at least, then," she said, swapping her phone to the other side of her face. "Sounds that way," he confirmed. "The other lives in a private house with his parents. Intelligence checks gave us a name for him. But you need to know something else." He took a moment before continuing. "They're young, boss." "How young?" she asked, moving further away from prying ears. "How young?" 15, 16, he broke the news. "Christ," she replied, momentarily closing her eyes. "You sure about this?" "The witness is only 12, he answered, "but seems solid. She's sure about the change of clothing and says they had a rucksack with them." "Are you saying they planned to do this?" she asked. Harvey's silence told her everything. All right. If you're happy with the witness, then we need to bring them in, get their homes turned over, see what we can find. Hit them hard with the TSG. Scare the hell out the bastards and get them talking." "There's still a lot of media floating around, boss," he warned her. "Best keep it low-key. I'll use some people from MIT and borrow some local uniforms who know the estate. We'll go in quick and quiet and snatch the suspects away before anyone has a chance to stir up a lynch mob. We should keep them apart, one to Collindale and one to Barnet, secure their homes and turn them inside out." "Fine," she agreed. "Get it done. Get it done now." "Consider it so," he assured her, before she heard the line go dead, leaving her staring into the room full of people, but her mind was elsewhere. After a couple of minutes, she noticed Lewis busy chatting to a group of people. She seized her chance and left through the nearest exit. Chapter 14. Jameson and his partner from the Metropolitan Police Anti-Terrorist Unit, DC Jim Clark, known to everyone as Clarky, were parked hidden amongst other cars on a London housing estate as they kept watch on the address of a suspected Islamic terrorist. They'd been there for hours and were growing bored and frustrated, as most cops did on surveillance operations when nothing ever happened. "How did we end up being left to watch this address?" Jameson complained. "Suspect isn't going to show up here." "You know why," Clark, a big man in his mid-30s, reminded him. "Because everyone else has fucked off to check out the latest tip-off. Someone had to stay behind, just in case." "Should have just left a couple of the surveillance team here," Jameson moaned. "This isn't our job." "They're all needed at the new target address," Clark told him. "So, that leaves you and me to nursemaid this waste of time." "Who propped up this address, anyhow?" Jameson asked. "Suspect ain't going to show here. Probably already back in Pakistan or Birmingham." "Dunno," Clark replied disinterestedly. "Some informant special branch are running, I think." "Fucking special branch," Jameson protested,
Why don't they get their arses down here and sit on the address if their information's so good? Fuck, Clark suddenly said, tensing as he sat bolt upright. What? Jameson stared out of the windscreen, trying to see what Clark had spotted. 4 o'clock, Clark answered, coming round the side of that block. Is that our fucking target? Jameson saw an Asian man in his early 20s, dressed in casual Western clothes, walking through the estate. He lifted a small pair of binoculars to his eyes and focused them on the man. Shit, he declared. I don't believe it. It's him. It's Sawa. You better make a call. Clark immediately called up a number on his smartphone. Keep watch, he told Jameson, until the phone was answered. Boss, it's me, Clarky. We have target 1 at our address. Repeat, we have target 1 at our address. There was a silence as Clark listened. Yeah, I'm sure. We have eyes on him. He paused to listen again. Yeah, I still got Reuben with me. Target's just entered a stairwell and appears to be heading for the target address. There was a long pause as he took instructions. OK. Target's reached the address. Jameson watched Sawa looking all around before pulling some keys from his trouser pocket. Target's produced a set of keys, he told Clark. Stand by. Target's now opening the door. Stand by. Target is now entering the address. Target has now entered the address and closed the door, Clark relayed into the phone before falling silent again as he listened. OK. Will do, he assured his boss before hanging up. Well? Jameson asked impatiently. Boss wants us to wait until the team get back here, Clark explained. Then we take him out. Yeah? And what if he leaves the flat? Jameson questioned. What if he makes it to a tube station? How are we supposed to follow him, just the two of us? Boss's orders, Clark shrugged. Come on, Jameson suggested. Let's take him out. That's not a good idea, Reuben. Clark shook his head. He's walking around an East London housing estate, Jameson argued. He must be confident he's not being watched. Let's catch him with his pants down. Fucking bad idea. Clark continued to shake his head. Bad idea. Come on, Jameson encouraged him. Let's do it. You got your body armour on. Let's take him out. Even if I agree, Clark softened, how are you going to get him to open the door? Ring the bell and tell him it's the old Bill? No. He paused for a while to think. We'll use the postie scam on him. I've got the jacket and parcel in the boot. Postie with a parcel never fails. Clark shook his head again. Yeah, but this guy's supposed to be fucking serious, he argued. Intel says he's planning to strap about 50 kilos of Semtex to himself and walk into a West End cinema. I'm not sure, Reuben. Maybe we should just wait. Once he's out that flat, we lose control of him, Jameson countered. We can't let that happen. Clark let out a long sigh before replying. What do you want to be? Postie or gunman? You be the postie, Jameson smiled. As soon as he opens the door, he'll have me Glock in his face. It'll be over before he has a chance to do anything about it. It had better be, Clark said, before both men climbed out of the car and moved to the boot that Jameson opened. Clark swapped his jacket for the postman's uniform and gathered the large fake parcel while Jameson discreetly drew his pistol and checked it was loaded. He quietly closed the boot and turned to Clark. Shall we? He asked. Clark headed off first across the car park, while Jameson waited a few seconds before also heading off, making sure he kept his distance. A few seconds later, they met up at the bottom of the stairwell. We good? Jameson asked. Yeah, Clark answered, sounding a little unsure. We're good. Then let's do it, Jameson told him, in his usual, confident, gung-ho way.
Clark nodded once before heading up the stairwell, shaking his head, followed by Jameson. When they reached the front door, Jameson stood with his back pressed flat against the wall with his pistol drawn, held in both hands, pointing upwards. Clark stood directly in front of the door to ensure he could be seen through the spy hole, dressed in his postal uniform. He glanced at Jameson, who nodded once and braced himself as Clark knocked 3 times on the door. They waited anxiously for a few seconds, listening to the silence, before Clark tried again. Almost immediately, a voice came from the other side of the door. "What do you want?" A voice they believed to be Sarwar's answered with a Midlands accent. "I've got a parcel for Mr. Sahid Sarwar," Clark replied, casually. There was more silence before the voice spoke again. "Just leave it on the ground, outside." "I can't do that, mate," Clark bluffed. "I need someone to sign for it." For a few seconds, the world seemed to stand still, when suddenly the door opened without warning to reveal Sarwar standing, pointing a pistol directly at Clark. Without saying a word, he shot him with a single bullet through the head. Clark immediately collapsed, folding in on himself as if the bones in his legs had been removed. For a second, Jameson was paralysed with shock until his survival instincts took over, spinning into shooting position as he started firing repeatedly into Sarwar's chest, pushing him back and pinning him to the wall with constant fire, all the time screaming the name of his dead partner. The next thing he knew, he was sitting bolt upright in bed, covered in sweat, and trying to remember where he was. "Shit," he cursed into the twilight. He felt a hand softly touch his shoulder, which initially made him flinch, until he heard Lisa's voice. "You all right?" she asked. "Yeah," he sighed. "Just a bad dream." "Bad dream? Or a bad memory?" she gently pried. He ignored the question as he rubbed the back of his neck and looked at his watch. "I have to go," he told her. "Duty calls?" she asked, lying back on her pillow. "Something like that," he answered. "Will I see you again?" she shrugged. "I'll call you," he told her, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. "Promise?" she smiled seductively. "Yeah," he assured her, reaching out and touching her face. "I promise." Chapter 15. London, 2005. It was night time on the estate, as Harvey, a couple of other detectives, and 2 uniformed officers walked quickly along a walkway until they reached the front door of flat number 15, Mowland Mead. It was eerily quiet. A barking dog and the sound of their footsteps the only noise. Harvey knocked gently on the door. There were signs of life inside, light and a TV playing. After a few seconds, he knocked again. Through the opaque glass window in the door, someone could be seen approaching. A few seconds later, the door was opened by a slim woman in her late 30s, although the strain of her life made her look older. She looked them up and down suspiciously. She knew who they were. "Yeah?" she asked, unpleasantly. "What do you want?" "Mrs. Anderson?" Harvey asked, quietly, showing her his warrant card. "Yeah," she replied. "So what?" "I'm Detective Sergeant Fraser Harvey," he told her. "Murder investigation team. These other officers are with me. Is your son Paul at home?" "Why?" she asked them, guardedly. "Why do you want to know?" He looked beyond her into the flat. "Is Paul at home, Mrs. Anderson?" She struggled to know what to say. Harvey nodded to the others and gently pushed past her, walking deeper into the simple but well-ordered flat. He followed the sound of the TV towards the living room, pursued by Mrs. Anderson. "You can't just barge in here," she protested. "Paul ain't done nothing." "It'll be easier if you just cooperate," he told her as he entered the living room, where he found Paul sitting on the sofa eating his dinner off a tray while he watched coverage of the murder on the television. Harvey flashed his warrant card at him, talking as he did so. "Paul Anderson, I'm arresting you on suspicion of the abduction and murder of Abigail Riley." "What?" Anderson asked, sounding shocked. "You don't have to say anything," Harvey ignored him, "but it may harm your defence if you fail to mention something when questioned that you later rely on in court. Anything you do say can be used as evidence against you. Do you understand?" Anderson's eyes grew wide as he started to shake with fear. He suddenly tossed the tray into the air, springing from the sofa before trying to run past Harvey. But it was futile. He was easily wrestled to the ground as his horrible, high-pitched screaming filled the room. "No! No!" he begged. "Get off me! Leave me alone!" "Get cuffs on him," Harvey ordered, as they fought with the struggling boy. "Get the fucking cuffs on him!" "Leave him alone!" Mrs. Anderson joined in, screaming at them as she tried to pull her son free. "Leave him a fucking alone!" A uniformed officer pulled her away from the melee as Harvey and the other detectives managed to handcuff the still screaming and crying Anderson. "Mum! Mum!" he begged as Harvey and the others lifted him into a standing position. "Get him the fuck out of here!" Harvey breathlessly ordered the others. The two DCs immediately started pulling and pushing him towards the front door as he continued to scream. "No, no, let me go," he pleaded. "Mum, it wasn't me. It was Michael. It was Michael's idea. He made me do it. It was Michael." "Leave him alone," she continued to demand as she struggled with the constable holding on to her. "Leave him alone, you bastards." Harvey took hold of her by the shoulders and shook her just enough to silence her. "Stop," he told her. "Just stop. You keep screaming, and we'll never get him out of here in one piece. People are angry. They want revenge. Do you understand? I need you to understand." She dropped to her knees, crying, clutching hold of Harvey's trouser legs. "Please," she begged, "don't take my boy. Please." "I have to. I'm sorry. I'll arrange for someone to take you to Colindale Police Station," he told her. "We'll need you there for the interview." He peeled her from his legs and stepped away as she fell to the floor, sobbing. He looked at the uniformed officers. "Secure the flat. No one in or out without my permission until forensics take over. Start a crime scene log of visitors." The uniform officers nodded their understanding. "Please," Mrs. Anderson tried desperately. "I'm begging you, please. He's all I got." Harvey helped her struggle back to her feet. "Your son is in a lot of trouble, Mrs. Anderson. Best thing he can do now is tell us the truth. Things will be easier for him if he cooperates." She seemed to recover some composure as she pointed an accusing finger at him. "Who was he with? When he did this thing he's supposed to have done? Who was he with?" "I didn't say he was with anyone," he reminded her. "No," she agreed. "But Paul did. He said Michael made him do it. You heard him. He was with Michael, wasn't he?" Harvey said nothing. "He was with that evil bastard Dolby. If my Paul's done anything wrong, it's because Michael made him do it." "Mrs. Anderson," Harvey explained, "you need to know, if anyone made anyone do anything they didn't want to, it was your son." He turned and headed for the door, her words calling to him as he tried to escape. "You'll see," she warned him. "He'll fool you all. He'll blame my Paul, just like he always does. He'll fool you all." Harvey kept walking and never looked back. Harvey stood next to his unmarked police car while Anderson was already in the back with a uniformed constable, handcuffed and sobbing. He pulled his mobile from his pocket as he looked out across the estate, noticing more and more locals drifting over from their flats and talking to each other, pointing at him and the other cops. The lynch mob was gathering, and he knew they needed to get Anderson away quickly. He called a number on the phone that was almost immediately answered by Matthews. "Fraser?" she greeted him. "Did you get him?" he asked. "Yeah," she confirmed. "We got him." "He said anything?" "No," she told him, sounding a little confused. "It's almost as if he was expecting us. Just sitting, waiting for the inevitable. Hardly said a word, even when I arrested him for murder. Could be in shock or something." "How does he look?" Harvey checked, his eyes narrowed with interest. "Like nothing's happening," she answered. "I can't read him." "Has he said anything about Anderson yet?" he asked as he watched the dark figures of the locals growing ever closer. "No," she replied. "Like I said, he's hardly said a word." It wasn't what he was expecting to hear, and for a moment it silenced him. "Fraser? You still there?" Yeah. He snapped out of it. "I'm still here. Listen, I need to get Anderson off the estate on the hurry-up. Looks like the locals are beginning to stir. I want Dolby's clothes and samples." A bottle thrown from the crowd smashed at his feet, but he remained composed. "Intimate and non-intimate. And listen, no one speaks to him until I get there. No one. Understood?" "No problem," Matthews told him. "He'll be waiting for you. And get him a solicitor," he added, "even if he or his mum say they don't want one. I'm not interviewing a 15-year-old boy for murder without a brief." "Will do," Matthews agreed. More and more people began to emerge from the shadows, coming ever closer to the car, fingers pointing and fists waving as angry voices called for Anderson to be handed over to the crowd. Harvey knew his defiant presence wouldn't hold them back for much longer. It was time to go. "Give them minimum disclosure only," he told her, talking faster now. "What he's been arrested for, and little background. No details." "It'll be done," she assured him. "Good," he told her. "I'll be in touch." He slipped the phone back in his pocket as he watched the growing number of vengeful residents spilling from the walkways into the car park, heading towards him, egging each other on. He quickly climbed into the front passenger seat and slammed the door as a bottle smashed onto the bonnet. "All right, Johnny, let's get the fuck out of here." As they pulled away, more and more bottles smashed around them as the mob began to circle their car. "Jesus Christ!" Harvey called out in alarm. "They're going to kill me!" Anderson shouted from the back in panic and fear. "Don't let them kill me!" Alston floored the accelerator, and the car sped out of the estate and into the safety of the streets, leaving the angry mob swarming behind. Harvey looked over his shoulder at Anderson. "No one's going to kill you, Paul," he told him. "You're safe." He looked straight ahead again, before whispering under his breath, "For now." Chapter 16. Auckland, New Zealand, present time. Jameson walked through the corridors and open-plan offices of Auckland Central Police Headquarters. Yet, despite taking out the robbery crew the previous day, he wasn't exactly being treated like a hero, and was mostly blanked by the other cops he passed, with the occasional dirty look thrown his way. They knew about his past in London and the death of his partner. It may have happened on the other side of the world, but cops were cops, and someone who many people blame for the death of one of their own was always going to be treated with suspicion and dislike until they proved they deserved better. Eventually, he reached the office of Detective Inspector Harry Finch and knocked on the doorframe. The door was already open, and he could see that Finch was on the phone, summoning him to sit with a wave of his hand and a point of his finger. He did as he was told and waited for Finch to finish his call while he sat silently, looking a bit sheepish. A few seconds later, his boss hung up and looked at him, apparently not happy. "Do you know who that was?" Finch immediately asked. He just shrugged. "That was Inspector Mark Warren from Professional Standards," Finch explained. "I'll tell you now, Reuben. He's after your blood." Jameson sat, looking disinterested. "Listen, Reuben," Finch warned him. "I know coming from the Met, you probably think you know it all, but let me explain something. Warren is bad news. He goes after anyone he believes is a cowboy cop, like I would go after a rapist. He just won't quit. Know what his nickname is?" "No," he replied, with another dismissive shrug. "The Pitbull," Finch told him. "They call him the fucking Pitbull. Now, why do you think that might be?" "Because he's got bad breath," he replied, with a smile. Finch leaned back in his chair in frustration. "You'd better just make sure you've got the paperwork around the informant on your latest little stunt watertight," he warned him again. "It'll be the first thing Warren goes after." "It's covered," Jameson assured him. "Informant's solid. He knows the score." Finch took a few seconds before continuing, eyeing Jameson as he considered his next words. "A lot of people know what happened to your partner back in London," he told him. "So I've been told," he interrupted. "And a lot of them don't understand why you were given a second chance here in New Zealand," Finch finished. "I wasn't given a second chance," Jameson reminded him. "I was cleared by a central board. I was entitled to apply to join the police here." "Save the party line for everyone else, Reuben," Finch replied. "I know that the assistant commissioner here used to be your boss when he was still in the Met." "So?" he asked. "So, he arranged for you to be cleared on your central board." Finch spelt it out. "Just so long as you agreed to move halfway round the world. The best result for everybody. Out of sight, out of mind." Jameson sat stony-faced, saying nothing. "Speaking of which," Finch changed the subject, "I have a little job for you. Something that should keep you nicely out of the way, while hopefully Mr. Warren loses a bit of interest in you." "Which is?" he asked, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Finch took his time, taking a file from his desk drawer and dropping it in front of him. "Do you remember the case of a teenage girl called Abigail Riley?" he asked. "She was raped and murdered by two teenage boys, Paul Anderson and Michael Dolby. A particularly nasty case. It got a fair bit of coverage over here, but nowhere near as much as it got back in the UK." Jameson seemed to freeze for a moment. Finch noticed it. "You all right?" "Yeah," Jameson told him, a sudden paleness washing over his face. "I remember it. Most people do. I was on the original investigation team." "You were on the investigation?" Finch checked. "I was already in the Met when it happened," Jameson confirmed. "I just joined the CID. I was just a young buck on the crime squad, looking for something more interesting than nicking local drug dealers. Well, I certainly got that for my troubles. I was little more than a gopher, but I learned enough about the case to know we were looking for some sort of rabid dog. Or dogs, as it turned out. Dolby and Anderson. Two names I hoped never to hear again." He took a breath before continuing. "They were released a few years ago, and the whole story blew up again." "But what's this got to do with me? This is all history. It's all in the past." "Not anymore," Finch told him, before opening the file on his desk and taking out a crime scene photograph of the dead Paul Anderson before sliding it across to him. Paul Anderson, shot in the head and chest while living his new life under a different identity in some hick town in Canada a couple of days ago.
A professional hit? He more stated than asked. So, someone connected with Abigail Riley finally caught up with him. The immediate family, most likely. Shouldn't be too hard to find out who. Bigger question is, where did they get their information from? Only someone connected with the investigation or their relocation could have such accurate intelligence.
There's plenty people enough, Finch argued. You'd also have to consider CPS and Home Office employees, or maybe someone just got sloppy and left a file where they shouldn't have. The Brits are looking into it, but don't hold your breath.
I bet they are, he agreed. But none of this explains why you're telling me. You say I'm part of the investigation, but what's a hit in Canada got to do with me?
Finch stood with his hands on his hips for a while before pulling another photograph from the file, of Michael Dolby as he looked now. He slid it across to Jameson, who looked at it with confusion. Michael Dolby, Finch explained. Anderson's partner in crime, as he appears today. He nodded his head as he began to understand.
So, Anderson went to Canada, but Dolby came here.
Finch pulled a face that let him know he was right.
So, what was the deal? New Zealand takes a problem off the UK's hands and they take one off yours. Who did they get in exchange? A blown informant? Protected witness?
You don't need to know, and apparently neither do I, Finch answered. This is all way above our pay grade.
Which brings me back to, why are you telling me any of this? He reminded him.
Because you're going to babysit our unwanted guest, Finch told him with apparent glee. Keep him safe from whoever may be out there looking to put 2 in his chest and 1 in his head. As of now, you're officially assigned to Michael Dolby's bodyguard team. To start with, you'll be working with Millsy on the day shift.
You're joking, right? He argued. You want me to waste my time keeping this bastard safe? I remember the case, Harry. Don't put me next to this filth.
Sorry, Finch told him. No choice. He served his time, and now we have a duty of care, regardless of his past.
Well, then have someone pick him up, he suggested. Put him in prison, under protective custody.
It was considered, Finch explained. But you know what prisons are like. He'd be asked 100 questions a day by the other inmates. Why are you here? What you in for? Only a matter of time before they get suspicious or he makes a mistake. Eventually, he may even be recognised. Prisoners have long memories.
Then put him in a safe house, he tried. Keep him in isolation until the threat passes.
And when would that be? Finch threw his hands up. Months? Years?
Who cares? Jameson argued.
Finch took a breath before answering. Well, apparently he does.
Excuse me? He asked.
He refuses to move to a safe house, Finch told him.
He what?
Jameson shook his head. It was offered, Finch explained. He won't go. Won't leave his farm.
Then don't give him a choice, he replied,
as if it was straightforward. Technically, he's a free man, Finch elaborated. On licence, yes, but there's nothing to say he has to surrender to a safe house or help us keep him safe. Without his cooperation, a safe house isn't going to work.
What? Jameson asked. He's got some sort of death wish?
Finch shrugged before chucking the file across the desk to him. Everything you need to know is in there, including the fact that Michael Dolby is no longer Michael Dolby. He's now Alexander Knight. He shook his head and laughed, ironically. Alexander Knight. He get to make up his own name, or something? This all just came in overnight, Reuben. Finch ignored the question. You need to grab Millsy and get over to Knight's farm in Pukekohe as a matter of urgency. There's no way Anderson's killer could have got to New Zealand already, so you've got a head start securing his farm. But it's the only advantage we seem to have, so let's not lose it. Pukekohe? He questioned. Good place to hide someone like Knight, Finch answered. Apparently, he keeps himself to himself, sticks to the rules of his release, never causes anyone any trouble, farms his small holding and tries to live a normal life. Maybe you could learn something from him. You want me to learn from a rapist and a murderer? He asked, sarcastically. That's not what I meant, Finch told him, drumming his fingers on his desk. Just certain things need to be left in the past. What happened back in the UK needs to be left there. He took a deep breath through his nose. It is. Good, Finch nodded. Now, get yourself over to Pukekohe. The sooner I know you're babysitting Knight, the better I'll feel. Jameson stood to leave. Don't forget this, Finch reminded him, tapping the file on his desk. Jameson reluctantly picked it up. Make sure you read it. The more you know about Knight, the better you'll be able to protect him. Jameson shook his head and walked from the office without saying another word as he seethed inside. Chapter 17. London, 2005. Alston was in the medical examiner's room at Colindale Police Station with Anderson and his mother. DC Tony Cook was assisting him. The room was quite small and plain, with an examination bed up against a wall, while cabinets and drawers circled the others. Anderson was still upset and crying, but his mum had calmed down. Why are we in here? She asked, looking around. Why are we in this room? We need to take Paul's clothes, Alston explained. All of them. We also have authority to take both intimate and non-intimate samples from him. I can take the non-intimate ones in your presence, but we'll have to wait for the medical examiner to take the intimate. I don't understand, Anderson sobbed. What do you mean, take samples from me? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what this means. Non-intimate samples, Paul, Alston told him. Things like saliva, hand swabs, hair. Intimate samples are things like blood, semen, swabs from your private parts, pubic hair. Only the examiner can take them. But I didn't do anything, he pleaded. That's why we're taking the samples and your clothing, Alston explained, lifting a large brown paper evidence bag from the examination table. To help us find out. It wasn't me, Anderson tried to convince them. I need you to start getting undressed, Alston ignored him. Place each item of clothing in a separate bag, please. Anderson began to undress as the tears flowed down his face. A mirror image of the scene taking place at Colindale was happening at Barnet Police Station, where Matthews and DC Simon Rieger were in the medical examination room with Michael Dolby and his mother Fiona, an attractive woman in her mid-40s, who was pacing around the small room, looking agitated, while Dolby sat impassively on the examination bed. Why are we here? Mrs. Dolby asked in her accentless voice. In this place? In this room? We need to take some samples from Michael, Matthews explained. Some only the police doctor can take, and we need his clothes. If you want to arrange replacements, that's fine. Samples? She questioned, sounding alarmed. Blood, semen, swabs from Michael's skin, Matthews told her. Each will be explained before it's taken. Jesus Christ!
She laughed nervously.
"You're joking, right?"
"No, Mrs. Dolby," she replied. "I'm afraid I'm not."
"But this is all clearly a mistake," she argued. "I mean, do you really think Michael could be involved in something like this? Frankly, it's ridiculous."
"We have information to suggest otherwise," Matthews explained.
"Information from who?" she asked. "Paul Anderson. Is he blaming this on Michael?"
"No," Matthews answered. "Not Anderson."
"Then who?" she demanded. "I have a right to know."
"No, you don't," Matthews told her. "But I can tell you the source of the information has no reason to lie to us."
"Then whoever's saying these things is lying," she insisted, still pacing the room.
"Mum," Dolby suddenly spoke, sounding calm but a bit frustrated. "Just let it go."
"Let it go?"
she said, throwing her hands in the air.
"Do you have any idea of how much trouble you're in? What you're accused of?"
"I know," he told her, sounding assured. "But I didn't do anything. It'll be fine. It's just a mistake."
She spun to face Matthews. "Has anyone else been arrested? Has Paul Anderson also been arrested? Is he blaming Michael to try and save his own skin?"
The two detectives glanced at each other. Mrs. Dolby saw it.
"He has, hasn't he? And now he's lying to try and save himself. I should have known. I should have known," she repeated, shaking her head before rounding on Matthews. You don't actually believe him, do you? You know he's been in trouble with the police before, more times than I can remember."
"Mum," Dolby interrupted. "Just drop it. You're not helping."
"I don't know why you want to spend time with him," she questioned. "I told you he'd get you into trouble sooner or later. Paul is bad news. There's something wrong with him. You can see it in his eyes, like he's—"
"You don't know what you're talking about," he argued. "Paul's okay. You just don't know him."
"That's typical," she said, before forcing an ironic laugh. "He blames you for something he's probably done, and yet you still stick up for him. He says jump, and you say how high."
"It's not like that," he insisted. "We're friends."
"Mrs. Dolby," Matthews intervened, "I need to remind you that Michael is still under caution and that any unsolicited comments he makes could be used as evidence against him. Perhaps it's best if you don't say anything else until you've had a chance to speak with your solicitor." "Fine," she agreed, with a frustrated shrug.
"Michael," Matthews told Dolby, picking up a brown paper evidence bag and handing it to Riga, "I need you to hand all your clothes to DC Riga. As a female officer, I can't be present." She nodded to Riga before turning towards the door.
"How long is this going to take?" Mrs. Dolby stopped her. "How long will we be here for?"
"We'll interview Michael as soon as we can," she answered, "after you've had a chance to speak with your solicitor."
"And then?" Mrs. Dolby pressed.
"We'll be as quick as we can," Matthews told her. "I promise."
"You're not really taking this seriously, are you?" she asked, sounding nervous. "I mean, I know you have to take Michael's clothes and these samples, but you don't actually think he killed that girl, do you? This is all just procedure, right? To eliminate him from your inquiries. Isn't that what you police say?"
"This is a murder investigation, Mrs. Dolby," Matthews reminded her. "We take everything very seriously."
"Then you do think he was involved," she said, speaking slowly and intently. "You really believe he could have killed her?"
"Best just to do as DC Riga says," Matthews replied. "I'll be back as soon as I can."
"I don't want her here," Dolby suddenly spoke up. "I don't want my mum here when I'm undressing."
"If that's okay with your mum," Matthews agreed. Mrs. Dolby?" "Fine," she agreed, sounding annoyed. "Whatever." "Mrs. Dolby," Matthew said as she headed for the door, "if you could follow me." "This is a nightmare," she complained, before doing as she was told. "A living, bloody nightmare." Harvey, Alston, Anderson and his mother were all crammed into the interview room at Colindale Police Station along with their solicitor, Nina Barnwell. They sat on uncomfortable wooden and cloth chairs around a cheap table upon which the recording equipment stood. Harvey leaned forward and pressed the record button, filling the room with the shrill sound of the warning buzzer for about 5 seconds. When it stopped, he began. "This interview is being recorded for both audio and video," he explained. "The date is the 10th of February, and the time is 9:40 p.m, and we are in the interview room at Colindale Police Station. I am Detective Sergeant Fraser Harvey, and the other officer present is Detective Constable John Alston," he introduced himself. "I'm interviewing. Could you please state your name clearly for the tape, please?" "Paul Anderson," he replied quietly. Also present is Paul's mother, acting as his appropriate adult. She knew the drill and leaned forward to say her name. "Donna Anderson, Paul's mother." "Thank you." Also present is Nina Barnwell. She recognised her cue. "Solicitor for Barnwell, Compton and Howell. I'm here to advise both Paul and Mrs. Anderson on their legal rights and to challenge any inappropriate questioning or conduct towards my client." "Paul," Harvey continued, "I need to remind you that you are still under caution, which means you do not have to say anything unless you wish to do so, but it may harm your defence if you fail to mention, when questioned, something that you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given as evidence." "I've discussed the implications of the caution with my client," Barnwell answered for him, "and he fully understands them." "OK." Harvey nodded. "Thank you. You have the right to free and independent legal advice any time, night or day, and, as it happens, you've chosen to have your solicitor, Miss Barnwell, present during the interview. If at any time you want to consult privately with her, or any other legal representative, just say so, and I'll stop the interview while you have that consultation. Do you understand?" Anderson just nodded sheepishly. "You need to speak, Paul, so the tape can record your answers?" "Sorry," he replied, in little more than a whisper. "Yeah, I understand." Harvey took a deep breath through his nose before continuing. "Paul, do you know why you've been arrested? Do you know why you're being interviewed?" He looked to his mother and then to Barnwell, who subtly shook her head. He looked down at the table. "No comment." "You've been arrested for the suspected murder of Abigail Riley," Harvey explained. "A 14-year-old girl we found in a disused bomb shelter. She was all but naked when we found her." He paused to allow his words to sink in. "She'd been stabbed over 50 times, and her throat cut so severely that she'd been partially decapitated. We believe she was also raped. Her breasts had been cut off and seemingly removed from the scene." Donna looked pale and sick. "Oh, my God." "No comment," he answered, still looking down at the table. "Officer," Barnwell interrupted, "I should remind you that my client is only 15 years old." "And the victim was only 14, he countered. "A 14-year-old girl who we believe is Abigail Riley. Do you know her?" "No comment," he replied, shaking his head. "What was your relationship with her?" "No comment," he answered,
sounding meek and worried. Was she your girlfriend?
No, Anderson slipped. No comment.
No, or no comment?
No comment,
he recovered.
Did you have sex with her on the day she was killed? No comment.
Did you have sex with her any time before that?
No comment.
I'm talking about consensual sex, Harvey explained. Did you ever have consensual sex with Abigail?
No comment,
he answered, but he sounded unsure and confused. Then, did you rape her? Harvey pushed him. He closed his eyes and shook his head.
No comment.
It's a simple question. Harvey tried to further rattle him. Yes or no? Did you rape her?
No comment.
Do you actually know she was raped? Barnwell came to Anderson's momentary rescue. Early medical evidence suggests it, Harvey told her. But you don't know it, she guessed. Once the full post-mortem's been completed, it'll be confirmed, Harvey assured her. But at this moment, you don't have the evidence to prove it, she argued. I'm not here to play games, Miss Barnwell, Harvey told her, the irritation clear in his voice. We all know she was raped. Not until it's confirmed, we don't, she insisted. Which means your questions about whether my client did or not are hypothetical, and therefore inadmissible and inappropriate. Inappropriate? Harvey asked, leaning back in his chair. I wonder if the victim's family would consider them inappropriate. Well, she coldly reminded him, right here and now, their opinions are irrelevant. And while we're on the subject of hypothetical, has the victim been formally identified yet? Not as yet, Harvey admitted. But there's little doubt it's Abigail Riley. But again, you don't know. Barnwell wouldn't give it up. Not for sure. Unfortunately, for her family, Harvey told her. I'm sure they'll make a positive identification. But until they do, she argued, my client can't possibly be expected to answer personal questions about a person who you don't even know for sure is the victim. He has the right not to incriminate himself. Perhaps you'd be better off asking these questions when you're more sure of the relevant facts, instead of asking questions based on your assumptions. He took a deep breath through his nose before replying, Very well. Let's check some facts. Like, what is your relationship with a boy called Michael Dolby? Anderson's head snapped up as he glared at Harvey, his eyes wide and wild before his gaze returned to the table.
No comment.
Something you want to tell me? Harvey asked. You look angry with him, or scared.
I'm not scared of him,
he answered, a little too quickly. Paul. Barnwell reminded him to stick to the plan.
No comment.
He returned to the script with a shake of his head. What's your relationship with him? Harvey kept with the same line of questioning. What's he to you? A friend? Anderson squirmed in his seat.
No comment.
Does he ever make you do things you don't want to?
No comment.
Do you ever make him do things he doesn't want to do?
No comment,
he replied, looking increasingly uncomfortable. Was all this his idea? Harvey kept the pressure on. Did he make you abduct, rape and murder Abigail Riley? Anderson looked at the ceiling and closed his eyes.
No comment.
Then it was your idea, Harvey accused him. Did you make Dolby abduct, rape and murder her?
No comment,
he answered, his fists repeatedly clenching and unclenching. Would you like to take this opportunity to deny it was your idea? Harvey changed his approach. Anderson looked at Barnwell, who shook her head. No comment. Or take this opportunity to deny your involvement in her rape and murder? Harvey tried again. No comment. I'm sorry, Barnwell interrupted, but what exactly is the evidence against my client? You were seen, Paul, Harvey answered, directing his answer at Anderson. You were seen, with Dolby, leading Abigail Riley into the underground shelter. The same shelter we later found her body in. A body, Barnwell pointed out, but not necessarily hers. Abigail has been missing for hours now, and no other girls that match the description of the dead girl have been reported missing, Harvey explained. I'll risk an assumption we've found Abigail. Sometime later, you were seen leaving the shelter, again with Dolby, only this time you were wearing different hoodies. Dark-coloured, not light. You changed your clothes, Paul. Why did you change your clothes? Why would you do that? Anderson cleared his throat. No comment. You were carrying a rucksack, he continued. Were the clothes in the rucksack? No comment, Anderson struggled to reply. Were they covered in blood? Harvey asked. Was that why you had to change? Because your clothes were covered in blood? No comment, he answered, looking frightened. Soaked in Abigail's blood. No comment, he answered more loudly. And the knife, Harvey pressed unrelentingly forward. Was the knife you used to cut her throat also in the bag? No comment, Anderson replied, his voice even louder. Was it your idea to bring a change of clothes? No comment, he angrily spat. Because you knew you'd be covered in her blood? No comment. You'd never make it home, covered in her blood, Harvey told him. So you had to take a change of clothing, didn't you? No comment, he refused to answer. Which means you planned it, Harvey explained. You planned to abduct her and take her to that godforsaken place and stab her to death. No, Anderson shouted. No! You planned to take her there, Harvey continued, speaking faster now. Take her there, rape her, and then kill her. Otherwise, why would you have the clothes with you, Paul? Why? No! Anderson screamed, jumping to his feet. No! It wasn't like that! Sit down, Paul, Harvey told him calmly. He did as he was told and slumped back into his chair, putting his head in his hands as he started to cry. Wasn't like what, Paul? If that isn't what happened, then tell me. I think, Barnwell intervened, I think I'm going to have to call a stop to this interview. My client is very young and needs a break. It's also getting late, especially to be interviewing a young person. I suggest we speak again when you actually have some hard evidence instead of just theories. Harvey leaned back in his chair. Fine. He stretched a hand towards the tape machine. This interview is concluded. He pressed the stop button. Anderson stopped crying and looked up from his shaking hands. Can I go home now? He asked. I want to go home. No, Paul, Harvey told him, sounding suddenly tired and sad. Not yet. Maybe not for a very long time. Harvey and Alston stood in the custody area checking some paperwork. So, what do you think? Alston suddenly asked. Of Anderson, Harvey replied without looking up. Yeah, Alston confirmed. Do you like him for it? Harvey took a couple of seconds before looking up. Yeah, I like him for it.
But is he the leader or the follower? Maybe they were equals, Alston suggested. No, Harvey dismissed it. No, I don't think so. 2 killers coming together is rare enough, but 2 that are equals is pretty much unheard of. One of them is the main instigator. Question is, which one? Anderson looked weak, Alston reminded him, which points the finger at Dolby. Or Anderson's playing with us, Harvey warned him. His tears, crocodile tears. Wouldn't be the first time. Whoever killed Abigail is clearly psychopathic, and one thing about psychopaths is their ability to act and lie, and act and lie convincingly. What now? Alston shrugged. Harvey looked at his watch. Think I'll go over to Barnet and have a crack at Dolby before he has a chance to sleep on it. It's late, Alston pointed out. Think the custody officer will allow it? We're investigating the rape and murder of a 14-year-old girl, Harvey reminded him. The custody officer will do the right thing. They don't really have a choice. Get Anderson bedded down for the night and see to it his mum gets a lift home, or, better still, goes to stay with family or friends somewhere other than the estate. Then try and get some sleep yourself. Tomorrow's going to be another very long day. Chapter 18. Auckland, New Zealand, present time. O'Doherty strode through Auckland Airport wearing an expensive suit, sharp shades, looking well-groomed and fit. Just another successful businessman in his early 40s. He joined the mercifully short queue for immigration control and stood in line, checking the stocks and shares markets as if he was really interested, aware the airport CCTV cameras could focus in close on his phone's screen if they wanted. He reached the front of the queue and headed to the first desk that became free and handed his Australian passport, bearing a false name with immigration stamps from countries all over the world to make it look even more genuine, to the bored-looking immigration officer. The officer looked inside the passport, then looked up at him. "Can I ask you what the purpose of your visit to New Zealand is, Mr. Howard?" "Just some business with my Kiwi colleagues," he answered in a perfect West Coast Australian accent. "I shouldn't be here more than a few days." The officer pulled a disinterested face and shrugged before stamping the passport and handing it back to him. "Have a nice stay." An unmarked police car bumped its way along a dirt road of the small farm in Pukekohe, throwing up plenty of dust in its wake. The surrounding area was completely rural, rolling green fields rising and falling in the hilly countryside. It was a far cry from urban, cosmopolitan Auckland. Jameson and Mills looked out of place inside the car, wearing their big city suits and shades as they drove towards the small farmhouse in the distance. Michael Dolby sensed them coming and stopped cutting wood with his chainsaw before removing his safety goggles to better see the approaching car. He stood, unblinking and rigid, until the car stopped close to him in a cloud of dust that didn't seem to bother him. Jameson and Mills climbed out of the car and walked slowly towards him, glancing at one another as they approached. Jameson caught sight of a uniformed cop he knew standing on the porch. He acknowledged them by raising one hand. The cop nodded in recognition and went inside. They kept walking until they were close to Dolby and stopped. He looked from one to the other, but said nothing. "Alexander Knight?" Jameson asked. "Yes," he answered, laying his chainsaw on the ground. "I'm Detective Sergeant Reuben Jameson," he told him, before nodding towards Mills. "This is my colleague, Detective Constable Kate Mills." "I know what you are," Dolby said, without a hint of emotion. The detectives glanced at each other. We're from Serious Crimes Unit, Jameson explained. We have reason to believe your life could be in danger. Dolby jutted his chin towards the farmhouse where the uniformed cops were waiting. I know what you believe, he told them. Everything's already been explained to me. Then you know someone killed your friend, Paul Anderson? Jameson tried to provoke a reaction from him. He wasn't my friend, Dolby answered, quickly but calmly. Jameson looked around the farmland for a few seconds before continuing. Well, whatever he was, he's dead now, he explained. Shot twice in the chest and once in the head. Whoever did it was a professional. I spent 11 years in prison, Detective Jameson, Dolby replied as he bent over and stacked some of the chopped wood. I know the difference between a professional hit and a random attack. Yeah, he answered, barely able to hide his contempt. I suppose you do. The two men locked eyes. Perhaps we'd better go inside, Mills suggested. You need to know what's going to happen next. Dolby thought for a couple of seconds before answering. Very well. Kate, he agreed politely. Please, after you. She turned and headed to the house, followed by Dolby and then Jameson, a look of disgust on his face. They reached the farmhouse and entered to find a neat and tidy kitchen, everything very ordered, the opposite of what Jameson had expected. He dealt with men who'd committed terrible crimes before and almost invariably found their personal lives to be a confused mess, something which was usually reflected in their inability to keep themselves or their homes clean or organised. But not Dolby, whose appearance had also wrong-footed him. A good-looking man with a pleasant disposition and disarming smile, although there was a sense of sadness about him. Dolby wasn't like any killer he'd encountered before. Our assignment, Mr. Knight, Mills explained as she looked around the orderly kitchen, is to keep you safe. Make sure you don't end up like Paul Anderson. Jameson couldn't resist a little dig at him. Mills gave him a cold stare. This is a serious situation, Mr. Knight, she continued. We need you to understand that. I understand the situation, Kate, Dolby assured her. D.C. Mills, she told him. It's better you call me D.C. Mills. Of course, he agreed with a pleasant smile. You need to understand, we're here to keep you safe, she repeated. I understand that some amongst you would rather see someone put a bullet through my brain, Dolby replied as he glanced at Jameson. It's all right. I get used to a certain look in people's eyes. Usually cops, prison guards. I understand. Whoever killed Paul Anderson went to a lot of trouble to find him, Jameson moved on. If they can track him down to some nowhere town in Canada, then they can probably track you down to here. Canada? Dolby smiled wryly. Paul was in Canada. Something amusing you? Jameson asked, confrontationally. No, Dolby shook his head. Just something from the past. Something I asked D.S. Harvey last time I saw him. I understand you've refused to go into protective custody, Jameson continued, not interested in Dolby's past. Isn't that what you are? Dolby asked. Protective custody? You know what I mean, he told him. Your refusal to go to a safe house would have been easier all round. For who? Dolby questioned. For you? For me? And how long would I be there? Until you catch whoever killed Paul. And how long would that be? Weeks? Months? If he's as professional as I believe you think he is, maybe never. Then what? He looked around the house and out the window. This farm is all I have, Sergeant Jameson. I'll take my chances here if it's all the same. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen anyway. Besides, I have every confidence in you and D.C. Mills. The detectives glanced at each other. It's likely that Anderson did something to compromise himself, Mills warned him, which is how he was found. If he hadn't, he may well still be alive. Paul got no less than he deserved, Dolby said, coldly. Again, Jameson and Mills looked at each other. Then you have no feelings about his death? Mills asked. Only that it was long overdue, Dolby answered, with what sounded like a sigh of relief. That's a little cold, Jameson accused him. Don't you think? The world's a better place without him in it, Dolby replied. Jameson was silenced for a while before he returned to business. You want to stay alive? You do exactly as we tell you. Understand? Very well, Dolby agreed. Good, Jameson told him. You can start by showing us around. We need to see everything. Of course, he politely consented. It's only a small holding. It shouldn't take long to show you the whole place. Good, Jameson said, sounding anything but grateful. Then, let's get on with it. Chapter 19. London, 2005. A while later, Harvey sat in a near-identical interview room to the last, but this one was in Barnet Police Station. Matthews sat next to him, while Michael Dolby sat on the opposite side of the cheap desk, flanked by his mother and his solicitor, Dominic Powell. Harvey pressed the record button on the machine and filled the room with a 5-second shrill buzz. When it stopped, he began. This interview is being recorded both for audio and video. It is taking place at Barnet Police Station on the 10th of February, and the time now is about 12:30 a.m. I am Detective Sergeant Fraser Harvey, and the other officer present is D.C. Connie Matthews, she introduced herself. I'm interviewing, Harvey continued. Could you state your name for the tape, please? This interview is being recorded on video as well? Dolby asked. Yes, Harvey answered. That's correct. Is that a problem? Just, I've never been interviewed before, he told them. But I've seen some on the TV. I thought only the really serious cases were videoed. Serial killers and stuff. This is a very serious matter, Michael, Harvey explained. You need to understand that. Dolby continued to look calm and together. So, you really do think I was involved? He stated, more than asked. I'm not just here to be eliminated from your inquiries? We'll get into that once the interview starts properly, Harvey answered. I have a few things to get out of the way first. Your name? Sorry, he apologised. Michael Dolby. It's just this is all new to me. I'm a little nervous. Bit afraid, I suppose. That's understandable, Harvey reassured him. Anyway, as I was saying, also present and acting as your appropriate adult is your mother. Could you say your name clearly, please? Fiona Dolby, she replied, sounding frustrated and annoyed. Michael's mother. Fiona, Harvey explained.
As Michael's mother, you're entitled to be involved in the interview and offer him any advice you care to, and to challenge or question anything you don't understand, or think Michael doesn't understand. All right?"
"I understand," she replied, looking at Dolby from the corner of her eyes.
"Also present is—" He looked at Powell, who knew the routine.
"Dominic Powell," he stated, "solicitor from Hopkins, Powell and Luman."
"Thank you," Harvey said, concealing his inherent dislike of solicitors. "Michael, I need to remind you that you are still under caution, which means you do not have to say anything unless you wish to do so, but it may harm your defence if you fail to mention, when questioned, something you later rely on in court. Anything you do say can be used as evidence. Do you understand the caution?"
"Yes,"
Dolby shrugged. "I think so."
"I've fully explained the caution to Michael, and I'm happy he understands it," Powell added.
"Fine," Harvey acknowledged, keen to move on. "Michael, you have the right to free and independent legal advice any time, night or day, and, as it is, you've chosen to have your solicitor, Mr. Powell, here, present throughout the interview. If at any time you wish to consult in private with Mr. Powell, or any other legal representative, just say so, and I'll stop the interview while that consultation is organised. Do you understand?"
"I understand," he replied, looking nervous but composed.
"OK," Harvey nodded. "Michael, it's getting quite late, gone midnight, and I appreciate you're only 15, so if you feel you're too tired to be interviewed, you need to say so."
"No," he shook his head. "I'm fine. I'd rather get it over with."
"Mrs. Dolby?" he checked with her.
"If Michael's happy to continue, then so am I," she agreed. "He's an intelligent boy. He knows his own mind."
"Very well," Harvey continued. "Michael, do you know why you've been arrested?"
"I was told it was for the suspected rape and murder of a girl," he answered without hesitation.
Powell jumped in as quickly as he could.
"My advice to answer all questions no comment remains the same."
"Sorry," Dolby shrugged. "No comment." "That's right, Michael," Harvey confirmed. "You've been arrested for the suspected rape of a young girl, a 14-year-old girl who we believe to be Abigail Riley. Can you tell me anything about that?" Dolby appeared to be struggling to speak, sighing before answering.
"No comment."
"Brutally murdered, after no doubt being brutally raped." Harvey tried to provoke some emotion. "Stabbed over 50 times, and her throat cut so severely she was almost decapitated. Anything you want to say about that?"
"No comment," Dolby replied, before sighing once more, as if he was frustrated at not being able to talk freely.
"We found her, nearly naked, lying on the floor of an old bomb shelter on the Falmouth estate." Harvey kept it up. "Discarded, like she was nothing. One of the worst crime scenes I've ever seen." He waited a few seconds for effect before speaking again. "Her breasts had been cut off."
"For God's sake," Mrs. Dolby said, looking away from her son.
"No comment," Dolby insisted, shaking his head. Harvey picked up on the boy's frustration. "You look like you want to talk to me, Michael. Like you want to say something. Get something off your chest?" Dolby shook his head again and breathed deeply through his nose as if battling an inner turmoil. "No. No comment." "Did you know her?" Harvey asked, backing off somewhat. "Did you know Abigail Riley?" Dolby looked at the ceiling and closed his eyes. "No comment." "Were you in any sort of relationship with her?" Harvey continued to probe him, building the pressure that could eventually make him crack.
No comment, Dolby resisted. Perhaps she was your girlfriend? Dolby shook his head. No comment. You're shaking your head. Fraser used Dolby's involuntary body language against him. Does that mean you weren't having a relationship with her? No comment, he answered, deliberately holding his head still. Then she was a stranger to you? No comment. Then what made you select her as your victim? He changed tack. Was it because she was so pretty? Did you want her? Sexually? No comment, he answered, with closed eyes. Sergeant, Powell interrupted, I think your questions are getting a little offline. You haven't even explained the evidence against my client yet. Fair enough, he replied after a pause. Tell me about your relationship with Paul Anderson. What do you mean? Dolby asked, sounding different now, suspicious, but also intrigued. I mean, what is he to you? Harvey clarified. A friend, I suppose, Dolby answered with a shrug. Michael, Powell interjected, I would remind you of my advice. Sorry, Dolby told him. No comment. Strange friends, Harvey kept going, you and he. They should never have been friends, Mrs. Dolby spoke up. It was only ever going to lead Michael to trouble. But even Paul couldn't have been involved in something like this. It has to be some sort of case of mistaken identity. Well, if it is, we'll know soon enough, Harvey told her, before continuing. How long have you known Paul for? A couple of years, Dolby answered. Michael, Powell reminded him, sounding slightly irritated. Sorry, Dolby apologised. I forgot. I'm not used to this sort of thing. I've never been arrested before. It's not easy. Unlike Paul, who's been arrested and interviewed several times, Harvey reminded him. Dolby answered with silence. So, how did you two end up being friends? Paul's all right. I mean, no comment. Sorry, he said, sounding frustrated. I just want to go home, you know. I understand. Harvey tried to sound sympathetic. But this is as serious as it could possibly be. And we have evidence to suggest you were responsible, or at least involved. You need to start accepting the situation you're in. You can't run away from it, and it's not going to suddenly disappear. So, if you know something, or there's something you want to tell me, then here and now is the time and the place. Dolby sighed deeply. No comment. Harvey deliberately allowed a long, oppressive silence to hang in the room before continuing. He'd seen as many suspects cave into silence as they had to questioning in his time. You were seen by a witness, Michael, he finally explained. You and Paul. They told us everything. You and Paul leading Abigail into the shelter, sometime later coming out without her, wearing different clothes. The rucksack you were carrying. You need to talk to me, Michael. Tears formed in Dolby's eyes. No comment. The bag, Michael, Harvey told him, calm but deadly serious. The bag and the clothes mean it was planned. Makes the whole matter look even worse, if that's possible. Question is, who planned it? You or Paul? No comment. Paul's no stranger to trouble, Harvey reminded him. Although, I have to admit, this is far more serious than anything he's done before. Whereas this is all new for you, Michael. Everything points to Paul as being the ringleader, but we can't prove that unless you talk to me. Paul can say whatever he likes about you, unless you talk about him first. He can blame it all on you. Lay it all at your doorstep. Dolby wiped away tears, although he wasn't sobbing, and stayed composed enough to answer. No comment. You know, Michael, Harvey tried another approach. Hidden in here, behind these walls, in this small room, it's easy to trick yourself into believing that everything is contained, that this is just between the five of us, that we can talk about it and discuss it, argue about it, and that somehow you'll find a way out of this situation. But that's a lie, Michael. Out there, in the real world, the wheels of the media will be in full spin. They'll certainly know we have 2 people in custody by now, and if they don't already have your name, they will by morning. Probably already trying to think of what they'll call you in their newspapers. Teenage terrors, kid killers, that sort of thing. It's real, Michael. This is really happening, and it's not something you can contain. You are in the middle of a nightmare. If you can save yourself, if you can possibly save yourself, now is the time to do it. Dolby battled with his tears while looking at the ceiling. I can't. I'm sorry. What do you mean, you can't? Harvey asked. Dolby suddenly stiffened as if he was steeling himself against the questioning, determined not to crack. No comment. You said you can't. You can't tell us, Harvey pressed him. What did you mean? No comment, Dolby answered, stony-faced now, emotionless. Did Paul say something to you about not talking? Harvey asked. Did he threaten you? No comment, Dolby shook his head. I can't help you unless you help yourself, Michael, Harvey warned him. No comment. Dolby refused to move. For God's sake, Michael, his mother spoke up. If Paul made you do something, if he made you do it with him, then you have to tell us. No, he snapped at her angrily before recovering his composure. No comment. I think maybe we've all had enough for tonight, Powell intervened. It's getting very late, and Michael is legally still only a young person. I feel he's coming under undue pressure to waiver his right not to answer your questions. He needs his 8 hours statutory rest now, as is his right under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act. Fine, Harvey agreed after a lengthy pause. Fine. I'm concluding this interview so Michael can get some sleep. No doubt he will be further interviewed at some stage tomorrow. He leaned forward and turned the tape off. It was deep into the hours that existed somewhere between night and day as Harvey walked the short distance along a corridor back at Colindale before arriving at the open door of Richards's office. He knocked on the doorframe and made her look up from the reports spread across her desk. You're working late, boss, he told her. You and me both, she replied. Come in and pull up a chair. He accepted her offer, sitting heavily, yawning and rubbing his temples. Richards opened a desk drawer and pulled out 2 glass tumblers and a bottle of scotch. Here, she told him, pouring them both a glass, sliding one across the desk. I don't make a habit of it, but I think we could both use it. She raised her glass. Harvey followed suit. Cheers, she saluted him. Good health? He returned the gesture before they both took a long drink. Richards nodded towards the TV that was on in the corner, the volume turned low but audible. It was tuned in to a 24-hour news channel showing coverage of the investigation.
A correspondent was reporting live from the estate. "The media are all over this already," she complained. "Guessing what's happening with the investigation, guessing what happened to the victim, who she is. They already know we have 2 in custody and are inching closer to finding out who they are. As soon as that's imminent, I'll slap a restraining order on them to stop them revealing their identities. But that'll only hold them for so long. Once they find out we have kid murderers in the frame, they're going to go fucking crazy. Could be the biggest domestic story of the year. I'll keep them off you and the team for as long as I can, but—" She spread her arms wide. "Appreciated." He nodded, holding his glass up to her before taking a sip, enjoying the brief moment of pleasure in an otherwise nightmarish day. "So, what now?" Richards ended his respite. "Do you like these 2 kids for it?" "Yeah, I like them for it," he confirmed. Both answered no comment in the interview, although I got the feeling they would have liked to have talked. Briefs got into them and made sure that didn't happen. My guess is Anderson's keen to blame the whole thing on Dolby. "And Dolby?" "Not sure," he admitted. "Seems to have some sense of loyalty to Anderson. Something. I don't know. Can't be sure." "Could he be afraid of him?" she asked. "I suppose," he replied, sounding unconvinced. "Maybe if we can get some physical evidence, their briefs will encourage them to get their blame in first." "But what do you think?" she pressed him, sure that he would already have his own ideas. "Think we've only got 1 player here and 1 watcher? Or could we have genuine joint enterprise? 2 bad seeds attracted to each other. It's rare, but it wouldn't be the first time." "Don't know, and I don't want to guess." He refused to be drawn. "Not with this one. When we get some more evidence, I'll show them and see what happens, even if it's just the formal identification of the victim. One thing's for sure, we're going to need more than just the eyewitness evidence of a 12-year-old girl. That's not even enough to get it to trial." Richards considered for a moment. "And the victim's identification? Any news on when that'll take place?" "Should be tomorrow," he told her. "Morning, if we're lucky." "Lucky?" she said, with an ironic laugh. "Doesn't feel like being lucky." "No," he agreed, sipping his drink. "I suppose not." "It's a bad one, this, Fraser," she continued, after a long pause. "Really fucking bad." "I can't disagree," he replied, with a heavy sigh. "The sort of case that stays with you forever," she explained. "Follows you round your whole career, your entire life. Can drag you down, a case like this. Can destroy you if you let it. Burn you up from the inside out. It's not like we can go home and chat about it with your husband or wife and kids. Cases like this, we just have to let live inside of us. Take them to your grave." Harvey didn't know what to say, so he said nothing. The landline phone suddenly rang loudly on the desk, shattering the silence. Richards snatched it up. "DCI Richards?" Harvey watched her intently, trying to guess what she was hearing. "I'm listening." He leaned in closer, his instinct telling him it was something important. "What, exactly?" More silence. "Anything at the other address?" She waited for the answer. "Okay, I understand. You find anything else, let me know immediately." She slowly replaced the handset before turning to him, expressionless. "That was the search team. They found the rucksack hidden behind the bath panel in Dolby's house. It's full of blood-soaked clothes." "Thank God," he replied, sounding both relieved and excited. "There's more," she told him. The knife was in the bag too. He shook his head in disbelief. Anything from Anderson's address? No, she answered. I guess Dolby didn't trust him to get rid of it. Harvey just frowned. You don't look exactly overjoyed. Problem? It's just, if he didn't trust Anderson to get rid of it, why didn't he get rid of it himself? He questioned. Why take it home? Because he's still young, she suggested. A fledgling killer, still learning his trade. Young criminals, even killers, make stupid mistakes. Best not to overthink it. Important thing is, we have the evidence we need. I suppose, he agreed with a sigh. Richards raised her glass. To a quick result, and the chance to move on. Harvey returned the gesture, but he couldn't hide the look of concern on his face. To a quick result, he repeated. But his instincts told him things would be anything but quick, and that moving on would be all but impossible. Chapter 20. The morning light struggled to pierce the thick, reinforced windows into the bland-looking kitchen of the police safe-house where Sarah Riley sat at the breakfast table with a cup of tea, while Jimmy toyed with a bowl of cereal. Abigail's father, Daniel, paced around the room impatiently, occasionally mumbling to himself inaudibly. DC Diane Sinclair, the family liaison officer, also sat at the table, her attention mainly focused on Jimmy. Why are we still here? Daniel suddenly asked her, his Irish accent betraying his roots. Why are we stuck in this God-cursed place? We should be out there, looking for Abigail. We don't know the girl they found is her. I want to go home. I want us all to go home. I understand, Mr. Riley. Sinclair tried to placate him. I really do. But right now, it's just not possible. There's a lot of media on the estate digging for information. At this point, we can't be sure what they know. The last thing any of us want is them taking pictures and asking questions. You're safe here. Right now, this is the best place to be. But I should be looking for her, Daniel argued. We are looking for her, Sinclair assured him. Search teams, dog units, even the helicopter's up, searching for heat sources. If she's out there, we'll find her. You mean, if she's still alive? He resentfully accused her. If she isn't the girl you found in the shelter? She tried to think of what to say when her mobile rang, breaking the awkward silence. She checked the caller ID before quickly answering. Fraser, she greeted him. The victim's body's been moved from the scene, Harvey told her. I need one of the parents to identify her. Any particular time? She asked. As soon as possible, he insisted. I don't have time to wait. Okay, she agreed. I'll let them know. She hung up before looking back and forth between Daniel and Sarah. The body of the girl we found in the shelter has been released by the pathologist, she told them. I'm afraid I need one of you to see her and tell us if it's Abigail. Sarah just closed her eyes and silently started praying, her lips moving but no words coming out. Eventually, Daniel nodded slowly. I'll do it, he agreed. I'll do it. No, Sarah insisted. We go together. We'll do it together. Okay, Sinclair replied. I'll make some arrangements for Jimmy to be looked after while you're... No, Sarah interrupted. He's family. She's his sister. He comes too. Are you sure? Sinclair checked. This is not the sort of thing I recommend for a child. It can be very... I'm sure. We do this together. She put an arm around Jimmy's shoulders and pulled him close. We do this together. Okay,
Sinclair relented. I'll make the arrangements. Harvey was waiting anxiously outside the small chapel area of the mortuary used for showing the dead to relatives for identifying their loved ones. But it was very different from the scenes often depicted on TV, where the victims were pulled from metal fridges on stretchers and the sheet covering them quickly pulled back for identification before being slammed back into cold storage. It was a separate area, specifically set aside so relatives could see their loved ones with as much dignity and as little shock as possible, away from any other bodies or signs of death. He saw the Riley family approaching with Sinclair and braced himself. As they drew closer, he gave a knowing nod to Sinclair before offering his hand to Daniel. You must be Mr. Riley. I am, Daniel replied, eyeing him suspiciously but accepting his hand. D.S. Fraser Harvey, he formally introduced himself. I'm sorry for what you must be going through. Daniel just nodded as Harvey looked towards Sarah and her son, who clung to her. Mrs. Riley? Jimmy, he acknowledged them. It's probably better if Jimmy waits outside with D.C. Sinclair? No, she insisted once more. He stays with me. Sarah, for God's sake, Daniel tried to persuade her. He's just a boy. He stays with me, she reiterated, speaking slowly and deliberately. Harvey looked backwards and forwards between them. If you insist. I insist, Sarah ended it. Okay, Harvey agreed, before explaining what was about to happen. We've tried to make this as easy as possible for you. She'll be fully covered, except for her face. There are some facial injuries, but her wounds have been cleaned and dressed. We've done everything we can for her. He took a breath before continuing. Are you ready to see her? Daniel and Sarah held each other's hands, looking pale and frightened as they nodded together. Once we're inside the chapel, I'll give you as long as you need, but at some point I'm going to have to ask you if it's Abigail. Sarah's legs suddenly buckled a little, but Daniel managed to hold her up. We understand, he assured Harvey. We need to see her now. Harvey opened the door to the chapel and led the others inside the small room mocked up to represent a chapel of rest. The walls were painted purple, and there were even purple curtains hanging from the walls. There was a large wooden crucifix attached to one wall, with Christ still nailed in torture to it. In the centre of the room there was a large oblong table with material hanging from its sides to the floor. Flowers surrounded the edge, where lights shone down on whatever lay in the middle. This way, Harvey told them softly, as he led them towards the table with its sunken centre section in which someone lay beneath a pristine white sheet. Harvey hung back as the family walked tentatively towards the table until they were close enough to look down on the face of the girl who lay inside. Her hair clean and brushed, and the worst of her facial injuries covered with clean dressings. Her eyes were closed, and only her paleness betrayed that she was dead and not just asleep. Her parents simultaneously burst into tears before Sarah gently rested her head on Abigail's chest, one hand on her face and the other resting on her abdomen. Daniel dropped to his knees, sobbing, while Jimmy silently stared at his dead sister, wide-eyed, but there was no other reaction from the boy. Harvey watched the scene for several minutes before speaking. I'm sorry, Mrs. Riley. I'm so sorry, but I have to ask. Is this your daughter? Is this Abigail? She lifted her head from her daughter's body and nodded before speaking very quietly, wiping the tears from her face. Yes, she simply confirmed,
before laying her head back down on Abigail's chest.
"It's Abigail."
Harvey stepped forward and rested a hand on Sarah's shoulder.
"I'm sorry. I'm really very sorry." "Why?"
she asked, so quietly he could barely hear her.
"Why would anyone want to do this to her? She never did anything to deserve this. Who would want to hurt my baby? Who did this to my baby?"
Daniel hauled himself back to his feet and looked at his dead daughter, the tears still rolling down his face.
"I'll find him," he threatened. "Whoever did it, I'll find him, and I'll make him pay."
"Mr. and Mrs. Riley," Harvey explained, "you should know we already have someone in custody on suspicion of committing this crime."
"What?"
Daniel asked, turning slowly to face him.
"Why didn't you tell us? You should have told us."
"I'm sorry," he replied, "but we needed to wait until after Abigail had been identified."
"Who?" Daniel demanded. "Who've you arrested?"
Harvey cleared his throat before answering.
2 teenage boys. We have 2 teenage boys in custody."
2 boys? Daniel repeated, his face twisted with hate.
2 boys did this to my Abigail.
He turned back to look at his daughter.
"Who? I want to know their names."
"Paul Anderson and Michael Dolby," Harvey told him after a few seconds. "Do you know them?"
"No,"
Daniel answered, shaking his head.
"No, I don't." "I do,"
Sarah said, quietly raising her head.
"I know them."
"How do you know them?" Harvey asked.
"I've seen them," she explained, "hanging about on the estate with the other kids. They looked so normal."
"Is that all?" he checked. "You've just seen them hanging around?"
"Abigail mentioned them once or twice," she said through her tears. "I think she liked Michael, but said Paul was trouble. She stayed away from him. That's all I know."
"Bastards deserve to die," Daniel interrupted, his voice raised in fury.
"For what they've done, they deserve to die."
"They won't get away with what they've done," Harvey tried to reassure them. "I promise."
"Is it them?"
Sarah asked calmly.
"Are you sure it's them?"
"I can't say too much," Harvey said with a sigh. "Not yet. But the evidence is mounting up against them."
"But do you believe it's them?" she pressed.
He took a moment before answering.
"Yes," he told her. "I believe it's them."
Chapter 21. Auckland, New Zealand, present time. Finch was in his office when DCI Rebecca Bishop, a tall, thin, serious-looking woman in her late 40s and the boss of the Serious Crimes Unit, entered and closed the door. Finch sank into his chair, knowing trouble was coming. Bishop started to pace around the office like a caged tiger. "Have you seen this?" she demanded, waving a report file in the air. "That bloody Pom Jameson's more trouble than he's worth. An unauthorised armed operation to arrest an armed robbery crew with no proper backup in the middle of the afternoon in Glen Innes. Lucky no one was killed." Finch cleared his throat before replying. "I'm aware of the operation." "Operation?" she protested. "I would hardly call this an operation. More like cowboy cops thinking they're back in the 70s. From what I understand, Jameson received very reliable information from a registered and highly regarded source only minutes before the robbery was due to take place, he tried to explain. He felt he had to act immediately. He scrambled Sergeant Barnes to provide cover. It was apparently all he had time for. He took a breath. Look, Jameson's a good cop. Better than good. Just a little reckless. Too reckless, she insisted, before seeming to calm down. Listen, if Jameson wants to throw his career away, that's his problem. He's been given a second chance. But if he doesn't want to take it, but I won't have him drag a good detective like Millsy down with him. I understand, he assured her. I'll speak to him. Make sure you do, she told him. I will, he promised. In the meantime, I've got them both tucked away in Pukekohe, providing close protection for Alexander Knight. So I heard, she nodded. Well, they'd better not fuck that up, or they'll really be in the shit. She glanced at her watch as if she needed to be somewhere. Just make sure Jameson's got the paperwork around the source for the robbery 100%. Some people in professional standards are very unhappy a man with his background was ever allowed to join the New Zealand police. Even if they don't nail him for this one, they won't quit. I understand, he replied. I hope you do, she warned him. For Jameson's sake, if not your own. She spun on her heels and strode from the office, leaving him to sink further into his chair. For fuck's sake, Reuben, he cursed him in his absence. What the hell did I do to deserve you? O'Doherty sat outside a cafe in Auckland Viaduct, sipping a coffee and looking out to sea, just another office worker on a break, when he was approached by a smartly dressed man in his early 60s, who stopped and stood in front of him. O'Doherty continued to sip his coffee. Mr. Latham? The man asked. Yes, O'Doherty replied, casually, unconcerned by the stranger's approach. I believe you've been expecting me, the man said. You must be Mr. Tucker. O'Doherty used the prearranged code. I am, the man confirmed, discreetly placing a briefcase on the floor next to him. The equipment you requested. Everything's there. Goodbye, Mr. Latham. Without saying another word, he turned and walked away without looking back. O'Doherty slid the case casually under the table and continued to stare out across Waitemata Harbour at the glistening, dark blue sea. Jameson and Dolby walked around the farm together, Dolby occasionally stopping to tidy or fix something minor, while Jameson looked out over the surrounding countryside and bush, considering the possibility of a hitman using a high-powered rifle to take Dolby out. Thoughts he didn't share with the man he'd been sent to protect. I assume looking after me constitutes something of a punishment posting, Dolby said, trying to break the ice. Isn't that what you call it, you cops? Jameson ignored him. So, detective, he tried again, what did you do to deserve a punishment posting? Jameson continued to ignore him. He didn't want someone like Dolby getting inside his head. Why don't you tell me the real reason you wouldn't go to a safe house? He asked instead. I thought I'd already explained, Dolby answered unconvincingly. The others may have believed you, he said, looking over his shoulder towards the house. Back there. But I don't. Dolby stopped and turned to face him. I see, he replied, before continuing to walk. I learnt a lot in prison, Detective Jameson. Meaning? He asked, struggling to keep up with Dolby's pace. Meaning? I know how things sometimes work, he told him.
In the police. Especially back where we both come from, I think, judging by your accent.
I was in the Met, he shrugged. So what?
So, we both know that there's only one way whoever killed Paul got the information, Dolby explained. Only someone in the police could have provided such detailed information.
That's a very serious allegation for a convicted murderer and rapist, Jameson warned him. And you're forgetting other people would have been involved. The CPS, the Home Office.
All the same, Dolby argued, if they provided information about Paul's whereabouts, the chances are they did the same about me. If I moved into a safe house, how long before that was leaked too? And I'd be trapped, like a rat in a barrel. He took a breath. I'd rather take my chances here. Besides, it's possible Paul's death was something else. It was in Paul's nature to be a criminal. A leopard can't change its spots, detective. There's always a chance he upset the wrong people. Paul had a weakness for most things. It made him vulnerable.
And if someone has put a price on your head? Jameson asked. If they find you and somehow get past me, what then?
I'm not afraid of dying, detective, Dolby told him casually. Maybe it's what I deserve.
Because of what you did? Jameson jumped on it, half expecting some kind of confession.
No, Dolby disappointed him. Because of what I didn't do.
I don't understand, he admitted, looking confused. You're saying Anderson died because of what he did, but someone wants to kill you because of something you didn't do? What's that supposed to mean?
It doesn't matter, Dolby shrugged. Not anymore.
And Anderson, he asked a little breathlessly, you really as pleased to see him dead as I think you are?
Dolby stopped dead and spun to face him, looking cold and serious. Like I said, the world's a better place without him in it, detective. Safer. He turned away and started walking again.
What do you mean, safer? Jameson demanded, chasing after him.
Paul could no more change his nature than a scorpion, Dolby answered, without looking back.
A leopard can't change its spots? Jameson set his trap, repeating Dolby's own words.
I guess not, Dolby agreed.
Then I'd better keep a close eye on you then, Jameson told him with an air of satisfaction. Hadn't I?
Dolby stopped and slowly turned his head to face him before nodding once as if acknowledging Jameson's right to be suspicious, before turning and walking away. Jameson looked back at the farmhouse and considered heading back to join the others, leaving Dolby to take his chances with the hitman who may or may not be watching their every move. After a few seconds, he followed after him, wondering whether, if it came to it, he'd be willing to risk his own life to save the life of someone he wouldn't mind seeing dead himself. Chapter 22. London, 2005. Harvey and Alston were back in the interview room at Colindale Police Station with Anderson, his mother Donna, and their solicitor. The interview was already underway after all procedural matters had been dealt with as quickly as Harvey could. Such was his keenness to ask the questions that burnt in his mind. "Do you remember our previous interview, Paul?" he asked. "No comment," Anderson continued in the same manner as he had during his first interrogation. "There was still some questions about the identity of the victim," Harvey reminded him. "No comment," he replied with a dismissive shrug, looking tired and drawn. "You need to know that earlier today
The mother and father identified the victim as their missing daughter, Abigail Riley. Harvey broke the news, hoping to knock Anderson out of his comfortable routine. Makes things look very bad for you, Paul. The witness saw you and Michael Dolby leading Abigail towards the bomb shelter. No comment, Anderson replied, suddenly looking agitated and upset. Frightened. The witness says you led Abigail into the shelter. Harvey turned the screw. No comment, he answered, shaking his head. Carrying a rucksack, Harvey continued, unrelenting. No comment. And then they saw you again, Harvey explained, later. Only now you were wearing different clothes, but you were still with Michael. Why did you change your clothes, Paul? In the middle of the day, why did you change your clothes? I just want to go home, he pleaded, as tears began to stream from his eyes. I don't want to stay here anymore. Home's a long way away for you, Paul, Harvey warned him. You need to start realizing, you need to start dealing with the reality of your situation. You're accused of the murder and rape of a 14-year-old girl, and the evidence is beginning to stack up against you, Paul. You won't be going anywhere for a very long time. No, he cried, holding his face in his hands as his head slumped to the table. Okay, Harvey relented, sure that he'd broken Anderson's will to defy him. Okay, Paul, take a few minutes. His solicitor cleared her throat before speaking. The word of one witness isn't enough to convict Paul of rape and murder, she argued. Do you actually have any physical evidence? Harvey sighed, as if her challenge was nothing more than a minor irritation, before slowly opening his clipboard folder and taking some Polaroid photographs from inside. He spread them neatly across the table like a pack of cards. They were pictures of a heavily blood-stained hoodie, trousers, socks, underwear, training shoes, and the rucksack. The clothing had been shaped as if someone was wearing them for the purposes of display. What are these? Barnwell asked, sounding concerned. Photographs of clothing found in this rucksack, he explained, tapping the picture of the bag. The rucksack we found hidden in Michael Dolby's home address, behind the panel of the bath. He paused, waiting for Anderson to raise his head and look at the photographs. Do you know why I'm showing you photographs instead of showing you the clothes themselves, Paul? Anderson shook his head. Because they're still soaked in blood. The blood of Abigail Riley. We have to dry them in a special room before they can be bagged as evidence. Too soaked in blood to be bagged, Paul. I never touched her, Anderson ranted. Maybe I was there, but I swear I never touched her. It was Michael. Michael did it. It was all Michael's idea. Paul, Barnwell intervened, I would remind you of my advice to say nothing. These clothes were found at Michael Dolby's home, not yours. She turned to Harvey. That is correct, isn't it? It is, Harvey confirmed. And, therefore, they are not connected to my client, she argued. They will be, Harvey assured her. It's only a matter of time before DNA evidence links the clothes to Paul. The smallest drop of his blood, a fleck of skin, a trace of semen or saliva. And then there's the evidence to be processed from the victim herself. You can't argue with DNA, Paul. It was Michael, Anderson insisted once more. He made me do it to her. I thought he'd kill me if I didn't. Made you do what to her? Harvey seized on it. Anderson began, before stalling for a few seconds. Have sex with her. Harvey let the magnitude of what Anderson had said sink in for a few seconds. before continuing. Did he force you to kill her, too?
No, Anderson angrily insisted. No, I didn't kill her. I swear. It was Michael.
Harvey gave him a few moments to compose himself before tapping the photographs on the table. Which of these clothes are yours? I advise you not to answer that. Barnwell tried to save her client from further self-incrimination. We're beyond playing games, Harvey warned her. Now, which of these clothes are yours? Anderson leaned forward before slowly selecting several photographs and pushing them towards Harvey, who looked at them for a second before speaking. They're covered in blood. As much blood as is on the other clothes, Dolby's clothes. If you didn't help kill her, then how did you get as much blood on you as Dolby? Anderson closed his eyes and shook his head before answering, struggling to force himself to say the words.
Because he'd already stabbed her before I had sex with her. She was already bleeding. Jesus Christ, Donna said, before covering her mouth with her hand, looking pale and sick.
She was already dead? Harvey asked.
No,
Anderson replied, staring down at the table.
He hadn't stabbed her in the chest yet.
Or cut her throat, Harvey reminded him.
No.
Anderson shook his head. Or cut off her breasts, he continued relentlessly.
No,
Anderson confirmed.
No, I don't feel very well.
Her breasts that we couldn't find at the scene, Harvey told him. So, someone must have taken them from the bunker. Was that you?
No,
he pleaded.
Michael must have taken them.
Why would he do that? Harvey asked.
I don't know,
Anderson insisted, shaking his head.
Why don't you ask him?
But she was probably already dying. Harvey ignored his pleas. You had sex with a 14-year-old girl who was already dying?
Oh, my God,
Donna spoke again, shaking her head in disbelief and horror, looking like she wanted to run from the room and never come back.
He made me!
Anderson almost shouted, tears flowing freely down his face as he looked around the room for someone to believe him.
He made me do it all. You don't understand what he's like. He planned it all. He enjoyed it. He was laughing. When he was raping her, when he was stabbing her, he was laughing.
He paused, trying to compose himself.
You don't know what you're dealing with. I'm telling you, he's sick. There's something wrong with him. He talked about Abigail for weeks. Every time we saw her on the estate, he'd be going on about her, about how pure she was and how loved she was.
Loved? Harvey jumped on it. What did he mean, how loved she was?
I don't know,
Anderson answered, sounding desperate.
He didn't explain, and I didn't ask. You don't ask Michael to explain himself.
Why? Harvey asked, intrigued. Anderson gave a little laugh, as if surprised that they didn't already know.
You just don't.
So, Harvey continued, you want us to believe that a 16-year-old boy who's never been in trouble in his life is some sort of dangerous psychopath who threatened you, forced you to help him abduct, murder, and rape a 14-year-old girl?
Yes,
he pleaded with them to believe him.
Yes. He used me. He set me up. That's the only reason he hasn't done this before, because he needed someone to blame it on.
And that someone is you? Harvey asked, sounding sceptical.
That's what he's doing, isn't it?
Anderson argued.
Saying it was me.
Not yet, he's not, Harvey told him. But when he finds out what you've been saying, I dare say he'll turn on you, just like you have on him.
What? Anderson asked, confused. You mean he hasn't said it was me? He didn't try to blame me? Not yet, Harvey explained, studying every move and expression Anderson made, looking for some sign of who he really was. But we're still trying to re-interview him about the new evidence that's come to light. You can't, Anderson pleaded in a panic. You can't tell him what I've said. He'll kill me. He'll find me. He'll find me, and he'll kill me. He's a co-defendant, Harvey reminded him. He has the right to know what you've accused him of. Please, Anderson begged. I'll tell you everything I know about him, everything about what happened. I'll go to court and give evidence about him. But you have to give me immunity. You have to give me a new identity and stuff. Hide me, like I've seen in films. That's make-believe, Paul, Harvey told him, truthfully. Maybe in America, I don't know, but there's no such thing as immunity in British law. You have to admit your crimes and do time for them. In your case, a lot of time. You've committed a terrible crime, and now you have to pay for it. Best I can do is promise you Rule 43. At least you'll be kept away from the rest of the prison population, where you'll be safer. Prison can be a dangerous place for sex offenders, even young ones. No! Anderson shouted and banged his fists on the table. I didn't do anything! You can't do this to me! You have to help me! You've admitted to rape and assisting in a murder, and that's if I believe everything you've said, which I don't, Harvey explained in a raised voice. I don't have to help you with anything. What I have to do is get justice for Abigail and her family, which means putting you before the court with enough evidence to lock you away for the rest of your life. That's what I have to do. But it wasn't me, Anderson pleaded again, before burying his head in his hands. It wasn't me. I need to speak with my client in private, Barnwell demanded, her voice sounding croaky and unsure. As a consequence of what's been said, I need to give him further advice. Yes, Harvey agreed, leaning back in his chair. I'm sure you do. He looked at the cowering Anderson for a few seconds, feeling both loathing and pity for the boy, before reaching out towards the tape recorder. This interview is concluded. Harvey and Alston stood next to a vending machine in a corridor at Colindale Police Station. Harvey was hitting the machine with the palm of his fist in frustration as it swallowed his coins but wouldn't provide the drink he'd paid for. Damn these thieving things, he complained. Should have gone to the canteen. So, what do you think? Alston asked, ignoring Harvey's complaining. Anderson, Harvey shrugged. The only chance he's got is to make a jury believe Dolby made him do it. That he genuinely feared for his life if he didn't do as he was told. If that's his defence, then it's down to him to prove it. Not for us to prove it's a lie. No jury's going to believe him. Alston dismissed it. He's fucked. Yes, he is, Harvey agreed. But the question remains, was he the leader or the follower? Who gives a shit? Alston waved it away. Doesn't matter, so long as they both go down. I just like to know what I'm dealing with, Harvey told him, trying to conceal his irritation at Alston's lack of desire to know the absolute truth. Seemed scared enough of Dolby in the interview, Alston replied. Or he's putting it on, Harvey explained, working towards his defence. Don't forget he lied to us about raping her, said he'd never touched her until he realised DNA would say otherwise. Then he switches his story to Dolby made him do it. We've seen it all before. A suspect building their lies around the evidence. Alston looked around to make sure no one was listening. So, "He's lying to save his own skin," he said quietly. "He was there, in some way involved. That's good enough for me." "Let them turn on each other and send each other down for life. This is a bad one, Fraser. Everyone just wants a result. If they never tell us exactly who did what, who cares? So long as they go down for a very long time, everyone'll be happy." He looked around to make sure they weren't being eavesdropped on. "We pushed too hard to find out who was the leader, and we might just hand the other some sort of defense. Nobody wants that. Least of all, the powers that be. Let's just put this one to bed and move on." "And the truth?" Harvey asked, keeping his voice low. "I mean, the absolute truth of what happened in that godforsaken place. Don't you want to know?" "Not if it plays into Anderson's hands," Alston replied. "Or Dolby's, or whichever one of them is trying to play us." He took a moment to breathe. "A murder like this is like a black fucking cloud. Hangs over the whole country. The closer you are to it, the darker things get. It's not a good place to be for long. With what they're saying about each other and the forensics to come, we can bury the both of them. I don't give a damn who did what. They were both there. Both had a hand in raping and killing a 14-year-old girl. Let's just bury the evil bastards and move on." "And if one of them was under duress to do what they did?" Harvey questioned. "We send an innocent kid to prison for a very long time." "They're not the victims," Alston reminded him. "Abigail Riley's the victim. Maybe one of them is less guilty than the other, but they're both damned by what they did. If they spend the rest of their lives in prison, it'll be no more than they deserve." "Yeah. Well, that won't happen," Harvey explained. "Too young. Judge couldn't do it even if he wanted to. Maybe they'll get 15 years. Do maybe 8 or 9, then out." "Jesus," Alston shook his head. "For what they did? How are we supposed to tell her family that's justice? That Abigail at least has justice? We're giving them nothing." "We're giving them everything we can," Harvey told him, before letting out a long sigh. "The rest's got nothing to do with us. Remember that, or you won't last long in this job." "Not entirely sure I want to anymore," Alston confessed, before quickly moving on. "So, what now?" "I need to get over to Barnet and interview Dolby," Harvey answered. "Give him the good news about what Anderson's saying." "Want me to come with you?" Alston offered. "No," Harvey insisted. "Take a break. I'll pick up Connie when I get there. You watch things here. I want to hear what Dolby has to say about what we found in his house. Anything changes here, you let me know. You let me know immediately." "No problem," Alston assured him. But Harvey was already walking away, his mind turning to Dolby and how best to use Anderson's treachery to make him talk. Chapter 23. Auckland, present time. O'Doherty was in his Auckland hotel room, stripped to his boxer shorts, covered in a sheen of sweat, as he finished his workout routine with a long series of perfect push-ups before springing to his feet and heading for the bathroom. He splashed his face with cold water and stared at himself in the mirror before patting his face dry with a towel, turning the lights off and heading back into the bedroom. He sat on the bed next to the briefcase he was handed earlier before unlocking and opening it to reveal a semi-automatic pistol inside, plus a silencer, spare magazine, and ammunition. He took his time to assemble the pistol, making sure it all appeared to be working before breaking it back down, packing it away, and locking it in the safe. He stretched the stiffness out of his lithe body and headed to the shower. Jameson arrived late back at his home in Grey Lynn,
and made his way to the kitchen, where he found his nanny come housekeeper come general lifesaver, Rose Leofer, cooking away with an energy that belied her 60 years and large frame as she sang to herself in her native Samoan tongue. She looked up from the stove when she heard him enter. "You're late," she accused him in a friendly, motherly tone. "Not that late," he argued. "At least you came home this time," she said with a mischievous grin. He cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed. You were okay, covering for me?" he asked. "You're a young man, Reuben," she told him, looking him up and down, not disapprovingly. "Don't be afraid to live a little." She turned back to the stove. "I hope she was worth it." He struggled to know what to say. "Dinner won't be long," she chuckled, saving him any more blushes. "Okay," he nodded. "I'm just gonna look in on Jenny." "Remember to knock first," Rose reminded him. "She's 13 now." Yeah. He waved it away and headed off out of the kitchen. Moments later, he was standing outside his daughter's bedroom, knocking and waiting to be invited before entering. "Who is it?" he heard her say on the other side of the door. "It's me," he replied. "Can I come in?" "If you want," she told him. He turned the handle and entered the typical bedroom of a 13-year-old girl, a mixture of young girl and young woman, posters of pop stars on the walls, but she still had her teddies and dolls on the bed. "You're not getting a little too old for dolls?" he asked. "They're just there," she said, glancing at the bed before looking at him. "Can't be bothered to tidy them away." "Uh-huh." He shrugged, a little uncomfortable. "How was your day?" "Same as any other," she answered, disinterestedly. "Make any new friends?" he pried. "I don't need any new friends," she insisted. "I already have lots of friends." "Back in London?" he asked, a little frustrated, not wanting to get drawn into the same conversation they'd been having for weeks. Jenny just shrugged. "I meant here, in Auckland." "You didn't come home last night," she said, changing the subject. I picked up a new assignment," he half lied. "Had to work through the night." "What's the assignment?" Nothing important," he said, trying to convince her, not wanting to tell her its true nature. "Just long hours is all." "So, you won't be around much then?" she accused him. "I'll do my best," he assured her. "At least I'm on the day shift now." She slowly turned her back on him and returned to her studies. He tried to rub the tension out the back of his neck, knowing this was her way of letting him know she wasn't happy with him. "Don't stay up too long studying. You need your sleep." He couldn't see her rolling her eyes. He didn't know what else to say, so instead he backed out the room and closed the door, pausing on the other side before heading towards the kitchen where Rose was still cooking. "How's work?" she asked. He unclipped the holster containing his pistol and emptied his pockets onto the kitchen table. "Fine," he lied. "Busy." Rose looked over her shoulder at the gun on the table. "I wish you wouldn't bring that thing into this house," she told him. "I'll lock it away later," he assured her, sounding disinterested as he thought about Jenny. "Thought you were all supposed to leave them at work." Rose wouldn't let it go. "Yeah. Well," he casually explained, "I've been put on a special assignment. I'm allowed." "Special assignment?" she asked excitedly. "Close protection," he elaborated, without wanting to say more. "Oh?" she said. "And who needs your close protection?" "You don't want to know," he told her. "Sure I do," she smiled, her eyes wide with interest. "I can't tell you much," he sighed. "It's confidential." "Dangerous?" "No,"
he reassured her. Well, no more than a lot of the stuff I deal with. And Jenny? She asked as she turned to face him. If something happens to you? Nothing's going to happen to me, he said, dismissing it. I know what I'm doing. I'm careful. I just got to babysit some ex-con for a while. Somebody may be trying to find him, that's all. Someone who wants to harm him, she pressed. He just shrugged. Someone who wants to kill him? He shrugged again. And what did this man do to make someone want to find and kill him? He gave a long, resigned sigh before answering. A long time ago, he raped and killed a teenage girl when he was still in London. How long is a long time? She asked. About 15 years, he told her. Only 15 years, she checked. For what he did? Why was he released so soon? And how did he end up living here? I didn't think people like that were allowed to come here. Because he was only 15, 16 when he did it. And he's here because if he'd stayed in the UK, he'd have almost certainly been recognised and God knows what would have happened to him. Would have probably been lynched, he explained. New Zealand government did some sort of swap deal. He committed those terrible crimes when he was only 16, she asked, barely able to believe it. He just nodded. I've seen programmes on the TV about people like that. They say people like that can't be changed, can't be cured. Most are turned into these monsters when they're only children themselves. But some, a tiny few, are just born that way. They say they're the really bad ones, that they can't stop what they're doing once they start. They have to be stopped. You've been watching too much TV, he told her, although he knew she wasn't wrong. But was that Dolby? If he was a killer, he was like no other killer he'd ever met before. Had the leopard somehow learnt to change his spots? Or had he never killed in the first place? He decided he needed to know a lot more about the man he was supposed to keep alive. Real life is more complicated. There are many different types of murderers, all motivated by different things, from the mentally ill to sexual deviants. Don't get the feeling this one is either of them. Besides, I'm supposed to be keeping him safe, not investigating him. Maybe you shouldn't try too hard to do that, she replied. Doesn't sound like he's worth you risking your neck for. He's not, he agreed. It gets too close for comfort. He's on his own. Chapter 24. London, 2005. Harvey was back in the same interview room at Barnet Police Station he'd used the previous day. Matthews was again present, as was Dolby's mother and his solicitor. The tapes were already recording, the legal procedures and introductions completed. Dolby sat opposite him, looking calm and collected, if a little tired, though clean-cut and respectable in the change of clothes his mother had brought for him. A marked contrast to Anderson, who had still been dressed in his white, paper-like forensic suit. He looked anything other than a killer. When we interviewed you yesterday, Michael, Harvey began the interview proper, there was still some small doubt over the victim's identity. I can now confirm that the victim is indeed Abigail Riley. Is there anything you'd like to say about that? Dolby moved a little uncomfortably in his chair, but maintained eye contact. No comment. You and Paul Anderson were the last people to be seen with her before her body was discovered in the bomb shelter, Harvey explained,
concealing his slight disappointment that the revelation hadn't produced more of a reaction from Dolby, or even a spontaneous confession. No comment. Dolby remained unmoved. And then, later, you were seen in different clothes, Harvey continued. No comment. Dolby stood firm. But still carrying the same rucksack you'd been seen with earlier, he told him. No comment, Dolby answered, momentarily closing his eyes. Harvey noticed it, but so, apparently, did his solicitor. We've already discussed this in the previous interview. Powell had stepped in to try and lessen the pressure on his client. Is there any point in going over it again? Harvey pulled out the same Polaroids of the blood-stained clothes he'd shown Anderson and spread them across the table like playing cards. Photographs, Michael, he explained. Photographs of the clothes we found still in the rucksack, hidden behind the panel of the bath in your home. Oh, my God, Michael, Fiona said, lifting her hands to the sides of her face. My God, what have you done? What have you done? Nothing, he snapped at her. I haven't done anything. You don't know anything. None of you know anything. Then talk to us, Harvey encouraged him. Help us understand. He looked to the ceiling, shaking his head, as a single tear leaked from each eye. No comment. Harvey took his time before continuing. Do you know why I'm only showing you Polaroids of your clothes instead of the clothes themselves? He asked, trying the same tactic he'd used on Anderson. Do you know why I'm doing that, Michael? Dolby shook his head and wiped away the tears. No. Because the clothes were so heavily soaked in blood that they're still drying, Harvey explained. We can't bag them as evidence until the blood is dry. Until Abigail's blood is dry on your clothes, Michael. I don't feel very well, Fiona interrupted. I need to take a break. Michael? Harvey ignored her, desperate not to lose momentum. No comment, Dolby said, returning to his stock answer. Harvey studied him for a while before remembering Fiona's plea. You all right? He asked her. Want some water? Yes, she replied, looking white with shock. Yes, please. That would be good. Thank you. He gave a nod to Matthews, who understood as she stood and headed for the door. D.C. Matthews is just leaving the interview room to get Mrs. Dolby some water, Harvey explained for the benefit of the recording, before turning his attention back towards Dolby. The clothes in the photographs, Michael. Do you recognise any of the clothes? No comment, he answered, but looked stressed and agitated. The clothing will be a minefield of forensic evidence, Harvey told him. Do you understand that? I suppose, Dolby slipped. Could end up telling us who really did what to Abigail, he explained. You need to tell me what clothing is yours and which is Paul's. You don't want to take the blame for something he may have done. Or do you? Is this what this is? Are you protecting him? Dolby's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. Maybe, when I tell you what he said when I re-interviewed him this morning, you won't feel like protecting him so much. If my client's co-accused has made any allegations against him, then we have the right to know, Powell argued. Harvey waited a few seconds before replying. He said it was all Michael's idea, he revealed. That it was all your idea, Michael. Everything. He admitted to raping the girl, but said he only did it because he was afraid of what you would do to him if he didn't. Dolby stared, wide-eyed in disbelief. You're lying. He wouldn't say that. Said you, and only you, were responsible for her death. Harvey twisted the knife. That he stood and watched as you firstly raped her and then killed her. But not before you'd forced him to rape her too. No, he said, his voice shaking with anger as he shook his head continuously. No, no. Paul is my friend. He wouldn't do this to me. He just did, Michael. Harvey pushed the blade in deeper. I can't lie to you about what Paul said in the interview, as Mr. Powell will no doubt confirm. Dolby quickly looked at his solicitor, who just nodded slowly. He's blaming it all on you, Michael. Everything. Dolby covered his face with his hands. Harvey gave him the time he needed to recover before he was able to speak. He told me that if we said nothing, everything would be all right, Dolby eventually said to them. When did he tell you that? Harvey asked. When did he say that? After he'd killed her, Dolby answered, his face still hiding behind his hands. After he'd killed her? Harvey queried. I didn't touch her, Dolby suddenly declared. I swear, I didn't touch her. Be careful what you say, Michael, Harvey gave him fair warning. If the forensic evidence contradicts you, you'll just look like you're lying to save your own skin. No one will believe anything else you say. It won't contradict me, Dolby assured them, sounding confident. I never touched her. I didn't hurt her. But both sets of clothes we found in your house are covered in blood, Harvey reminded him. You must have been wearing at least one of those sets, so if you never touched her, how come you ended up covered in blood? Because, he began before faltering. Because I tried to help her. Before he made sure she was dead, when I thought there was still a chance to save her. I tried to stop the bleeding, but he dragged me off her, and then he used the knife on her throat. Harvey paused for a second as the image of Anderson drawing the knife across Abigail's throat flashed in his mind. For the record, which of the clothes in these photographs were you wearing? He asked when his mind cleared. Dolby leaned forward and examined the pictures on the table for a few seconds before pointing to several of them. These, he admitted. Harvey carefully collected them together. For the benefit of the tape, Michael has identified exhibits NM 1, 2, 5, 6, and 8. The notes made on the back of the Polaroid photographs describe those items of clothing as a light grey Fred Perry polo hoodie, blue Armani jeans, white Calvin Klein underwear, white socks, and a pair of white Nike trainers. Can you confirm these were the clothes you were wearing at the time of Abigail's murder? Dolby nodded his head mournfully. Yes. And the other clothing, Harvey continued, who does it belong to? Dolby looked all around the room, searching for a way out, before closing his eyes and answering the question. Paul. Paul Anderson? Harvey asked, wanting absolute clarity. Yes, Dolby confirmed. Paul Anderson. Yet, all the clothing was found hidden in your house, Harvey questioned, behind the bath panel. Paul made me take them and hide it, he insisted. He said they'd be too easy to find in his flat. There was more room in my house.
more places to hide it. Harvey tapped the picture of the weapon. And the knife? He asked. It was found in the same bag as the clothing. Paul's, Dolby accused his friend. He made me take it. Matthews re-entered the room carrying a plastic cup of water before he could ask the question on his lips. DC Connie Matthews, re-entering the interview room, she told the tape before handing the water to Fiona. Thank you, she said, taking the drink as Matthews settled back into her chair. When she was done, Harvey continued. And the clothing you changed into, he asked. Where's that now? At home, he replied. Washed. Hanging up drying. Describe them for me, Harvey ordered. A dark red hoodie, Dolby shrugged. Underneath that, I had a white t-shirt. Trousers? Shoes? Harvey pressed. Grey Lonsdale tracksuit trousers, Dolby recalled. My red Puma trainers. Underwear? Socks? Harvey pushed for everything. I don't remember. Dolby shook his head. No socks. Have you showered since the murder? Harvey checked. Yes. He nodded his head. As soon as I got home. I had to. I couldn't stand. Couldn't stand what? Harvey encouraged him. Her blood on me, he admitted, looking like he was close to throwing up. It was all over me. Dear God, Michael. Fiona shook her head in disgust. Dear God, what have you done? But your hands must have been covered in blood, Harvey pointed out. Your faces. Weren't you worried about someone seeing you before you got home? We had water, he explained. A bottle of water. We used it to wash the blood off our hands and faces, as best we could. Whose is the rucksack, Michael? Harvey deliberately changed the immediate subject, the information he'd already gained logged in his mind to be used later when it would cause most damage. Mine, Dolby admitted. Why? So, you had water and a change of clothes, Harvey recapped. You were very well prepared. He let his words sink in to Dolby for a few seconds. Who brought the change of clothes? I brought mine and Paul brought his own, he answered. But they were all in your rucksack, Harvey reminded him. Paul gave me his when we met up, he tried to explain. And the water? Harvey delved deeper into the details. Paul's, he answered without hesitating. He gave it to me, with his clothes. Whose idea was it to bring all these things? Harvey closed in. Paul's, he insisted. Paul told me what to bring. So, you arranged to meet Paul? Harvey lined up his pins. Yes, he nodded, looking slightly confused and wary. With spare clothes? Harvey clarified. Yes, Dolby replied. I've already told you all of this. And water and a rucksack. Yes, Dolby answered, confusion turning to irritation. Yes. So, together, you planned what you were going to do after you raped and killed her. Harvey ambushed him, his voice slightly raised for effect. No, he argued in a panic. It wasn't like that. Not like that, Harvey continued to speak in a raised voice. Come on. Then what the hell did you think you were going to do with a change of clothes and water? You tell me, Michael. What did you think you were going to do? I don't know, he replied unconvincingly. Paul didn't say. He just said he had an idea that we were going to mess around and have some fun.
Have some fun? Harvey asked, sounding incredulous. Is that what you thought you were going to do when you were leading Abigail to the shelter? When you were leading her to her death? When you both raped her? No, Dolby insisted, animated and upset. No, I never touched her, except to try and stop it, to try to stop him. But it was too late. It all happened too fast, and then it was over. Nothing seemed real anymore. What about when you cut her breasts off? Harvey ambushed him. Did that feel real? Oh, Jesus Christ, Fiona exclaimed, covering her mouth and gagging slightly. I didn't do that, Dolby pleaded. I didn't even know that had happened to her. How could you not? Harvey asked. He must have done it when I wasn't looking, he offered in explanation. Or went back later when he was alone.